Chapter 784. The four great azure dragon guards. For many years, the Blue Dragon Hall had been searching for Ryuka descendants. Once they found any Ryuka descendants, they would kill them without mercy. The main reason why the Azure Dragon Hall did this was because 10,000 years ago, the Azure Dragon Hall took advantage of the fact that the Long family's experts were resisting the calamity to launch a sneak attack on the Long family's headquarters, causing the Long family to be completely destroyed. It could be said that the Ryuka and the Blue Dragon Hall had a 10,000-year feud. Once they met, they would not rest until one of them was dead. It was the Blue Dragon Hall's sneak attack that caused the Ryuka to decline. In addition, the Blue Dragon Hall had been hunting down the Ryuka descendants for many years, causing the Ryuka descendants to become increasingly rare. They had almost disappeared from everyone's sight. Aoki was the hall master of the Azure Shien Empire's branch. Although it was located in a remote area and had little contact with the Azure Dragon main hall, he still knew a lot of secrets about the Ryuka. He knew that if he caught the Long family's descendant, it would be a great contribution to their sub-palace. He might even be promoted by the main palace and directly enter the main palace. To the Azure Dragon branch halls that were spread across the eastern lands, being able to enter the main hall was a great honor. Even a branch hall master like Aoki yearned to enter the main hall. Unfortunately, the main hall only accepted those who were talented and had dragon souls of the 3rd grade and above. Even the powerful branch hall masters did not have the qualifications to enter the main hall. Of course, if the branch hall members made a great contribution to the main hall, they would also be given the opportunity to enter the main hall and be rewarded handsomely. The Ryuka descendants had been the target of the Blue Dragon Hall for many years. If he could really capture the Ryuka descendants and offer them to the main hall, then he, Aoki, would have made a great contribution. This was also why Grant Hauhai's calm face revealed a look of ecstasy when he mentioned the location of the Ryuka descendants. Grant Hauhai's ability to read people's expressions was extremely experienced. With a single glance, he saw the pleasant surprise in Ching Mu's eyes, and the corners of his mouth could not help but reveal a brilliant smile. Patriarch Grant, if you can really provide me with clues about the Ryuka descendants, the Blue Dragon Hall will not mistreat you. Aoki Grant Hauhai's Patriarch Grant Hauhai's Grant Hauhai. Actually, Lord Palace Master, you know the Long family's descendant that this old man mentioned. Grant Hauhai Guahai purposely. And Grant Hauhai Guahai. Grant, Patriarch Grant, tell me. Haha. He's that little bastard Zhuowen. He's a descendant of the Ryuka, and he has a dragon soul. Grant Hauhai laughed sinisterly. It's him? And he even has a dragon soul? Aoki's pupils shrank and he frowned. Patriarch Grand, how can you prove that Zhuowen is a Ryuka descendant, and that he has a dragon soul? Haha. Prince Aoki, do you still remember the Long Xiaotian from 20 years ago? Grant Hauhai didn't answer Aoki's question directly. Instead, he asked a question of his own. Of course I know about Long Xiaotian. Back then, this guy caused a huge ruckus in the imperial city. If it wasn't for Emperor Qing, I'm afraid that not many people would be able to deal with that demon. Aoki nodded. The smile on Grant Hauhai's face became even brighter, and he continued, to tell you the truth, Long Xiaotian had a real name back then. He was a member of the Zhuo family. What? He's actually a member of the Zhuo family? Could it be that this Zhuowen is related to the Long Xiaotian? Aoki's eyes flashed. Haha. Prince Aoki is indeed smart. That Zhuowen is Long Xiaotian's son. Prince Aoki shouldn't be suspicious now. As for whether or not Zhuowen has a dragon soul, the person behind me can testify. At this point, Grant Hauhai stepped aside, revealing the hideous man behind him who was neither human nor ghost. At this moment, the hideous man had a timid look on his face. He had heard a lot about the Blue Dragon Hall, so he was naturally afraid. Looking at the hideous man behind Grant Hauhai, Aoki frowned and asked coldly, "You've seen Zhuowen use a dragon soul with your own eyes?" At the mention of Zhuowen, the hideous man's eyes were filled with resentment, and he said fiercely, "Yes, I've seen Zhuowen use a dragon soul with my own eyes. I can't be wrong. Moreover, this kid's dragon soul is extremely strong. If Prince Aoki still has doubts, you can take the detector of your blue dragon hall to the Drunk Spring Pavilion. At that time, whether or not Zhuowen has a dragon soul, you'll know at a glance," Grand Haohai said with his hands behind his back. Hearing this, Aoki's eyes slowly narrowed, as if he was thinking. Qin Yan, who was standing beside the throne, stepped forward and said respectfully to Aoki, "Hall Master, what Patriarch Grant said makes sense. We can take the detector to the Drunk Spring Pavilion. Even if Zhuowen doesn't have a dragon soul, we'll treat this as a misunderstanding. If so, then that's the best result. We'd rather kill the wrong person than let him go." Hearing Qin Yan's words, Aoki stood up and said loudly, "Qin Yan, you're right. We'd rather kill the wrong person than let him go. As long as it involves the Ryuka bloodline, this Zhuowen can't be let go. Qin Yan, go get the Dragon Soul Detector and ask the 4 Azure Dragon Guards to come out. We'll immediately go to the Drunk Spring Pavilion." With a wave of his sleeve, Aoki said in a clear voice, "Yes, sir." Hearing this, Qin Yan's eyes were filled with joy. This operation was aimed at Zhuowen, which was what he wanted to see the most. Therefore, Qin Yan's efficiency was extremely high, and he immediately went to arrange for the Azure Dragon Guards and the Dragon Soul Detector. "They're mobilizing the Azure Dragon Guards?" Grand Haohai was slightly startled, and then the smile on his face became even brighter. He knew quite a bit about the Azure Dragon Guards. Speaking of which, the Azure Dragon Guards were the guards of the Blue Dragon Hall. They were not ordinary guards, but top-level guards. In the entire Azure Dragon Hall, there were only 4 Azure Dragon Guards. These 4 Azure Dragon Guards were all terrifyingly powerful. The weakest among them was at the peak of the Xuanzuan realm, and the strongest had even reached the Golden Venerable stage, which was comparable to Grand Haohai. Therefore, when he heard that Aoki was planning to dispatch the Azure Dragon Guards, Grand Haohai was naturally overjoyed. He knew that Zhuowen was doomed this time. Suddenly, the ugly figure took a step forward and said, "Prince Aoki, can I join you in this operation to encircle and annihilate Zhuowen? I want to personally kill that little bastard Zhuowen." "Sure. Your strength is at the early stage of the Sovereign stage. This time, follow the Azure Dragon Guards to the Drunken Spring Pavilion." Aoki looked at the ugly man below and nodded. He did not refuse his request. He could tell that this person's cultivation was at the early stage of the Sovereign stage with a single glance. His cultivation was pretty good, and he would be of great help in the process of encircling and annihilating Zhuowen. "Then, thank you, Prince Aoki." The ugly man hurriedly expressed his thanks, but his eyes were filled with a cold glint. This time, he would definitely make sure that Zhuowen died without a burial place. Qin Yan's efficiency was extremely fast. He quickly gathered 4 Azure Dragon Guards and even brought out the Dragon Soul Detector from the depths of the Blue Dragon Hall. The Dragon Soul Detector was oval in shape. It was purely formed by intertwining azure iron wires. In the center of the azure iron wires, there was a small golden ball that was shining brightly. At this moment, it looked rather dim and did not have any luster. If that Zhuowen really has a dragon soul in his body, then this Dragon Soul Detector will emit a dazzling light when it's within 100 meters of that brat. Of course, the higher the quality of the dragon soul, the more intense the light will be. Aoki slowly explained to Grand Haohai and the others. "Since everyone is here, let's set off for the Drunken Spring Pavilion. Lu Hantian is a heavenly venerable expert, so I'll hold him back alone. Qin Yan, you command the Azure Dragon Guards. If you find out that Zhuowen is really a Ryuka descendant, don't kill him. Capture him alive, understand?" Aoki looked at Qin Yan and instructed him seriously. He knew that Qin Yan felt humiliated after being defeated by Zhuowen in the marquee battle, so he had always wanted to kill Zhuowen. If Zhuowen was really a Ryuka descendant, then he was naturally more valuable alive than dead. Furthermore, Zhuowen had a dragon soul in his body, so he could not be killed. This was because the Azure Dragon main hall would capture Ryuka descendants with dragon souls alive, and would not kill them. Although Aoki did not know why the main hall did this, he knew that a living Ryuka descendant was more valuable than a dead Ryuka descendant. Qin Yan's eyes narrowed and he lowered his head in agreement. Although he could not kill Zhuowen, he could completely torture Zhuowen. This way, he could also vent the hatred in his heart. Let's set off now. After giving his instructions, Aoki waved his hand and led Qin Yan and the Azure Dragon guards away. The ugly man was not to be outdone and followed closely behind the Azure Dragon guards. Grand Haohai did not immediately follow. Instead, he silently watched as Aoki disappeared into the distance. He stood in place and did not have any intention of moving. "Father, are you not going to the Drunken Spring Pavilion?" Grant Lily asked in surprise. She knew that Grand Haohai had always wanted to kill Zhuowen. Now that the people of the Blue Dragon Hall had set off, Grand Haohai did not seem to be in a hurry. "Haha, don't be anxious. Father has always felt that Zhuowen is not simple. I'm afraid that the Blue Dragon Hall is not enough to take down Zhuowen, so we still need to meet someone." Grand Haohai suddenly smiled. "Who?" Grant Lily asked subconsciously. If Zhuowen was only a Ryuka descendant, then that person would not be interested. However, Zhuowen is the same as Long Xiaotian, a Ryuka descendant with dragon souls. Then that person will really be interested in Zhuowen. Grand Haohai smiled mysteriously and did not reveal the identity of the person he spoke of. Instead, with a wave of his sleeve, he brought Grand Lily and broke through the air. He left the Azure Dragon Palace and shot towards the Imperial City. A figure was as fast as lightning. He quickly stepped on the night sky and returned to the Drunken Spring Pavilion in an instant. This person had a delicate face and carried a green coffin on his back. It was Zhuowen, who had just returned from the nearby hills. After returning to the Drunken Spring Pavilion, Zhuowen greeted Lu Hantian and directly returned to his room. He began to go into seclusion and silently comprehend the nirvana of the Great Sun, hoping to unearth more of its potential. Chapter 785. Extortion? What a powerful aura! An expert has come to the Drunken Spring Pavilion? In a rather luxurious room in the Drunken Spring Pavilion, Lu Hantian, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes. A cold light burst out from his eyes. In his senses, he discovered that there were several terrifying auras rushing towards the Drunken Spring Pavilion. Their speed was extremely fast and their target was clear. They were obviously coming for the Drunken Spring Pavilion. With a stomp of his foot, Lu Hantian disappeared from the room and instantly appeared 1,000 miles away from the Drunken Spring Pavilion. Quietly floating in the air, Lu Hantian looked into the distance and immediately saw 6 figures flying towards him as fast as lightning. Blue Dragon Hall's Aoki? At the front of the 6 figures was a middle-aged man wearing a green robe. He had a smile on his face as he lightly floated over. He seemed to be taking a leisurely stroll, but in reality, a single step was 100 miles away. It was almost as if he had shrunk the ground into an inch. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Aoki also noticed Lu Hantian in front of him. With a wave of his right hand, he stopped dozens of meters in front of Lu Hantian. Seeing that Aoki had stopped, the 6 figures behind him also stopped and looked at Lu Hantian in front of them. "Aoki, what is the meaning of this? Why did you mobilize the Azure Dragon Guard in the middle of the night and even come to the Drunken Spring Pavilion?" Lu Hantian asked with an unkind gaze. Aoki didn't care about Lu Hantian's unkind attitude. The corner of his mouth rose as he said indifferently, "Brother Hantian, why are you so angry? We didn't come to the Drunken Spring Pavilion for you." Could it be Zhuowen? Lu Hantian's eyes flashed with a cold light as he probed. "That's right. It's Zhuowen, the Azure Dragon generously admitted. Lu Hantian's pupils shrank and he coldly said, Zhuowen doesn't seem to have offended your Blue Dragon Hall, right? Could it be that the reason you came here today is because that trash behind you, Qin Yan, was defeated by Zhuowen, so you want to avenge him? After saying that, Lu Hantian pointed at Qin Yan and called him a piece of trash. Qin Yan's expression darkened, his eyes were filled with hatred. Lu Hantian was a heavenly venerable powerhouse, so Qin Yan didn't have the guts to refute him. However, he placed all the blame on Zhuowen in his heart. If he could capture Zhuowen alive this time, he would definitely humiliate him to vent the hatred in his heart. However, Aoki shook his head and said, This is just a small matter. It's really impossible for this hall master to mobilize so many people for this. You can only blame it on the fact that Zhuowen has a dragon soul and is a descendant of the Ryuka. After saying that, Lu Hantian's heart clenched. He frowned slightly and looked at Aoki with a grave expression. He didn't expect Aoki to know that Zhuowen had a dragon soul. However, Lu Hantian still couldn't figure out how Aoki knew. After all, Zhuowen had never displayed a dragon soul in front of others. Aoki. Some things can't be guessed carelessly. Zhuowen's surname is Zhua, not Long. He's not a descendant of the Ryuka. Now that you've mobilized so many people to capture Zhuowen and believe that he's a descendant of the Ryuka, you must show evidence. Lu Hantian coldly snorted. When Lu Hantian said this, the ugly one-armed man behind the Azure Dragon Guard suddenly laughed loudly and said, Lu Hantian, how laughable. Even now, you still want to hide the secret of Zhuowen's dragon soul? When we were at the Baichuan Marquis Mansion, Zhuowen released a terrifying dragon soul before he died. Although you sealed the mouths of most people, you left out one person. He. When the ugly one-armed man said this, Lu Hantian's pupils shrank. He stared at the man and the doubt in his eyes turned into shock. He said in a low voice, It's you? I didn't expect you to become like this. You're really neither human nor ghost. Lu Hantian, it's all because of you. If it wasn't for you, how could I have ended up like this? Although you sealed the mouths of the others in Muqin County, you can't seal my mouth. Haha, I've seen Zhuowen's dragon soul with my own eyes. That little bastard is dead for sure. Haha. The ugly one-armed man laughed wildly. It was as if he was happier than anyone that Zhuowen was dead. You're courting death. Back then, I didn't eliminate the root of the problem. It seems like I was negligent. Today you'll stay here forever. Lu Hantian's killing intent soared. He stepped forward and his speed soared to the extreme. In an instant, he rushed towards the ugly one-armed man. A sharp whistling sound came out of the ugly man's mouth. Seeing Lu Hantian rushing towards him, the ugly man quickly retreated several hundred meters away. Do you think you can escape in front of me? Die for me. Lu Hantian's speed soared to the extreme, and he instantly closed in on the ugly man. Boom. With a palm strike, Lu Hantian frowned slightly. He felt as if he had fallen into a swamp. Following that, he retreated several dozen steps. After stabilizing his body, he stared at the green figure in front of the ugly man with fear. Aoki, you dare to stop me? This guy isn't from your Blue Dragon Hall. Lu Hantian looked at Aoki with fear. His expression was cold. He was very clear about Aoki's strength. He was also at the peak of the heavenly venerable realm. He was only one step away from reaching the Emperor realm. The Azure Dragon Sub-Hall's influence in the Azure Mystic Empire was only second to the royal clan. It was far more powerful than the 5 great clans. This was not a groundless rumor. Other than having a huge influence, the strength of the Azure Dragon Sub-Hall's palace master was extremely terrifying. Haha. Lu Hantian, the news that Zhuowen has a dragon soul was provided by this person. Since you're so anxious to kill him, it seems like you also know that Zhuowen has a dragon soul in his body, right? Also, this person provided such important information for our Blue Dragon Hall. Our Blue Dragon Hall naturally has to protect him. How can we allow you to kill him just because you want to?" At this point, Aoki's clothes fluttered. With a stomp of his foot, a terrifying aura burst out from his body. Under this aura, the space within several dozen feet of him shattered as if it was about to collapse. "Qing Yan, bring the Azure Dragon Guards to the Drunken Spring Pavilion. First, use the Dragon Soul Detector to test Zhuowen. If he has a dragon soul in his body, capture him alive. However, if he doesn't have a dragon soul, kill him immediately. Moreover, this also proves that some people provided false information. Kill them as well." At this point, Aoki glanced at the ugly man behind him. The ugly man's face stiffened. How could he not understand the meaning behind Aoki's words? If Zhuowen really didn't have a dragon soul in his body, not only would Zhuowen die, but he would also be buried with him. "Understood. Let's head to the Drunken Spring Pavilion now." Qing Yan nodded as a trace of anticipation appeared in his eyes. Right now, the 4 great Azure Dragon Guards of the Blue Dragon Hall were by his side. Zhuowen simply didn't have the slightest ability to resist in front of him. At that time, Zhuowen would be at his mercy. Swoosh, swoosh. As he spoke, Qing Yan brought the Azure Dragon Guards and disappeared from the spot. They flew towards the Drunken Spring Pavilion. The ugly man's eyes flickered as he followed behind the Azure Dragon Guards. "Let's see where you're going," Lu Hantian roared in anger. He waved his right hand and wanted to attack Qing Yan and the others. Unfortunately, his attack was basically blocked by Aoki. He couldn't harm Qing Yan and the others at all. "Lu Hantian, your opponent is me. I think you should take this seriously. Otherwise, your ending won't be too good." Aoki stared indifferently at Lu Hantian. The arc on the corner of his mouth became wider and wider. It was even filled with ridicule. "Scram!" Lu Hantian roared in anger. He stomped his foot and a huge blood spear condensed. With another stomp, Lu Hantian brought the blood spear and shot forward like an arrow towards Aoki. "Good timing. I've been wanting to spar with you for a long time. It's a pity that I haven't had the chance to do so. But now I can have a good spar." Aoki laughed. Countless green lights burst out from his body and transformed into countless green vines in the air. They flew towards Lu Hantian. Bang! 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 A terrifying explosion resounded as the blood spear and the green vines collided. Instantly, the entire sky was dyed red with blood and green. Bang! Bang! The explosion stopped. The 2 figures in the air retreated several hundred steps back. Their gazes were solemn as they stared at each other. "Ha ha! Moreover, you're indeed a genius that even the Azure Emperor praised. You're much younger than me, but your cultivation is comparable to mine. Even I can't help but admire your talent, Lu Hantian." Aoki laughed as he charged towards Lu Hantian again. Countless green lights shot out. His power was much more terrifying than before. Lu Hantian's gaze was extremely gloomy. He didn't want to be entangled with Aoki. At this moment, he was worried about Zhuowen's safety. Unfortunately, Aoki's strength wasn't any weaker than his. It was basically impossible for him to escape. Therefore, Lu Hantian's heart was burning with anxiety. While Lu Hantian and Aoki were fighting, Qing Yan had already brought the 4 Azure Dragon Guards to the Drunken Spring Pavilion. He silently looked down at the Drunken Spring Pavilion. "Eh? Who are those 6 people?" As Qing Yan and the others descended, everyone in the Drunken Spring Pavilion raised their heads and looked at Qing Yan and the others with puzzlement in their eyes. "That's Qing Yan, one of the 2 peerless heroes of the Blue Dragon Hall. I saw him during the marquee battle." Many people in the Drunken Spring Pavilion recognized Qing Yan, who was standing at the front. They all started to discuss spiritedly. "It's actually Qing Yan from the Blue Dragon Hall. I wonder why he came to the Drunken Spring Pavilion tonight? I'm afraid it's because of Zhuowen? After all, during the marquee battle, Zhuowen defeated Qing Yan and made him lose face. He should be here tonight to get back his face. There were also many people who guessed Qin Yan's purpose in coming to the Drunken Spring Pavilion. Most of them guessed that Qin Yan was here to get back at them tonight. Zhuowen, hurry up and get out here. Standing on top of the Drunken Spring Pavilion, Qin Yan's eyes were cold as he shouted. Under the amplification of origin energy, his voice was like rolling thunder as it spread out. "Oh. So it's the distinguished guests of the Blue Dragon Hall. Sun Yang has neglected you. There are still many seats in the Wind and Flower area. Why don't you all come down and have a seat, drink some wine, and watch the ladies dance?" Sun Yang smiled charmingly. We didn't come here to enjoy the scenery, but to find that little bastard Zhuowen. Get him out here right now." Chapter 786. Betrayal. Qin Yan spoke without any trace of politeness, causing Lady Su's face to stiffen. Her eyes flickered and she remained silent. "Zhuowen, do you still want to be a coward? If you still don't come out today, I will tear down the Drunken Spring Pavilion and dig 3 feet into the ground to get you out." Qin Yan's gaze became even colder. He had already shouted outside the Drunken Spring Pavilion, but Zhuowen still didn't come out. He felt even more disdain in his heart, thinking that Zhuowen was afraid of the Blue Dragon Hall. "Why are you looking for Zhuowen?" Suddenly, a clear and melodious voice sounded from within the pavilion. LV Nantian led LV Tao, and more than a dozen juniors over here. Lu Nantian raised his head and looked at Qin Yan. He frowned slightly. Zhuowen didn't seem to have provoked the Blue Dragon Hall. Why did Qin Yan bring people to the Drunken Spring Pavilion to cause trouble? Lu Nantian quickly asked Zhuowen to come out. "Otherwise, all of you from Muqin County will be buried with him," Qin Yan said indifferently. "What a big tone! You dare to speak so arrogantly in the Drunken Spring Pavilion. Qin Yan, aren't you too arrogant?" LV Tao, who was standing beside Lu Nantian, snorted coldly. Qin Yan's gaze turned cold. He glanced at LV Tao indifferently and said, "I admire your courage. An ant-like existence like you dares to speak to me like this? Haha. You were defeated by Zhuowen in the marquee battle. Do you really think you have the qualifications to speak like this?" LV Tao retorted sarcastically. "You're courting death." Qin Yan's complexion turned ugly. He shouted in a low voice. His figure turned into a shadow and instantly rushed towards LV Tao. Being defeated by Zhuowen was a pain in his heart. How could he not be angry when LV Tao poked his sore spot? Seeing Qin Yan attack without saying a word, Lu Nantian's expression changed slightly. Just as Qin Yan closed in on Lu Nantian shouted and struck out with his right palm, meeting Qin Yan's attack head-on. Rumble! A terrifying force burst out from the two of them, forming an air current that resembled an upside-down waterfall. Thud, thud, thud. The two of them separated as soon as they came into contact. Both of them retreated dozens of steps before they were barely able to stop themselves and stared at each other. "Lu Nantian, you dare to stop me?" Qin Yan stared coldly at Lu Nantian. Lu Nantian sneered, "How laughable. You've already attacked the geniuses of Muqin County. As the county lord of Muqin County, can't I attack?" "Humph. Since you've already attacked, you'll have to pay the price. Qing Si, kill Lu Nantian." Qin Yan said to the Azure Dragon Guard behind him expressionlessly. Yes. The 4 Azure Dragon Guards had their own code names, Qing Yi to Qing Si. Qing Yi was the strongest, while Qing Si was the weakest. Although Qing Si was the weakest, he was still at the peak of the Xuanzuan realm. He was much stronger than the average Xuanzuan realm expert. At the very least, he was much stronger than Lu Nantian. Whoosh! As he spoke, Qing Si turned into a green shadow and instantly pounced on Lu Nantian. A terrifying green force burst out, causing Lu Nantian's expression to change slightly. Bang bang bang! In an instant the two of them clashed. Terrifying shockwaves spread out, causing the space around them to collapse. Let's see who can protect you this time. Qin Yan's sinister gaze locked onto Louis Tao. He pounced again and struck out with his right palm. Green force flew out and turned into a dragon-shaped claw, slamming violently toward Louis Tao. Block it! Lve Tao shouted. He formed a seal with both hands, and countless origin energy gathered, forming a huge oval-shaped dome in front of him, blocking in front of him. Crack! Unfortunately, Louis Tao's defense was nothing in front of Qin Yan. It shattered into countless pieces as soon as the two of them collided. Louis Tao spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated. Two beautiful figures appeared and placed their hands on Louis Tao's back. Only then did Louis Tao stop retreating completely. Brother Lu, are you okay? The two beautiful figures were naturally Luo Xing and Qing Lian. At the same time, more than 10 other geniuses from Muqin County gathered around Louis Tao and stared at Qin Yan angrily. This Qin Yan was so overbearing. He directly attacked without any hesitation. Moreover, he did not show any mercy at all. It was obvious that he intended to kill Lve Tao. What? Are you bunch of trash very angry? But what's the use of being angry? You're no match for me at all. Weaklings should have the awareness of weaklings. Qin Yan looked down at Louis Tao and the others and said disdainfully, "You're just a weakling in front of Zhuowen. What kind of ability is it to deal with us? If Zhuowen was here, would you still dare to be so arrogant?" Behind Louis Tao, a genius said with righteous indignation. However, the moment this genius finished speaking, his head was separated from his body and a strand of blood suddenly shot out. Qin Yan slowly retracted his hand and said coldly, "On the contrary, I hope that Zhuowen appears in front of me now. Because the moment that little bastard appears, it'll be the time of his death." Qin Yan attacked too quickly. Louis Tao and the others did not see it clearly at all. That genius' head was separated from his body, and he fell to the ground dead. "Qin Yan, you dare to kill a genius from Muqin County?" Louis Tao's eyes were bloodshot when he saw that genius silently die. "Don't worry. In a moment your fate will be the same as that guy's. It's just a matter of time." Qin Yan grinned and shook his sleeves. A terrifying azure chi surged out of his body and soared into the sky. It turned into a gigantic azure dragon in the sky. He was using the Blue Dragon Hall's secret technique, the Azure Dragon secret technique. "Why don't you go with that guy? If anyone has anything to do with Zhuowen, I won't leave a single one alive. I'll kill them all." Qin Yan's eyes were filled with a cruel smile. At the moment when Qin Yan was about to attack, a silhouette behind Louis Tao suddenly stood up and said, "Your Excellency Qin Yan, please wait. I know where Zhuowen is in Shuiyu. I can take you to his room, and you can capture him in one fell swoop." That person was wearing blood-red clothes and had a blood-red sword on his back. He was the first genius of the Imperial Sword sect in Muqin County, Zhu Qi. In the past, Zhu Qi had suffered a lot at the hands of Zhuowen. However, as Zhuowen's strength became more and more terrifying, the gap between Zhu Qi and Zhuowen became wider and wider. Therefore, Zhu Qi had gradually lost interest in Zhu Qi. However, today, Qin Yan came to find trouble with Zhuowen in a threatening manner. Zhu Qi's thoughts of taking revenge on Zhuowen were once again active. At this moment, he naturally hurriedly stepped forward. "Zhu Qi, you?" Louis Tao, Luo Xing, Qing Lian and the others were furious. After Zhuowen had come back from the mountain, he had informed Lu Hantian that he was going to meditate in seclusion for a day or two. The geniuses of Muqin County naturally knew that Zhuowen was going to meditate in seclusion. Because Zhuowen was meditating in seclusion, when Qin Yan had come to Drunken Spring Pavilion, Zhuowen hadn't come out. "You know where Zhuowen is? I called that little bastard Zhuowen's name outside and he didn't come out. I'm afraid that he ran away because he was afraid. What's the point of knowing where he is?" Qin Yan narrowed his eyes and stared at Zhu Qi. Zhu Qi's hair stood on end and he was covered in cold sweat. He hastily explained, "Your Excellency Qin Yan, the reason why Zhuowen hasn't come out is that he's meditating in seclusion." Qin Yan's eyes flashed with joy when he heard that. He laughed and said, "So he's meditating in seclusion. No wonder he hasn't come out until now. Lead the way for me. I'd like to see what that little bastard Zhuowen is meditating in seclusion for." Yes. Yu Qi was overjoyed when he heard that. Just as he was about to lead Qin Yan to the Shuiyu area, Lve Tao and a dozen other people blocked his way. "Zhu Qi, as a genius of Muqin County, you actually helped the Blue Dragon Hall to betray Zhuowen. Are you still human?" Lve Tao stared at Zhu Qi coldly and said coldly. Zhu Qi shook his head and said, "Although I'm a genius of Muqin County, I still haven't forgotten the humiliation that Zhuowen brought to me. I didn't do anything before because I wasn't as strong as him. Now that the Blue Dragon Hall wants to kill Zhuowen, how can I let go of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity?" Despicable and shameless guy. Luo Xing and Qing Lian clenched their teeth and said coldly, "You can say whatever you want. I only want Zhuowen to die." Zhu Qi said coldly. Qin Yan came to Zhu Qi's side and looked at Lve Tao indifferently. He said, "If you don't want to die, get out of here." As soon as he said that, the other geniuses behind Lve Tao looked at him and left. Soon, only Lve Tao, Luo Xing and Qing Lian were left standing in front of Qin Yan. "The three of you don't want to leave. Do you want to die?" Qin Yan looked at Lve Tao and the other two and sneered. Lve Tao stepped forward and said firmly, "Zhuowen is the hope of Muqin County. I won't let you disturb him. If you have the ability, you can wait until Zhuowen comes out of seclusion before you challenge him." Qin Yan said impatiently, "I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Since the three of you are so stubborn, don't blame me for being merciless." After he finished speaking, Qin Yan took a step forward and his speed rose to the limit. He arrived in front of Lve Tao and the other two in an instant. He pressed his palm down and the green dragon's shadow behind him roared and swooped down. Luo Xing, Qing Lian, help me! Looking at the enormous azure dragon, Lve Tao's gaze was extremely serious. He shouted loudly behind him, and his hands instantly formed seals. Waves of surging origin energy poured out and transformed into an endlessly revolving origin energy shield in front of him. Luo Xing and Qing Lian knew that the situation was critical. They shouted and extended their hands to Lve Tao's back. Surges of vigorous yuan power flowed into Lve Tao's body. Suddenly, the shield in front of Lve Tao grew several times bigger. It was almost 3 feet in size and looked extremely terrifying. Boom! Chapter 787. The Shattered Dragon Soul Detector. 3 ants who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Scram. Qin Yan's sleeves shook, and the green dragon's shadow swung its waist. The defense formed by Lve Tao and the other two was instantly destroyed. Poochie! The 3 of them flew back and fell dozens of meters away. They spat out mouthfuls of blood and looked dispirited. They wanted to get up, but they had no strength at all. At this moment, the battle between Lve Nantian and Qing Si was coming to an end. A muffled groan was heard, and a figure flew back and smashed into the ground not far from Lve Tao and the other two. Dust filled the air. Everyone looked over and saw that the person who had fallen into the pit was the County Lord of Muqin County, Lve Nantian. At this moment, Lve Nantian's hair was disheveled, and he looked dispirited. Traces of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were unfocused. The attack just now had quite a big impact on him. Whoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Qing Si instantly arrived in front of Lve Nantian and grabbed his neck with his right hand. He looked at Qin Yan and asked coldly, "Lord Qin Yan, how should we deal with this person?" When Lve Tao and the others nearby saw Lve Nantian being carried by Qing Si without any strength to resist, their eyes were filled with monstrous fury. "Qin Yan, my father is the County Lord of Muqin County. Do you dare to touch him? Lv Tao said in a low voice. Qing Yan ignored Lv Tao and slowly walked to Qing Si. He stretched out his right hand and slapped Lv Nanshan's cheek. He smiled sinisterly and said, "The county lord of Muqin County is actually such a useless piece of trash. If you know what's good for you, you won't have ended up like this." Boom. Lv Nanshan's eyes were cold. He suddenly stretched out his right hand, intending to grab Qing Yan in front of him. Qing Yan's pupils shrank. He stepped back and slapped with his right hand. A muffled groan was heard, and Qing Yan involuntarily took a few steps back. His eyes were extremely cold. "Lv Nantian, you really don't know what's good for you. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Qing Si, kill him directly." Qing Yan said coldly. "Yes." Lu Nantian nodded and exerted force with his right hand. The crisp sound of bones breaking resounded throughout the drunken spring pavilion. Following that, Lu Nanshan's neck bent and he actually lost all signs of life. With Lu Nanshan's death, Qing Si casually tossed Lu Nanshan's corpse to the side, ignoring it. No. Looking at the Lu Nantian who had collapsed on the ground and died with his eyes wide open, Lv Tao was startled at first, but soon after, he let out a hysterical roar and 2 streams of tears flowed out. Lu Nantian struggled to get up. Unfortunately, his injuries were too severe. After struggling several times, he couldn't even stand properly. Staring at the wide-eyed Lu Nantian not far away, Lu Yitao cried his heart out. Although he couldn't stand up, he struggled to move towards Lu Nantian. Although his speed was very slow, he was extremely firm. Finally, he arrived beside Lu Nantian. Lv Yitao hugged Lu Nanshan's corpse, who had already lost all signs of life. His hands constantly shook as he muttered in a low voice, "Father, quickly wake up. You still have a lot of things to do. Don't sleep anymore. Quickly get up." Looking at Lv Yitao who was crying his heart out, Luo Xing and Qing Lian's faces were filled with sorrow. Their injuries weren't any lighter than Lv Yitao's, and it was impossible for them to stand up. As for the other geniuses of Muqin County who were hiding far away, they were all silent as their bodies trembled. Although Lu Nanshan's death caused them to feel extremely sorrowful, they even felt a little sympathy for the death of a rabbit. However, compared to their sorrowful emotions, they were more afraid. They were afraid of the forces of the Blue Dragon Hall. Even Muqin County's county lord, Lu Nantian, had died. If they went up, they would simply be courting death. At the same time, Lu Hantian's delayed appearance aroused their suspicions. They were afraid that Lu Hantian was also entangled with the people of the Blue Dragon Hall. Otherwise, it was impossible for Lu Hantian to not know that Qing Yan had mobilized such a large force to Drunken Spring Pavilion. Seeing Lu Nantian killed in an instant, Zhu Qi, who was standing behind Qing Yan, trembled all over. The gaze he used to look at Qing Yan was filled with fear. This Qing Yan was indeed ruthless and merciless. After all, Lu Nantian was the county lord of Muqin County. He actually killed Lu Nantian without even frowning. Lord Qing Yan, what about the 3 of them? Qing Si suddenly pointed at Lv Yitao, Luo Xing, and Qing Lian on the ground and asked coldly. They're just 3 pieces of trash. No need to pay attention to them. Go directly to the side room and find that little bastard Zhuan. There's no need to waste time. As he spoke, Qing Yan's gaze landed on Zhu Qi. He said indifferently, "Bring us to find Zhuan? If I find out that what you said is false, you know the consequences." Hearing this, Zhu Qi's entire body trembled. He hurriedly smiled and said, "Lord Qing Yan, don't worry. I definitely won't deceive you. I'll bring you to Zhuowen's side room right now." As he spoke, Zhu Qi obediently led the way. His expression was extremely nervous. He was afraid that he would make Qing Yan unhappy. At that time, his ending wouldn't be any better than Lu Nantian. As for Qing Yan, he calmly followed behind Zhu Qi. Behind Qing Yan were the 4 great azure dragon guards who were like bodyguard. As for the ugly one-armed man, he carefully followed behind the Azure Dragon guards. His eyes flashed with a glimmer of expectation. He could finally see that little bastard Zhuowen. Today, he would definitely get rid of him completely. After a while, Zhu Qi brought Qin Yan and the others to the side room where Zhuowen was. After bringing them there, Zhu Qi slowly retreated to the side. His gaze, looking in the direction of the side room, was filled with schadenfreude. Ci. A strange sound rang out. Qin Yan flicked his finger and the dragon soul detector that he had brought out from the Blue Dragon Hall suddenly appeared in his hand. At this time, the dragon soul detector was emitting an extremely dazzling light. It almost illuminated the outside of the side room as if it was daytime. What a strong reaction! This Zhuowen really has a dragon soul in his body. Moreover, it's an extremely high-grade dragon soul. Looking at the dazzling dragon soul detector in his hand, Qin Yan's gaze revealed a trace of shock. The method of using the dragon soul detector wasn't very difficult. Moreover, it was based on the reaction of the dragon soul detector to detect the quality of the dragon soul in a cultivator's body. The dragon soul detector in Qin Yan's hand was the lowest grade. It could only detect dragon souls below grade 7. Once it exceeded grade 7, the dragon soul detector would have a violent reaction and be damaged. The light of the dragon soul detector became more and more dazzling. The reaction also became more and more intense. It had almost reached the limit of the detector. Not only was Qin Yan shocked, even the 4 great Azure Dragon guards finally revealed a shocked expression. They were very clear that only a grade 7 dragon soul could cause the dragon soul detector to emit such a dazzling reaction. Could it be that the dragon soul in Zhuowen's body is a grade 7 dragon soul? The 4 great Azure Dragon guards looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. That was a grade 7 dragon soul. Such a powerful dragon soul was extremely rare even in the Azure Dragon main palace. Once a dragon soul reached grade 7 or above, it was called a high-grade dragon soul. Its power was much stronger than other dragon souls. Qin Yan's expression was gloomy and there was a trace of jealousy in his eyes. He was the number 1 genius of the Azure Dragon sub-palace. He was the only cultivator in the Azure Dragon sub-palace who had a dragon soul. Although he only had a grade 3 dragon soul, it was a dragon soul in his body. He had a unique position in the Azure Dragon sub-palace. Whether it was Aoki or the Azure Dragon guards, they all valued him. This was also the reason why the Azure Dragon guards were willing to listen to Qin Yan. Qin Yan's arrogance mainly came from the dragon soul in his body. Now, Zhuowen also had a dragon soul. Moreover, the dragon soul in his body was even more powerful than his, almost reaching the grade 7 dragon soul. This kid must die. Thinking of this, Qin Yan's eyes were full of murderous intent. His arrogance came from the dragon soul. Now that he saw a more outstanding dragon soul than him, Qin Yan naturally couldn't tolerate this. Crack! Just as Qin Yan was lost in his thoughts, a soft sound rang out. Then, Qin Yan and the Azure Dragon guards were shocked to see that the dragon soul detector in Qin Yan's hand had completely shattered into countless pieces at this moment. The light that was originally as bright as day was completely extinguished. In the end, it was eerily dark. For a moment, the courtyard outside the room became deathly silent. Qin Yan stared blankly at the shattered dragon soul detector. His gaze became sluggish at this moment. Not only Qin Yan, but the 4 Azure Dragon guards behind him were also completely stunned. Their expressions froze as they stared blankly at the dragon soul detector. They had never thought that the dragon soul detector, which was used to detect the dragon soul, would shatter while it was detecting the dragon soul. And now, this scene clearly appeared in front of their eyes, causing them to involuntarily widen their eyes. The dragon soul detector has actually shattered. Could it be that Zhuowen's dragon soul is so powerful that even the dragon soul detector can't withstand it? Qin Yan's throat moved as he voiced out his shocking guess. He was very clear that the Dragon Soul detector of the Azure Dragon Branch Palace was only a low-grade detector. It could only detect dragon souls below grade 7. Once the limit was exceeded, the detector would not be able to withstand it and shatter. In other words, the quality of Zhuowen's dragon soul was not only grade 7, but it had surpassed grade 7, reaching grade 8 or even grade 9. How is this possible? Is the dragon soul in Zhuowen's body really that powerful? The 4 Azure Dragon Guards couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Damned Zhuowen! Qing Yan cursed inwardly. He suddenly lifted his leg and pushed open the door of the room, entering the room. There was a praying mat in the middle of the room. A figure was sitting on the praying mat. At this moment, the figure's body was circulating with golden light. His eyes were tightly shut as he silently cultivated. Zhuowen, you're really in seclusion. It seems that even the heavens want you dead. Then you can go to hell. Qing Yan narrowed his eyes as his gaze locked onto Zhuowen. He took a step forward and used the Azure Dragon's secret art that he was best at. The terrifying Azure Origin energy turned into a huge Azure Dragon shadow. Chapter 788. A Life for a Life Clang. The shadow of the palm followed the shadow of the dragon and slammed into Zhuo Wen's chest. What shocked Qing Yan was that he found that what he had hit was not a mortal body, but a hard rock. Zhuo Wen's body was actually so hard. After spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, Zhuo Wen suddenly opened his eyes, and his gaze contained a wisp of rage. Earlier, he was cultivating the Grand Rebirth art with his eyes closed with the intention of unearthing a deeper level of potential. Just as he was about to reach a critical point, someone actually slapped him fiercely, instantly waking him up. Some of the results of his previous attempts were completely wasted because of Qing Yan's slap. The moment Qing Yan's palm landed on Zhuo Wen's chest, he already knew that things were bad. He originally thought that this palm strike would be enough to take Zhuo Wen's life. Who would have thought that Zhuo Wen's physical body would be so terrifying? His full-powered palm strike had actually only lightly injured Zhuo Wen, not to mention killing Zhuo Wen. Thus, when he realized this, Qing Yan stomped his foot and hurriedly retreated backwards. He could sense that Zhuo Wen's aura was even more terrifying than it had been during the marquee battle. His fleshly body was even tougher than before. How did Zhuo Wen improve so quickly? It's only been a few days. Qing Yan thought to himself as he retreated even faster. You interrupted my seclusion and you want to leave? Qing Yan, do you really think that you can come and go as you please? Zhuo Wen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were gloomy to the extreme. It was all because of Qing Yan that he attacked him at the critical moment. Zhuo Wen's previous efforts were all in vain. How could Zhuo Wen not be angry? Boom! With a flash of golden light, Zhuo Wen arrived in front of Qing Yan in an instant. Golden light gushed out from his right hand as a terrifying power erupted, setting off countless shockwaves in the air. Qing Yan couldn't help but squint his eyes. Grabbing Qing Yan's arm, Zhuo Wen's eyes were cold and merciless. Suddenly, he exerted force, and the crisp sound of bones breaking could be heard. Qing Yan's right arm hung limply by his side. It was actually broken by Zhuo Wen. Ah! Mournful screams came from Qing Yan's mouth, heart-wrenching and lung-splitting, hysterical, like the sound of a pig being slaughtered, continuous and unending. The instant the miserable cry rang out, the expressions of the 4 Azure Dragon Guards in the courtyard outside the room changed drastically. They naturally recognized the owner of the voice. Wasn't it Qing Yan? Go. Let's go in. Qing Yi was the strongest of the 4 Azure Dragon Guards. He said in a low voice and led the way into the room. In an instant, only the ugly one-armed man and the frowning Zhu Qi were left in the courtyard. The two of them were scheming and no one knew what they were thinking. Zhuo Wen, you dare to treat me like this? Qing Yan's eyes were filled with terror as he shouted. The corners of Zhuo Wen's mouth were filled with a sneer. This Qing Yan really had the face to say such words. He, Zhuowen, was sitting in seclusion in his room. Qing Yan suddenly barged in and launched a sneak attack on him, causing his previous efforts to go to waste. Now that he had fallen into Zhuowen's hands, he actually dared to question him in front of Zhuowen. It was really laughable. Qing Yan, you're really as stupid as a pig. As he spoke, Zhuowen showed no mercy. His right hand formed a claw and grabbed Qing Yan's left hand. Then, with a twist, another crisp sound of bones breaking sounded out. Qing Yan's left hand was instantly broken by Zhuowen. Ah! An even more mournful scream rang out from Qing Yan's mouth. The sound was so loud that it almost filled the entire room. Little bastard! Let go of Lord Qing Yan! A loud shout suddenly came from the door. Then, a terrifying force swept over and headed straight for Zhuowen's face. In Zhuowen's perception, he could clearly feel the terror of this force. Moreover, the trajectory of this force was very precise. It happened to be between him and Qing Yan, so Zhuowen had no choice but to retreat. In desperation, Zhuowen could only give up on Qing Yan. He took a step back and retreated dozens of meters. He stared coldly at the four figures that came from outside the door. He could feel that the aura of these four figures was extremely terrifying, especially the person in the lead. His aura was extremely powerful and terrifying. The attack just now was launched by this person. Kid, that person is not simple. His cultivation should be at the early stage of the Golden Venerable Realm. I'm afraid you're not his match. Xiao Hei's dignified voice suddenly rang out, causing Zhuowen's pupils to shrink. One of these four people was at the Golden Venerable Realm. That was too terrifying. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Four figures instantly came into the room. The four of them were wearing green armor. Naturally, they were the four green dragon guards. The one who attacked just now was the strongest, Qing Yi. He was a powerful warrior at the early stage of the Golden Venerable Realm. Lord Qing Yan, are you all right? The four of them came to Qing Yan's side and instantly noticed Qing Yan's limp arms. Their eyes darkened. You dare to cripple Lord Qing Yan's arms? How dare you? Qing Yi slowly opened his mouth, his voice extremely cold and indifferent. Ridiculous. This Qing Yan is a good-for-nothing. How can I be blamed? It was clearly this good-for-nothing who launched a sneak attack on me first. Even if the sneak attack was successful, it could not hurt me. Instead, I crippled his arms. It's a waste to leave such a good-for-nothing in your Blue Dragon Hall. Zhuowen sneered. Zhuowen, you. Zhuowen's words were vicious. Qing Yan was so angry that he almost fainted. Sharp-tongued brat. Second brother, third brother, fourth brother, the three of you take care of this brat. I'll treat Lord Qing Yan's arms. Qing Yi coldly glanced at Zhuowen. He instructed the three green dragon guards behind him, and began to focus on treating Qing Yan's arms. After all, Qing Yan's arms had just been crippled. Qing Yi was a Golden Venerable Realm elite. If he was treated in time, there was a high chance that his arms could recover. Big brother, this brat is just a brat who stinks of milk. There's no need for the three of us to work together. I alone am enough to deal with this brat. Qing Si's lips curled up. He stomped his foot and charged directly at Zhuowen. The corners of his mouth were filled with a sinister smile. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. He formed a seal with both hands. Suddenly, 3 pairs of lightning wings grew out of his back. He turned into a lightning shadow and dodged Qing Si's attack. With a stomp of his foot, Zhuowen did not clash with Qing Si. Instead, he turned into a sharp bolt of lightning and rushed out of the side window. Zhuowen was not in the mood to tangle with the 4 green dragon guards. What he was worried about was that Qing Yan had led the green dragon guards and aggressively barged into the side room. He wondered how Lu Nantian and the others were doing. Moreover, Zhuowen knew that Qing Yan was able to accurately pinpoint where he was in the side room. There was probably someone leading the way. It seemed that there was a traitor among the geniuses of Muqin County. Chase! Qing Si coldly shouted. He turned into a ray of green light and charged straight at Zhuowen. Qing Er and Qing San looked at each other. They were not in a hurry to chase after him. Instead, they chuckled and followed behind Qing Si from a distance. Although Zhuowen was indeed very strong, and there were recent rumors about him killing Xuanzuan realm cultivators, Zhuowen had only killed cultivators in the early stages of the Xuanzuan realm. Qing Si was at the peak of the Xuanzuan realm. He was many times stronger than those cultivators in the early stages of the Xuanzuan realm. Although Zhuowen was heaven-defying, they were not particularly worried. Whoosh! In an instant, Zhuowen arrived at the open space where Lu Nantian, Lvetao, and the others were. At this moment, the geniuses of Muqin County had already helped the injured Qing Lian and Luo Xing up and placed them on a seat on the side. As for Lvetao, he was like a statue. He was kneeling in front of Lu Nantian's corpse in silence. Zhuowen's arrival immediately attracted the attention of many people in the open space. It's Zhuowen. Zhuowen is here. Zhuowen's arrival immediately caused the geniuses of Muqin County to reveal joyful expressions. It was as if they had seen their last life-saving straw. Lvetao, who was kneeling in front of Lu Nantian, also saw Zhuowen in the sky. His body trembled, and the sorrow in his eyes became even more intense. Zhuowen naturally noticed that Lvetao, Luo Xing, and Qing Lian had suffered serious injuries. His gaze became even colder. However, when Zhuowen's gaze finally landed on Lu Nantian, who was in front of Lvetao, his pupils shrank to the size of needles. Whoosh! In an instant, he arrived beside Lu Nantian. Zhuowen's right hand touched Lu Nantian's neck. His body trembled because he discovered that Lu Nantian's pulse had completely stopped. In other words, Lu Nantian was dead. Zhuowen had a very good impression of Lu Nantian. Not only was he Lu Hantian's brother, but Lu Nantian was also humble and fair. Back then, Zhuowen's limelight in the Vitality Tower had even overshadowed Zhuowen's. Lu Nantian was not displeased by this and did not do anything to suppress Zhuowen. Instead, he was extremely happy and tried his best to rope in Zhuowen. His attitude was extremely good. Moreover, because of his relationship with Lu Hantian, Lu Nantian had even helped the Zhuo family a lot. Moreover, he had stood up for Zhuowen many times. Zhuowen still remembered these friendships and had never forgotten them. But today, the dignified and amiable Lu Nantian had died in front of him. For some reason, Zhuowen suddenly felt extremely uncomfortable in his heart. A monstrous rage surged out from Zhuowen's body, causing Zhuowen's eyes to turn a strange golden color. Brother Lu, who killed Marquis Lu? And who injured you? Zhuowen suppressed his emotions and asked in a low voice. Lvetao was startled, then shook his head and sighed. Zhuowen, you'd better leave quickly. The Blue Dragon Hall's target this time is you. They already know that you have a dragon soul. If you don't leave now, it will be too late. I say, who killed Marquis Lu? And who injured you? Zhuowen suddenly looked straight at Lvetao and asked word by word. Lvetao's expression froze. He clenched his fists and said while gnashing his teeth, "We were all injured by Qin Yan. My father was killed by the fourth of the 4 Azure Dragon Guards, and the order to kill my father was given by Qin Yan. Everything was because of Qin Yan. The murderers are Qin Yan and the Azure Dragon Guards. They all deserve to die." Lvetao lost control of his emotions and roared out. Nantian was his father and the person he admired the most since he was young. Everything he knew was taught by Nantian. It could be said that Lu Nantian was both a teacher and a father to him. Their relationship was extremely deep. Qin Yan, Azure Dragon Guard. Chapter 789. Qing Si Zhuowen, be careful of Zhu Qi. The one who brought Qin Yan and the others to the room was Zhu Qi, Lvetao suddenly said. Hearing this, Zhuowen's gaze turned cold. Qin Yan's arrival at the room he was in had already made him suspect that there was a traitor among the geniuses of Muqin County. Now it seemed that his guess was correct. They all deserved to die. Whether it was Qing Yan, the Azure Dragon Guard, or Zhu Qi, they were all on Zhuowen's must-kill list. The sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Qing Si had already arrived in the air above the open space and saw Zhuowen below at a glance. "Little bastard! Why aren't you running anymore? You were running faster than anyone else, so why are you stopping now?" Qing Si looked at Zhuowen with a mocking gaze and sneered. Slightly raising his head, Zhuowen stared at Qing Si. His gaze contained monstrous killing intent as he asked hoarsely, "Did you kill Lu Nantian?" Qing Si was startled. He originally thought that Zhuowen's face would show fear and helplessness, but that expression did not appear on Zhuowen's face. Instead, it was replaced by a chilling killing intent. His gaze landed on Lu Nantian's corpse and couldn't help but sneer. "You're talking about that trash? It was indeed me who killed him. You're the Lord of Muqin County, but I didn't expect you to be so useless and unable to take a beating." "Useless? Unable to take a beating?" Slightly clenching his fist, Zhuowen's gaze became even colder. A dazzling golden light burst out from his body and soared into the sky, turning into a golden pillar of light that pierced through the sky. Zhuowen instantly transformed into his four-headed and eight-armed state. His body was 3 feet tall like a small hill, and he looked majestic. Qing Si, who was originally indifferent, narrowed his eyes when he saw Zhuowen's current state. He actually faintly felt that the current Zhuowen gave him a trace of unease. "You're only half a step away from the Xuanzuan realm. Even if your combat strength is very strong, it's impossible for you to be an opponent at the pinnacle of the Xuanzuan realm. The gap between you and me is too big." With a cold snort, Qing Si stepped on the void and instantly turned into a cyan light shadow. His speed almost reached the speed of light as he swept behind Zhuowen. Cyan energy gathered in his hands and turned into a huge dragon claw that blasted toward Zhuowen's back. Bang! Just as the cyan dragon claws were about to reach Zhuowen's back, a pair of golden arms suddenly stretched out and fiercely slammed into Qing Si's claws. Rumble! A muffled explosion sounded, followed by a groan from Qing Si as he retreated. Zhuowen, on the other hand, was like a boulder, not moving at all. Instead, he calmly turned around and stared coldly at Qing Si. What a terrifying power! Rubbing his slightly numb arms, Qing Si looked at Zhuowen in horror. The power of this young man in front of him was somewhat terrifying. From the moment they exchanged blows, Qing Si felt that what he hit was not a human's arm, but an indestructible steel rod. What made Qing Si's face even gloomier was that he was at the pinnacle of the Xuanzuan realm, while Zhuowen was only half a step away from the Xuanzuan realm. The gap between the two was extremely obvious, but now, in their first exchange of blows, he was actually at a disadvantage in the hands of Zhuowen. "Didn't you want to kill me? Why are you retreating in the exchange of blows with me now?" Zhuowen sneered as he stared indifferently at Qing Si. "Humph! Little bastard, all you have is brute force." Qing Si snorted coldly and quickly made a seal with both hands. Suddenly, 2 green lights were derived from his back and turned into 2 huge, broad wings. However, the wings on Qing Si's back were extremely different from ordinary wings. It was even quite strange because there were no feathers on the wings. They were just bare. What was even stranger was that the shape of the wings on Qing Si's back was more like a pair of huge, broad, fleshy palms. At the tip of the wings, dense bony spurs were derived. It looked quite out of place. "Zhuowen, you can be proud of yourself for forcing me to use soul armor realization even if you die." With a light step, Qing Si suddenly jumped up. In just the blink of an eye, he was already hundreds of meters high in the air. His speed was many times faster than before. What a fast speed! Qing Si's fleshy wing armor soul has greatly increased his speed. Looking at Qing Si's sudden increase in speed, Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. Whoosh! With a flash of green light, Qing Si appeared behind Zhuowen in the blink of an eye. He stretched out his right hand and condensed a dragon claw again, grabbing at Zhuowen's back. Boom! The dragon claw directly hit Zhuowen's back, causing Zhuowen to lose his balance. His body leaned forward and his waist bent. Qing Si's speed was so fast that even Zhuowen couldn't keep up with him. Although the attack landed directly on Zhuowen's body and was very powerful, Zhuowen's physical body was strong enough that he didn't suffer any serious injuries. However, a trace of blood still leaked out from the corner of his mouth. What a strong body! You took a full blow from me and only suffered a minor injury. Qing Si's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. The strength of Zhuowen's body was somewhat beyond his expectation. Go to hell! Zhuowen shouted. He reached behind him with his right hand, wanting to grab Qing Si. Unfortunately, Qing Si was too fast. He broke free from Zhuowen's grasp in an instant, causing Zhuowen to miss. Haha! Zhuowen, your speed is not enough. Although your body is strong, your speed is too slow and your flexibility is not enough. You can't touch me at all, so you can only become my living target. Qing Si floated in the air with his arms crossed. The corner of his mouth was full of complacency and even unscrupulous laughter. From Qing Si's point of view, the huge advantage in speed had already put him in an invincible position. Zhuowen's speed was much slower than his. Standing there, he would only become a target for him, unable to even touch him in the slightest and unable to exert any force. Whoosh! A flash of lightning arrived in an instant. Qing Si immediately found that Zhuowen had appeared in front of him without him knowing. The two of them looked at each other. Looking at Zhuowen in front of him, Qing Si's smile suddenly froze. His pupils shrank to the size of needles as he looked at Zhuowen in disbelief. Zhuowen had suddenly appeared in front of him, yet he didn't know about it. Moreover, he hadn't sensed it at all. What did this mean? It meant that Zhuowen's speed was faster than his, so he did not notice Zhuowen's arrival at all. But was this possible? Just now, Zhuowen was unable to resist his speed. How could he appear in front of him again in the blink of an eye? You just said that I can't touch you? Is that what you mean? Zhuowen's eyes were indifferent and the corner of his mouth revealed a trace of a sarcastic smile. It's a fluke, Qing Si muttered to himself. He stamped his feet and the thick wings on his back suddenly spread out, turning into an illusory green light as he quickly retreated. Zhuowen's mocking smile became even more intense. This Qing Si was really ridiculous. Comparing speed with him, who had the 6 wings of gale and thunder, was simply courting death. With that, Zhuowen stamped his feet and the 3 pairs of lightning wings on his back spread out. In an instant, he turned into a flash of lightning and swept towards the retreating Qing Si. His speed was unknown how much faster than Qing Si's. A few hundred meters away, a green light flashed, revealing Qing Si's figure. Looking around and not finding Zhuowen's figure, Qing Si let out a sigh of relief and whispered with a frown, "That Zhuowen's speed is also so fast. This should be a fluke." Fluke? How stupid. A cold voice rang in Qing Si's ears, causing his whole body to tremble. He suddenly turned his head and saw Zhuowen standing behind him quietly, looking at him with a mocking expression. How is this possible? How can your speed be so fast? Qing Si took a few steps back and exclaimed in disbelief. Zhuowen was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. He stamped his feet and instantly appeared beside Qing Si. His right hand suddenly stretched out and a golden light flashed, blasting towards Qing Si. Qing Si's eyes were gloomy. His hands turned into dragon claws and met the attack. He knew that since Zhuowen's speed was faster than his, blindly retreating would not help at all. He might as well go all out. Boom! A fist against a pair of claws. Suddenly, a terrifying golden light burst out. The green light and the golden light confronted each other, and for a moment, they were actually evenly matched. Is this all you've got? You're really too weak. Zhuowen smiled coldly. His other 7 arms suddenly hammered down, and a terrifying force burst out, smashing into the 2 dragon claws in front of him. Crack! Instantly, The pair of dragon claws were smashed into pieces. Even Qing Si's arms were smashed into pieces by the terrifying force. Ah! With a miserable howl, Qing Si let out a heart-wrenching cry and retreated again and again. His arms were empty, and blood gushed out like a fountain, forming a bloody rain below. Whoosh! Zhuowen stepped forward and instantly arrived in front of Qing Si. He grabbed him with his right hand and said indifferently, "Trash that can't withstand a single blow." As he spoke, he carried Qing Si with one hand and came to Lu Nanshan's corpse on the ground. He threw it to the ground and said coldly, "Kneel." Qing Si's face was as pale as snow. When he heard Zhuowen's words, he gritted his teeth and said nothing. "Not going to kneel?" Zhuowen's right hand turned into a claw and grabbed Qing Si's right knee. With a crack, the kneecap was crushed, causing Qing Si to involuntarily kneel on the ground with his right foot. "Ah! Zhuowen, what do you want?" Qing Si roared. "What do I want? You killed Marquis Lu, and you're asking me what I want?" Zhuowen's eyes were cold and merciless. His right claw reached out again and crushed Qing Si's left knee. Qing Si immediately knelt on the ground, his face contorted in pain and his eyes full of resentment. Zhuowen's ruthless behavior immediately stunned many people. Qing Si was an Azure Dragon Guard, but he was easily captured by Zhuowen and forced to kneel in front of Lu Nantian. How strong was Zhuowen? "Brother Lu, the culprit who killed Marquis Lu will be dealt with by you." Zhuowen's eyes focused on Lu Yitao as he spoke. "Bastard!" Lu Yitao roared and immediately rushed forward. His right hand pressed on Qing Si's ribs. With a crack, Qing Si's ribs were broken. Qing Si looked up and groaned in pain. The pain of broken ribs was not easy to bear, especially when Lu Yitao was extremely ruthless. He did not break Qing Si's ribs at once, but slowly, making Qing Si feel even more pain. Chapter 790. Qing Er and Qing San. Qing Si screamed in agony. Lv Yitao was not in a hurry to kill him. Instead, he continued to crush all the bones in Qing Si's body, causing him unbearable pain. "Kill me! Kill me now!" Qing Si screamed. He couldn't bear Lv Yitao's torture anymore. It was too painful. "Kill you? It won't be that easy." Lv Yitao's eyes were red. He didn't slow down and continued to crush all the bones in Qing Si's body. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Two more figures appeared. Qing Er and Qing San leisurely arrived in the air above the empty space. Qing Si has been chasing them for a while now. He should be able to finish off Zhuowen now. Qing Er said coldly. Looking at the direction they went, it should be near here. I wonder if the battle is over yet. Qing San nodded. His expression did not change at all. Although Zhuowen's name was well known in the imperial capital, he was only a half-step mystique venerable rank. On the other hand, Qing Si was a peak mystique venerable rank. The two of them did not think that Qing Si would lose. "Ah!" A blood-curdling scream suddenly rang out, causing Qing Er and Qing San to stiffen. They naturally recognized this voice. Wasn't it Qing Si's voice? "That's Qing Si's voice. Is he in trouble?" Qing San asked in surprise. Qing Er narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "Let's go. Let's go take a look." With the guidance of the scream, they quickly arrived in the air above the empty space. They were shocked to find Qing Si kneeling on the ground with his arms crippled. There was also a young man who was extremely ruthless. He kept hitting Qing Si's body. Every time he hit, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. It was obvious that this young man had broken all the bones in Qing Si's body. "Kill me! Kill me now!" Qing Si screamed. He was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. Lv Yitao's face was cold and indifferent. He didn't care about Qing Si at all. His actions were direct and efficient. He wanted Qing Si to suffer a fate worse than death. He wanted him to regret killing Lv Nantian and make him regret living in this world. "Stop!" Seeing Qing Si's miserable appearance, Qing Er and Qing San both roared loudly. Their eyes were red as they rushed towards Lvetao, wanting to stop Lvetao from continuing. Rumble! A golden figure suddenly soared into the sky and slammed into Qing Air, causing Qing Air to retreat dozens of meters in the air. At the same time, rays of cold sword light flashed out from the golden figure and shot towards Qing San. They blocked Qing San's dive and caused Qing San to stop in his tracks. Your opponent is me. Don't pick the wrong opponent. Zhuowen stood in the air and stared indifferently at Qing San and Qing Air in front of him with a grave expression. Qing Air and Qing San were both stronger than Qing Si. Qing Air was at the early stage of the sovereign realm, while Qing San was at the half-step sovereign realm. Qing Si was killed by you? Qing Air's eyes were filled with killing intent as he coldly asked. So what if I am? So what if I'm not? Zhuowen said indifferently. It doesn't matter. Anyway, I know that you're going to die today. Qing Air roared as he took a step forward and instantly flew towards Zhuowen. Unknowingly, a long spear had appeared in his hand. It was flickering with a cold light and was bone-chilling. Zhuowen did not hesitate and immediately took out 8 long spears from his spiritual ring. He waved them in the air and formed 8 spear-intent domains around his body. Countless spear shadows were like small tadpoles that constantly swam around him. Bang! 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 Instantly, Zhuowen and Qing Air began to exchange blows. Sparks accompanied by the sound of metal colliding unceasingly flew out. The two of them were actually evenly matched for a moment. Zhuowen is so strong. Qing Air is at the early stage of the sovereign realm, but he's actually evenly matched with him. Not far away, Qing San, who was trapped by the greater limitless sword array, looked at Zhuowen, who was evenly matched with Qing Air. His eyes narrowed as he revealed a trace of shock. At this moment, Lvetao had also stopped his actions as he looked at the fierce battle in the sky. His face was filled with worry. That Zhuowen is dead for sure. Qing Air and Qing San are much stronger than me. It's impossible for this kid to fight the two of them alone. Kid, I advise you to let me go quickly. Maybe I'll leave you with an intact corpse. Looking at Qing Air and Qing San who were rushing towards him, Qing Si's eyes reignited with hope. His attitude unconsciously became arrogant and haughty. Idiot! It's better for you to die. Lvetao's gaze turned cold as he suddenly pressed down with his right hand. Under Qing Si's horrified gaze, his hand fiercely smashed into Qing Si's forehead. The latter did not even make a sound as he died with blood flowing out of his 7 orifices. Brother LV, take the people of Muqin County and leave this place. You're too weak. If you're captured by the people of the Blue Dragon Hall, I'll be in a very passive position. After Lvetao killed Qing Si, Zhuowen's voice suddenly resounded in his mind. It turned out that Zhuowen had sent a message to him. Lvetao's gaze flickered as he sent a message, Zhuowen, be careful. After speaking, Lvetao walked towards Qing Lian, Luo Xing and the others as he briefly explained Zhuowen's intentions. The geniuses of Muqin County basically did not have any objections. Most of them were only at the ultimate 5-wheel emperor stage and below. To the cultivators of the Xuanzuan realm, they were basically ant-like existences. Staying here would undoubtedly become a burden to Zhuowen. Therefore, choosing to leave now and avoid the people of the Blue Dragon Hall was the wisest choice. Although Luo Xing and Qing Lian were reluctant to part with Zhuowen, they understood the bigger picture. After reluctantly looking at Zhuowen's back, they followed behind Lvetao and quietly left the intoxicated spring pavilion. With Qing Si's death, Qing Air and Qing San's expressions became even more unsightly. The 4 great Azure Dragon Guards had worked together for many years and had gone through life and death together. Their friendship was as tenacious as brothers. Now that Qing Si had died, how could they not be furious? Ah, Zhuowen, if it weren't for the Hall Master's orders, I would definitely kill you. But don't worry, even if I can't kill you, I can still completely cripple you and torture you until you wish you were dead. I'll avenge Qing Si. Qing Er roared as he fiercely brandished the azure spear in his hand. Countless afterimages formed in front of him and completely enveloped Zhuowen's figure. Under Qing Er's attack, Zhuowen retreated step by step. His eyes narrowed slightly. It seemed that the strength of a supreme being cultivator was indeed much stronger than that of the Xuanzuan realm. Even if Zhuowen used his 4 heads and 8 arms, he was still suppressed. Qing San, hurry up and break out of the formation. Let's capture this little bastard together. Qing Er roared. His attacks weren't slow in the slightest. Every move was aimed at Zhuowen's vital points, causing Zhuowen to be exhausted from running for his life. Within the boundless sword formation, Qing San nodded his head. With a stomp of his foot, endless waves of water appeared around him. These waves of water were like tsunamis in the sea as they fiercely bombarded the surrounding boundless sword formation. Rumble! In an instant, the boundless sword formation was actually broken by Qing San's waves of water. Shortly after, Qing San joined Qing Er's formation without any hesitation. With the addition of Qing San, Zhuowen, who was originally under great pressure, was now at a complete disadvantage. He seemed to be in an extremely passive position. This Zhuowen is going to be unlucky. With 2 great azure dragon guards working together, this kid will probably have no way of escaping. Within the intoxicated spring pavilion, there were many cultivators who were looking up at Zhuowen and the other 2 fighting in the sky. Especially when they saw Qing San and Qing Er working together to besiege Zhuowen, they all shook their heads. Whoosh! Whoosh! At the same time, 2 figures flew over from the direction of the room and stopped not far away from the open space. One of the 2 was actually the genius of Muqin County. Zhu Qi standing beside Zhu Qi was the ugly one-armed man. Especially when the 2 of them saw that Zhuowen was actually fighting against Qing Er and Qing San at the same time without any signs of being defeated. Their eyes flickered as they revealed shock. Zhuowen's strength had somewhat exceeded their expectations. This Zhuowen's cultivation was only half a step into the Xuanzuan realm, but he was actually able to fight against a half-step sovereign realm and an initial sovereign realm cultivator at the same time. This was truly a little heaven-defying. Senior, don't you want to kill this Zhuowen? Now is the best time to act. Otherwise, if you're captured by the Azure Dragon Guards, you won't be able to kill him. Zhu Qi's eyes flickered as he suddenly spoke to the ugly man. Humph! Do I need you to remind me what to do? The ugly man coldly glanced at Zhu Qi, causing the latter to tremble and keep quiet out of fear. Turning his head, the ugly man's gaze focused on Zhuowen. His eyes were filled with chilling killing intent. He must kill this Zhuowen, and he must completely obliterate him. But now wasn't the right time. He had to wait for the best time to act and kill him with a single blow. Bang! 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 Qing Er and Qing San's attacks were extremely fierce. Qing Er brandished his spear while Qing San held a sledgehammer. They attacked Zhuowen from both sides, causing Zhuowen to be attacked from both sides, exhausting him to run for his life. Get out of my way! Zhuowen shouted. 4 spears in his left hand and 4 spears in his right hand burst out with terrifying spear intent. Suddenly, countless intent realms condensed and turned into 2 huge blue spears, rushing towards Qing Er and Qing San. Clang! Qing Er and Qing San's faces slightly changed. They raised their weapons and placed them in front of their bodies. Then, under the impact of the giant blue spears, they were pushed back dozens of meters. Zhuowen's arms drooped down as he panted. Just now, he had used all of his concepts, causing Zhuowen to expend a lot of energy. However, fortunately, Zhuowen's body was strong and his recovery was extremely fast. He only needed 3 breaths to recover most of his energy and continue fighting. As for Qing Er and Qing San, they had already been pushed back dozens of meters by Zhuowen. If they wanted to come back and attack Zhuowen again, they would need at least 5 breaths of time. Therefore, Zhuo was now speeding up the nirvana of the great sun to quickly recover his energy. Whoosh! Right at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind Zhuo. Zhuo was caught off guard and stretched out a skinny right hand. The right hand was covered with sharp claws, and it was like a drill that suddenly drilled into Zhuo's back. Chapter 791. Su Lingtian Thump. Thump. The sound of his heartbeat echoed in Zhuo's ears. He had never expected that someone would launch a sneak attack from behind while he was fighting with Qing Er and Qing San. What was even more unexpected was that even with his physical strength, he couldn't stop the sharp claws of this person. Now, Zhuo could clearly feel that the sharp claws were tightly gripping his heart. He had no doubt that if he dared to move, the claws would completely tear his heart apart. Zhuo, little bastard, you didn't expect this day to come, right? A sinister voice sounded in Zhuo's ears, causing Zhuo to tilt his head. His gaze was gloomy as he stared at the ugly man behind him, who was neither human nor ghost. A puzzled expression appeared on his face. He was sure that he had never seen this one-armed man before. However, this man seemed to know him. Furthermore, from his tone, he seemed to know Zhuo. Who are you? I have no enmity with you. Why are you attacking me? Zhuo's breathing was hurried. His heart was gripped in the palm of this man's hand. The pain transmitted caused Zhuo to break out in cold sweat. His face was as pale as snow. In particular, this man's claws were so sharp. Zhuo had cultivated the great nirvana sun to the 4th level. His physical body was extremely tough and ordinary people wouldn't be able to pierce through it. However, the strange and ugly man in front of him was able to easily penetrate his body. Furthermore, Zhuo also discovered that the ugly man's cultivation wasn't high. It was only about the same level as Qing Er. He should also be an early-stage sovereign realm warrior. Zhuo was puzzled. How did this man, who was only at the early-stage sovereign realm, break through his physical defense? You must be puzzled right now. I'm only at the early-stage sovereign realm, but I can break through your physical defense. You don't know me, but I know you. Zhuo's heart was in his hands. The hideous man wasn't in a hurry to kill Zhuo. He wanted to see Zhuo die in fear. Who are you? Zhuo asked coldly. Ha! How dare you ask me who I am? That's right, I've already become like this, so it's no wonder you can't recognize me. Even if Lu Hantian was in front of me, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to recognize me. The ugly man laughed coldly as he muttered to himself. The ugly man's words made Zhuo even more confused. Who was this person? From the looks of it, he seemed to know Lu Hantian. Do you know why I was able to pierce through your body so easily? Hee, do you really think that this old man is merely at the initial stage of the supreme stage? Back then, before my cultivation dropped, I was in the Empyrean realm. In my eyes, your physical body has too many flaws. Finding a weak point to break through is entirely possible. Zhuo's heart was in his hands, so the ugly man was not very wary of Zhuo. After all, as long as Zhuo moved a little, he could immediately crush Zhuo's heart. You used to be a Empyrean? He was shocked. No wonder this person's cultivation was not high, but he could easily break through his physical body. It turned out that this person was originally a Empyrean expert, but for some reason, his cultivation dropped to the initial stage of the supreme stage. Do you still remember the house of Marquis Baichuan? Do you still remember the disciples of the house of Marquis Baichuan that were killed by you and Lu Hantian? The house of Marquis Baichuan had stood in Muqin County for nearly 1,000 years, but it was destroyed by you and Lu Hantian leading the house of Marquis Qin. Now you know who I am, right? You also know why I want to kill you, right? The ugly man's body trembled slightly, and his expression became somewhat agitated and angry. Obviously, he had thought of something bad. Su Lingtian? You are Su Lingtian? As soon as the ugly man said this, Zhuo's pupils shrank. He finally remembered this person's identity. In addition, this person only had one arm. Zhuowen was sure that this person was Su Lingtian, the ancestor of the House of Marquis Baichuan. In the Battle of the House of Marquis Baichuan, Su Lingtian and Lu Hantian fought. In the end, Su Lingtian was defeated and had one of his arms cut off by Lu Hantian. Blood splattered everywhere, and in the end, he used the blood escape, which had great side effects, to escape death. Although Zhuowen knew that Su Lingtian wasn't dead, he didn't expect that Su Lingtian would become like this. His heavenly venerate cultivation had even fallen to the initial stage of the sovereign realm. Zhuowen, do you regret it? If you and Lu Hantian had not been so ruthless, this would not have happened today. Unfortunately, all of this has happened. What's the use of regretting it? So, you'd better die. Su Lingtian laughed sinisterly. The claw that reached into Zhuowen's back suddenly exerted force. With a plop, Zhuowen's heart was ripped out. Blood spurted out of Zhuowen's body like a fountain. Zhuowen's pupils shrank. He felt his chest empty. Then, a wave of dizziness hit him. He fell powerlessly and smashed into the ground. Ha ha! Little bastard, it's good that you died. Since you destroyed the House of Marquis Baichuan, I will make sure you die without a burial place. In the sky, Su Lingtian held the still-beating heart in his hand and laughed maniacally. His eyes were filled with delight. Swoosh! Qing Er and Qing San came to Su Lingtian's side. Looking at the heart in his hand and the motionless Zhuowen on the ground, they said with ugly expressions, "You killed Zhuowen?" Su Lingtian stopped laughing. His sinister gaze converged on Qing Er and Qing San. He said coldly, "What? Is there a problem? Don't you know that Zhuowen has a high-grade dragon soul? The Hall Master has already ordered that we must capture him alive. You actually killed him in front of the two of us. You are courting death." Qing San's eyes were cold. Now that Zhuowen was dead, they wouldn't be able to explain themselves. He couldn't help but point at Su Lingtian and curse. Bang! However, as soon as Qing San finished cursing, a claw instantly swept over and pierced Qing San's chest with lightning speed. Then, the claw fiercely twisted, and Qing San's heart was completely crushed under the force of the claw. Poochie! Qing San spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at the claw that had stabbed into his chest in disbelief. He stared fixedly at Su Lingtian and said, "You actually dared to kill me? The two of you are just trash. The two of you together couldn't take down Zhuowen. Now that I've killed Zhuowen, you blame me. If I don't kill you, who should I kill?" Su Lingtian said sinisterly. As he spoke, he slapped his palm and completely annihilated Qing San's nascent soul. After all, Su Lingtian was an Empyrean realm expert. His cultivation surpassed Qing Er and Qing San. Even though his cultivation was on par with Qing Er, his strength far surpassed them. So, Qing Er didn't notice when Su Lingtian attacked. When he recovered from his shock, Qing San's heart had already been crushed by Su Lingtian. "Bastard! You actually dared to kill a member of our Blue Dragon Hall. You are simply going against the heavens." Qing San's death deeply agitated Qing Er, causing him to roar loudly and flash towards Su Lingtian with his spear. He didn't hold back in the slightest. "Your cultivations are too low." Su Lingtian shook his head. He stomped his foot and instantly avoided Qing Er's spear. After that, he stepped through the air repeatedly and transformed into an ethereal afterimage that instantly arrived behind Qing Er. Poochie! Similarly, with just one move, Su Lingtian's claw quickly reached into Qing Er's back and instantly crushed his heart. His nascent soul was destroyed, and Qing Er followed in Qing San's footsteps and slowly fell to the ground. Silence. The surroundings of the open space instantly fell into a strange silence. Everyone stared blankly at the corpses of Zhuowen, Qing San, and Qing Er. For a moment, they forgot to make a sound. Originally, this was a battle between Zhuowen and Qing Er and Qing San. However, they didn't expect that halfway through, this mysterious ugly man would appear in front of them. Not only did he successfully sneak attack and kill Zhuowen, but even Qing Er and Qing San were instantly killed. Feeling the countless gazes around him, Su Lingtian frowned slightly and shouted indifferently, "What are you looking at? If you don't want to die, scram. Otherwise, no one will be left alive." As soon as these words came out, the surrounding cultivators scattered like birds and beasts. This ugly man was really too terrifying. Even a supreme had died in his hands, let alone them. "Zhu Qi, you stay." Zhu Qi, who was originally standing not far away, also wanted to leave with the surrounding crowd. However, he was suddenly stopped by Su Lingtian. His body stiffened and he quickly smiled flatteringly. "Lord Su, I wonder why you stopped me?" Zhu Qi naturally heard the conversation between Zhuowen and the ugly man clearly. He knew that the man in front of him was the ancestor of the Marquis of Baichuan, Su Lingtian, who had already been destroyed. Back then, Su Lingtian was a heavenly venerate powerhouse. Although his cultivation had dropped to the initial stage of the Supreme Being realm, his strength was still far above a Supreme Being realm powerhouse. In front of such a powerhouse, Zhu Qi was simply an ant. In a moment, Qing Yan and Qing Yi will come. You can be a witness for this, old man. Just say that Zhuowen fought with Qing Er and Qing San and finally perished together. Do you understand? Su Lingtian said indifferently. When Zhu Qi heard this, he felt a knot in his heart. However, he had no choice but to obey Su Lingtian's words. He knew that if he dared to refuse, he would be faced with Su Lingtian's merciless claw. Su Lingtian was also very smart. He knew that if he escaped like this, it was very likely that he would arouse Qing Yan's suspicion. At that time, the Blue Dragon Hall would likely send powerhouses to capture him. If Su Lingtian still had the strength of a heavenly venerable, he would naturally not be afraid of the Blue Dragon Hall's wanted list. However, his strength was now too weak. He was only at the initial stage of the Supreme. Although he was strong, he was only comparable to a late-stage Supreme. Now that the Blue Dragon Hall had suddenly lost 3 Azure Dragon Guards, it would inevitably cause a commotion. At that time, if he just left like this, he would inevitably be remembered by the Blue Dragon Hall. It was better to stay here openly and firmly believe that Zhuowen, Qing Er, and Qing San perished together. The people around the open space had basically all left. Only Su Lingtian and Zhu Qi were still standing silently in the same place. Su Lingtian deliberately dressed himself in a sorry state to show that he had just fought a great battle. Whoosh whoosh. After a while, 2 more figures flew out from the Shuiyu area. These 2 figures were naturally Qing Yan and Qing Yi. At this moment, Qing Yan's hands were already able to move freely. However, if he wanted to use Yuanli, it was still far from enough. He would need to recuperate for a period of time to completely recover. Thinking about his arms that were almost crippled, Qing Yan's resentment towards Zhuowen became even more intense. He wished that Zhuowen would die without a burial place. Chapter 792. Emperor Qing's arrival. Qing Yi was tall and sturdy with a resolute face. He had thick eyebrows and big eyes. At first glance, he looked like a simple and honest man with an innocent face. If one was deceived by Qing Yi's appearance, one would suffer greatly. After all, Qing Yi was the leader of the 4 great Azure Dragon Guards. His strength was far greater than the other 3 Azure Dragon Guards. Regardless of strength or methods, he was extremely outstanding. His simple and honest appearance was only a disguise. Half an incense stick's worth of time has already passed. Qing Er, Qing San, and Qing Si should have completely captured Zhuowen by now. Qing Yi walked side by side with Qing Yan as he spoke indifferently. Yes, with the 3 of them, Zhuowen won't be able to escape no matter how powerful he is. Qing Yan nodded with a trace of anticipation in his eyes. If Zhuowen was really captured alive, as long as he didn't kill Zhuowen, he could torture him however he wanted. Soon, the two of them arrived at the open space. However, when they landed on the open space, they were stunned. This was because Qing Er, Qing San, and Qing Si were all lying on the ground, motionless and silent. Moreover, what shocked Qing Yan and Qing Yi even more was that there was a hole on the other side of the open space. There was also a figure lying in the hole. This person was lying on his back, and his back was empty. His heart had been dug out. Qing Yan was naturally familiar with this person. It was their target, Zhuowen. In other words, Qing Er, Qing San, Qing Si, and even Zhuowen were all dead. What's going on? Instantly, Qing Yan and Qing Yi locked their cold gazes on the open space. Su Ling Tian was still standing, and Zhu Qi was trembling. Su Ling Tian hurriedly crawled over to Qing Yan. He was in a sorry state, and his eyes were filled with fear. He hurriedly said, "Lord Qing Yan, Zhuowen is too heaven-defying. Although he only has the strength of a half-step into the Xuanzuan realm, the strength he displayed is already comparable to an early-stage sovereign." Lord Qing Si was the first to arrive here. He didn't expect Zhuowen to be so strong. He was actually attacked by him and died just like that. Later, Qing Er and Qing San rushed over. When they saw Lord Qing Si die, they were furious and joined forces to besiege Zhuowen. However, this Zhuowen was really amazing. He actually transformed into a four-headed, eight-armed form and displayed terrifying mental energy. He perished together with the two lords. Qing Yan's eyes narrowed, and his expression became increasingly cold. He suddenly stared fixedly at Su Ling Tian and said, "Zhuowen, perish together? When they were fighting, why didn't you help?" Su Ling Tian's eyes, Su Ling Tian's of Qing, and Qing San, Qing was, Su Ling and Qing Er and Qing San told me not to help. So Qing and Qing Er and Qing San didn't. As he spoke, Su Ling Tian pointed at Zhu Qi behind him with his right hand and spoke in a rather flustered manner. Qing Yan's gaze converged on Zhu Qi as he asked coldly. Zhu Qi's entire body trembled, and his teeth chattered. Thinking of Su Ling Tian's instructions, he gritted his teeth and said, "It is indeed as this lord said. Zhuowen and the 3 Azure Dragon Guards perished together." Rumble. Qing Yan's eyes were cold. He suddenly stretched out his right hand, and a terrifying azure energy surged out. It turned into a huge dragon claw and crushed down. "No! Don't kill me!" The dragon claw instantly smashed onto Zhu Qi's body. Immediately, blood splattered everywhere. Under the power of the dragon claw, Zhu Qi turned into a bloody mist. Seeing Qing Yan's merciless attack, Su Ling Tian's pupils shrank. Qing Yan's actions clearly showed that he didn't believe Zhu Qi's words at all. "Are you willing to become an Azure Dragon Guard?" Clapping his hands, Qing Yan's gaze converged on Su Ling Tian. His actions had already shown that he didn't believe such words at all. However, Qing Yan didn't intend to pursue the matter, nor did he ask for an answer. Instead, he asked Su Ling Tian if he was willing to become an Azure Dragon Guard. Su Ling Tian's eyes flickered. At this moment, he could clearly feel that Qing Yi, who was beside Qing Yan, was constantly gathering his aura. He knew that if he wasn't willing, Qing Yi would immediately capture or even kill him. Although Su Ling Tian was a heavenly venerate, his cultivation had dropped too much. He was only at the early stage of the sovereign stage. A cultivator like Qing Yi could be destroyed with a wave of his hand in the past. However, he was no match for Qing Yi now. Fighting with Qing Yi was undoubtedly an unwise decision. "I'm willing." In the end, Su Ling Tian compromised. He knew that this was Qing Yan giving him a chance to live. At the same time, it was also a chance for him to serve the Blue Dragon Hall. "Good. Since you agree, then you are a member of the Azure Dragon Guard from now on. Welcome to the Blue Dragon Hall. From now on, your code name will be Qing Wu." Qing Yi suddenly laughed heartily. His simple and honest face was filled with a harmless smile, giving people a good impression of him. However, if one thought that Qing Yi was simple and honest because of his appearance, then they would suffer a great loss. After all, it was impossible for Qing Yi to become the leader of the Azure Dragon Guard without any trick. Su Ling Tian forced a smile, but his gaze was extremely gloomy. This was far from what he had planned. Originally, he had planned to use mutual destruction as an excuse to get away from the Blue Dragon Hall's suspicion. At that time, he wouldn't need to be wanted by the Blue Dragon Hall and could go wherever he wanted. But now, Qing Yan's suspicion had completely disrupted Su Ling Tian's plan, forcing him to join the Blue Dragon Hall. Although Su Ling Tian hadn't expected this situation, it wasn't bad. At this time, Su Ling Tian was planning to completely leave the Blue Dragon Hall after he completely recovered his strength as an Empyrean. Even Aoki wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Thinking of this, Su Ling Tian's heart relaxed a lot as he silently stood beside Qing Yan. Lord Qing Yan, Zhuowen is dead. What should we do now? Qing Yi asked hesitantly. Bring him back. After all, this child has a dragon soul and his physical body is extremely powerful. Bring him back first. We can only leave him to the Hall Master to decide, Qing Yan said helplessly. Although Qing Yan also hoped that Zhuowen would die, this time, Aoki had specifically instructed that Zhuowen must be captured alive. But now, it seemed that capturing him alive wasn't very possible. Qing Yi nodded and took a step forward. Just as he was about to carry the motionless Zhuowen in the pit, a green light suddenly swept over and wrapped around Zhuowen like a maggot. Who is it? Qing Yi was shocked and felt a chill down his spine. He hurriedly took a few steps back. The green light came silently and he didn't notice at all. If someone attacked him with such a method, he was afraid that he would be in trouble. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 air-piercing sounds could be heard as 3 silhouettes appeared from the distant horizon. The one in the lead was a middle-aged man dressed in a green robe. The robe had a lifelike dragon embroidered on it, just like a real dragon. Your Majesty Emperor Qing? Looking at the middle-aged man in a luxurious robe with a dignified appearance, Qing Yan, Su Ling Tian and Qing Yi were shocked and hurriedly cupped their hands and bowed. Emperor Qing's gaze was calm. The 2 people standing beside him were none other than Grand Haohai and Grand Baihe, father and daughter. After seeing Grand Haohai and his daughter, how could Qing Yan not know that Emperor Qing's arrival was related to these 2 people? This Grand Haohai is really cunning. Not only did he inform the Azure Dragon Palace, he even informed the Azure Emperor. It's a pity that Zhuowen is already dead. He's completely worthless. Qing Yan lowered his head slightly, but his mind was active. This Zhuowen is dead? Emperor Qing frowned as he looked at the motionless Zhuowen wrapped in the green light. He naturally also noticed that Zhuowen's back was empty. His heart was actually gone. Obviously, it was dug out by someone. Originally, we were ordered by the Hall Master to capture Zhuowen. Unfortunately, this boy was arrogant and unruly and didn't care about the Blue Dragon Hall. So, we taught him a lesson. However, our Blue Dragon Hall also suffered a great loss. Except for Qing Yi, the other 3 of the 4 great Azure Dragon Guards are all dead. At this point, Qing Yan's face turned slightly ugly. The 4 great Azure Dragon Guards were the mainstays of the Azure Dragon Branch Hall. Now that 3 of them were dead, it was a great loss. I see. This Zhuowen is really audacious. He even dared to kill the people of the Blue Dragon Hall. He can't blame anyone for his death. Emperor Qing's gaze was calm, and no one could see through his true thoughts. However, Grand Haohai, who was following behind Emperor Qing, was ecstatic. He was happy to see Zhuowen die. He couldn't wait for Zhuowen to die. Now that Zhuowen was dead, how could he not be happy? As for Grand Baihe, her beautiful eyes flickered with a trace of complexity. Especially when she heard Qing Yan say that Zhuowen had killed 3 of the 4 great Azure Dragon Guards, her heart couldn't help but tremble. Zhuowen's strength was stronger than during the conferred marquee battle. He could even kill an initial stage sovereign expert. It was a pity that he was dead now. Grand Baiha also couldn't wait for Zhuowen to die. However, when she found out that Zhuowen had really died in front of her, she couldn't feel happy. In the past, Zhuowen was unknown, so she naturally didn't pay attention to him. However, since Zhuowen's strong rise, Grand Baiha's mentality suddenly changed. The man in her fantasy should be a peerless genius who defeated countless geniuses in the world and climbed to the top, showing disdain for the heroes. Zhuowen's performance along the way was undoubtedly more and more in line with her inner expectations. It was even to the extent that when Zhuowen fought with Huang Fu Wudao and caused Huang Fu Wudao to be in an extremely sorry state, Grant Lily even had a trace of regret. If the Grand family didn't break the engagement, perhaps a peerless genius like Zhuowen would have become the son-in-law of the Grand family and become the husband of Grand Baiha. And Zhuowen would undoubtedly be able to lead the Grand family to a new peak. "What's wrong with me?" Grand Baiha muttered to herself in a low voice. Qing Yan stole a glance at Emperor Qing and asked, "May I know why Emperor Qing has come to the intoxicated spring pavilion? It's said that Zhuowen has a dragon soul in his body. Your Blue Dragon Hall should have a dragon soul detector, right? I wonder if this rumor is true?" Emperor Qing suddenly asked. Hearing this, Qing Yan hesitated for a moment before bowing and saying, "This boy does have a dragon soul." "Then what's the quality of the dragon soul?" Emperor Qing continued to ask. "The dragon soul in this boy's body is very powerful. It caused the dragon soul detector to explode." Qing Yan didn't hide anything. Emperor Qing's eyes flickered as he muttered to himself, "A dragon soul above the 7th grade?" As he spoke, Emperor Qing shook his sleeve and the green light that wrapped around Zhuowen flew to Emperor Qing's side. Soon after, Emperor Qing broke through the sky and left. "I'm taking Zhuowen away. You just have to talk to Aoki." Chapter 793. Grief Bang. Qing Yan waved his right hand and a ray of green light shot out from his hand like a snake and disappeared into the horizon. "I've already used a 1,000-mile sound transmission to inform the palace master of the situation here. Let's return to the Blue Dragon Hall now." As he spoke, Qing Yan brought Qing Yi and Su Lingtian out of the drunken spring pavilion. The corpses of Qing Er, Qing San and Qing Si were naturally taken away under Qing Yan's orders. As Qing Yan left, the originally quiet space in the drunken spring pavilion became noisy once again. Those who were scared away by Su Lingtian returned to the open space. Everyone's eyes flickered as they looked at the messy space. Of course, the topic of their discussion was naturally Zhuowen's life and death. Most of the people present knew that Zhuowen's heart had been dug out by Su Lingtian. It was unlikely that he would survive. What a pity! Zhuowen was the dark horse of this ranking tournament. His strength and talent were extremely terrifying. Even the first prince, Huang Fu Wudao, couldn't do anything to him. It's really a pity that such a genius died just like that. Although they didn't see Zhuowen's corpse in the open space, they all knew that Zhuowen definitely wouldn't survive. Moreover, this news would probably spread like wildfire in the imperial city tomorrow. Thousands of miles away from the drunken spring pavilion, two terrifying figures clashed as terrifying auras erupted. The surrounding space collapsed and shattered as the two exchanged blows. Bang! A circular wave of air spread out as the two figures each retreated several hundred feet. They stabilized their bodies and stared at each other from afar. "Aoki, don't force me. If anything happens to Zhuowen, I'll kill you," Lu Hantian said with a cold gaze. Aoki sneered and said, "Lu Hantian, you and I are both at the peak of the heavenly sovereign stage. Do you really think that you can kill me?" Lu Hantian's gaze darkened as he became even more anxious. He didn't know why, but he had a bad premonition since just now. He really wanted to rush back now. Unfortunately, Aoki was obstructing him at every turn. Whoosh! All of a sudden, a green light shot over from afar and landed in Aoki's hand. Sound transmission from 1,000 miles away. Looks like Qing Yan and the others have succeeded. Aoki's eyes revealed a trace of joy. He sent his consciousness into the green light in his hand. Immediately, a stream of information was transmitted into his mind. After a while, Aoki slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was gloomy. Lu Hantian, let's stop here today. I won't bother you any more. Aoki's expression was unsightly as he said this. With a stomp of his foot, he turned into a stream of light and disappeared in front of Lu Hantian. Lu Hantian narrowed his eyes. With Lu Hantian's observation skills, he could naturally see the displeasure and anger in Qing Mu's eyes. It was obvious that the content of the sound transmission just now was not good news. Let's go back to the Drunken Spring Pavilion first. With a stomp of his foot, Lu Hantian also disappeared. He had been worried about Zhuowen's safety. After returning to the Drunken Spring Pavilion, Lu Hantian quickly noticed the mess in the open space of the Drunken Spring Pavilion. The uneasiness in his heart became even more intense. I wonder how Nantian and Zhuowen are doing? After saying this, Lu Hantian rushed towards the rooms in the Shuiyu area. After a while, Lu Hantian reappeared. His expression was extremely gloomy. Whether it was Zhuowen's room or the rooms of Lu Nantian and the other geniuses of Muqin County, all of them were gone. This scene made Lu Hantian's heart turn cold. Young Master Lu, are you looking for the geniuses of Muqin County? A clear and melodious voice rang out. Lu Hantian looked over and saw an enchanting woman slowly walking out from one of the rooms. Do you know where they went? Lu Hantian asked with a frown. Mother Su looked around vigilantly and then said softly, Come with me. Right now, the people of Blue Dragon Hall are looking for your Muqin County. It's best not to be too conspicuous. Lu Hantian's eyes narrowed. It seemed that in order to capture Zhuowen, the Blue Dragon Hall wouldn't even let the geniuses of Muqin County go. How hateful! After saying this, Mother Su carefully led Lu Hantian towards an inconspicuous back door of the Drunken Spring Pavilion. 100 meters away from the back door was an abandoned and dilapidated house. This was a slum area where the homeless beggars gathered. On the dilapidated path, there was even a pungent stench that permeated the air. Lu Hantian and Mother Su walked on the path. From time to time, they would attract the attention of the beggars on the path. After all, their clothes and temperament didn't fit in with this slum area. After turning into an alley, at the end of the alley, there was a low house. Inside the house, there was still a dim oil lamp. Creak! The door of the house was suddenly opened. A young man with a dispirited expression walked out. His eyelids were drooping, and there was an unconcealable sadness in his eyes. Yitao! Lu Hantian suddenly called out. The young man's body trembled. He immediately saw Lu Hantian and Mother Su at the door. He was startled at first, then his gaze became extremely cold. He said coldly, Why are you here? Where did you go just now? Lu Hantian was somewhat confused by Lu Yitao's attitude. He asked, What's wrong? Mother Su, who was standing beside Lu Hantian, hesitated for a moment. She gritted her teeth and said in a low voice, Lu Nantian is dead. Hearing this, Lu Hantian was thunderstruck. He was stunned on the spot. He said in disbelief, What did you say? Nantian is dead? Ha! Are you putting on an act in front of me? When my father was besieged by the Azure Dragon Guards, where were you? Why didn't you show up? If you were at the Drunken Spring Pavilion, then my father wouldn't have died. Lu Yitao shouted somewhat hysterically. With this shout, the other geniuses of Muqin County in the house followed the sound and walked out. Naturally, they also saw Lu Hantian standing in front of the door. Many of them revealed joyful expressions. With Lu Hantian here, they didn't have to hide in the Blue Dragon Hall. Brother Lu, don't be impulsive. If Martial Uncle Lu was at the Drunken Spring Pavilion, he would definitely have come out. Since he didn't come out, he must have been delayed by something. Luo Xing and Qing Lian hurriedly advised. Lu Hantian said in a low voice, Itao, I'm sorry. At that time, I was delayed by the hall master of the Blue Dragon Hall, Aoki, so I didn't have time. I'm really sorry. Then Nantian, he. At this point, Lu Hantian's lips and voice trembled. After all, Lu Nantian was his younger brother. How could he not be sad when he died like this? The hall master of the Blue Dragon Hall? When everyone heard this, they were dumbfounded. No wonder Lu Hantian didn't appear for so long. It turned out that he was delayed by Aoki. It seemed that the people of the Blue Dragon Hall had made many preparations. Lu Hantian also calmed down at this moment. He also knew that he was too agitated just now. He took out a porcelain bottle from his spirit ring and handed it to Lu Hantian. Father's body has been cremated by me. After all, the nascent soul of the Xuanzuan realm is too weak. Father's nascent soul dissipated not long after. After receiving the porcelain bottle, the sadness in Lu Hantian's eyes became even more intense. Although the 4 Venerable Realm experts had nascent souls, they had to be at least in the Golden Venerable Realm to be able to leave the body and survive. The nascent soul of the Xuanzuan realm was too weak and couldn't exist for too long. Lu Hantian knew this better than anyone else. His gaze became even colder. Lu Hantian said coldly, "Who killed Nantian?" Qing Si of the Azure Dragon Guard. However, because of Zhuowen, he was killed by me. At this point, Lu Yitao's gaze suddenly became extremely cold. He said, however, the order to kill father was given by Qing Yan. Therefore, other than Qing Si, the mastermind was Qing Yan. Qing Yan? I will properly settle this score with this guy. Lu Hantian said with murderous intent. Lu Hantian suddenly looked around and asked doubtfully, "Where's Zhuowen?" As soon as he said this, everyone suddenly became much quieter. In fact, it was so quiet that it was terrifying. What's wrong? Lu Hantian had a bad feeling in his heart. "Zhuowen, he is dead," Sun Yang suddenly said softly. Lu Hantian was stunned. His body even trembled slightly. He placed his hands on Sun Yang's shoulders and said in a low voice, "How is that possible? You're saying that Zhuowen is dead?" Sun Yang frowned slightly and sighed softly. "Although I wasn't there at the time, those who were there saw with their own eyes that Zhuowen's heart was dug out by a mysterious person. I'm afraid that it's not very likely that he's still alive." Lu Yitao and the other geniuses of Muqin County all revealed sorrowful expressions. Sun Yang had already told them about Zhuowen's death. They also didn't expect that Zhuowen, who had always been so strong, would actually die. They didn't even know the identity of Zhuowen's killer. Who killed Zhuowen? Was it someone from the Blue Dragon Hall? Lu Hantian asked through gritted teeth. Sun Yang shook her head and said, "That person wasn't from the Blue Dragon Hall. As for who it was, I don't know either. I only know that the person who killed Zhuowen was an ugly, one-armed man who was rather old." Hearing this, Lu Hantian frowned slightly. His eyes were filled with coldness. How could he not know that ugly, one-armed man? He was one of the people who came with the Azure Dragon Guard. Was Zhuowen's body taken away by the Blue Dragon Hall? Lu Hantian asked again. Sun Yang shook her head and said, "No, Emperor Qing came later and took Zhuowen away. As for what Emperor Qing wants, I'm not too sure." "Emperor Qing? It seems that I have to make a trip to the Imperial City." Lu Hantian whispered with a flicker in his eyes. Lu Yitao and the others came to Lu Hantian's side. Lu Yitao said, "Uncle, the Imperial City is filled with danger. I'm afraid it's not appropriate for you to go tonight." Lu Hantian shook his head and said, "It's fine. Emperor Qing will give me face. As for you guys, you should leave the Imperial City as soon as possible and return to Muqin County. The Imperial City is currently in a turbulent situation. This is a place of trouble. Staying here won't do you any good." After saying this, Lu Hantian didn't stay any longer. With a leap, he disappeared into the horizon. Watching Lu Hantian leave, a commotion broke out among Lu Yitao and the others. Most of the Muqin County geniuses standing behind Lu Yitao looked at Lu Yitao. At this moment, Lu Yitao had undoubtedly become their backbone. Let's leave the Imperial City tomorrow. Uncle is right. The Imperial City is a place of trouble. There's no need for us juniors to stay here. Lu Yitao sighed and looked at Sun Yang and said, Sun Yang, I know that your drunken spring pavilion has a secret way out of the Imperial City. I hope that you can help us leave the Imperial City this time. Why should my drunken spring pavilion help your Muqin County? Sun Yang said with a smile. Because Lu Hantian is my uncle, Lu Yitao said meaningfully. Hearing this, Sun Yang's beautiful eyes flickered. She sighed and said, It seems that your eyes are even sharper than Lu Nantian. Then I'll help you one more time. Tomorrow morning, I'll arrange for you to leave the Imperial City. Chapter 794. Extracting the dragon's soul. Late at night, the Imperial City was heavily guarded. Teams of armored soldiers guarded the various checkpoints and important points of the Imperial City. A figure slowly descended at the gate. Immediately, the soldiers on both sides of the gate stopped him and shouted, Who are you? The Imperial City is not open to outsiders at night. I am Lu Hantian from Muqin County. I have something important to discuss with the Azure Emperor. I hope you can report it to him, Lu Hantian said calmly. Lu Hantian? I have never heard of you. You are not a member of the Imperial family. Leave now. The soldier at the gate said coldly. Lu Hantian narrowed his eyes. Just as he was about to flare up, the sound of horse hooves came from behind him. Then, a clear voice sounded. Let him in. Lu Hantian turned around and saw a handsome man riding a tall horse. He rode over quickly and stopped beside Lu Hantian. Lord Li Jin. Since Lord Li has said so, you can go in, the soldier at the gate said respectfully as he bowed. Brother Lu, follow me in. The Qing Emperor already knew that you would come, Li Jin said with a smile. Lu Hantian nodded and said, Thank you, Brother Li. Lu Hantian did not hesitate and followed Li Jin into the depths of the Imperial City. The two of them quickly arrived at the plaza. At the end of the plaza was the Azure Emperor's throne room. At this moment the throne room was pitch black. It was as silent as a giant dragon. Brother Lu, I can only send you here. The Azure Emperor is in the throne room. You just need to enter the throne room. After Li Jin finished speaking, he pulled on the reins and turned the horse around to leave the square. Lu Hantian's eyes flashed. The Azure Emperor's arrangement meant that he already knew that Lu Hantian would come to the Imperial City to look for him. Therefore, Lu Hantian did not hesitate and walked directly to the throne room. There was not a single speck of light in the square or the throne room. Everything was plunged into darkness, and a deathly silence pervaded the surroundings. Stepping into the hall, Lu Hantian discovered that it was even darker than the outside. It was so dark that he couldn't tell which direction he was going. Fortunately, his cultivation base was high. In this kind of pitch-black environment, he could rely on his senses to walk deeper into the hall. As he went deeper, the originally pitch-black environment gradually brightened. Finally, Zhuowen arrived at the center of the hall, where it was as bright as day. At the same time, a tall and straight figure stood there quietly with his back facing Lu Hantian like a statue. Your Majesty Qing Di, I heard that Zhuowen was taken away by you. May I know where Zhuowen is now? Lu Hantian's gaze focused on the figure in front of him, and he suddenly asked. Slowly turning around, the Qing Emperor calmly stared at Lu Hantian. With a wave of his sleeve, a green light shot out and appeared in front of him. Within this green light was a person. Upon closer inspection, it was Zhuowen, who had been taken away by the Qing Emperor. Lu Hantian was shocked. He took a step forward and his gaze landed on Zhuowen's body within the green light. Especially when he saw the terrifying wound on Zhuowen's back, his expression turned extremely ugly. Just as Mother Su had said, Zhuowen's back had indeed been cruelly dug out. With such a terrifying injury, Zhuowen was definitely dead. However, Lu Hantian was shocked to discover that Zhuowen was still breathing. He hurriedly said, "Your Majesty Qing Di, Zhuowen is not dead yet. Can you save him? His heart is damaged. The chances of saving him are too low. This emperor is relying on my own strength to forcefully prolong Zhuowen's life." Even so, Zhuowen won't last 3 days. The Qing emperor shook his head and said indifferently, "Is there no other way?" Lu Hantian asked with a frown as he clenched his fist. The Qing emperor's eyes flickered. Suddenly, he said, "There might be a way." Lu Hantian's eyes revealed a look of ecstasy. He hurriedly asked, "Your Majesty Qing Emperor, what other way is there? Follow me." The Qing Emperor waved his sleeves and led Zhuowen, who was within the green light, to the deepest part of the hall. Although Lu Hantian was filled with doubts, he still followed closely behind the Qing Emperor. The two of them soon arrived at the room where the Azure Supreme Arch had bestowed enlightenment on the 10 geniuses. This room was very spacious, and there was an open-air space in the middle of the room. There was a huge dragon-shaped illusory image circling above, looking very majestic. Below the dragon-shaped image was an altar that was half the height of a person. When they arrived before the altar, the Qing Emperor suddenly said, "There is a dragon vein below the altar. There is a dense dragon vein aura inside. Zhuowen has a dragon soul in his body. If we can open this dragon vein and guide the dragon vein aura into Zhuowen's body, perhaps Zhuowen will be able to recover. Right now, I have to prolong Zhuowen's life at all times. It is not possible to open this dragon vein. Hence, I need you to help me open the altar this time. After that, I will guide the dragon vein aura inside." At this point, the Qing Emperor looked at Lu Hantian and said, "This is the only chance to save Zhuowen." Lu Hantian's eyes flickered. He knew that there was a dragon vein in the imperial city, but he did not expect that the one controlling it was actually this unremarkable altar before him. However, what surprised Lu Hantian was that the Qing Emperor had actually revealed such an important place to him. Was the Qing Emperor not afraid that he, Lu Hantian, would leak it? "If you are unwilling, I will not force you." The Qing Emperor's eyes were calm, and there was not the slightest change in them. Lu Hantian gritted his teeth and said, "If I can save Zhuowen, what's wrong with opening the altar?" As he spoke, Lu Hantian stepped forward and arrived at the altar in an instant. He looked at the Qing Emperor and asked, "What do I need to do?" "It's very simple. You just need to place your hand on the floating crystal on the altar and channel the origin energy in your body into it. However, this will require an extremely large amount of origin energy to support it. When the time comes, you must be mentally prepared." The Qing Emperor said calmly, "No problem. Since that is the case, let's begin." Lu Hantian did not hesitate any longer. He activated the origin energy in his body and channeled it into the crystal in his hand. Instantly, the crystal in his hand emitted a terrifying and dazzling light. The light was extremely dazzling. Finally, it turned into a pillar of light that shot up into the sky and surged into the dragon-shaped shadow in the sky. The dragon-shaped shadow roared and swooped down. Its dragon claws, which were as large as hills, crushed downward. Instantly, a huge black hole appeared in the center of the hall not far from the altar. This black hole was bottomless. It was like an abyss. A resounding dragon roar resounded, following which, waves of dazzling dragon vein energy gushed out from the black hole. Looking at the dragon vein energy that was gushing out continuously, the Qing Emperor's eyes revealed a trace of joy. His right hand formed a claw, and the dragon vein energy that was gushing out immediately followed his guidance and circled around him. "Your Majesty Qing Di, you can start saving Zhuowen now." On the altar, Lu Hantian was panting and his face was pale. The altar had absorbed a large amount of origin energy from his body, causing him to be extremely weak. Of course. The Qing Emperor revealed a sinister smile. His right hand formed a sword and pointed at Zhuowen's forehead. Under the guidance of the Qing Emperor, strands of dragon vein energy gushed into Zhuowen's forehead. Seeing that the Qing Emperor had indeed made a move to save Shaochen, Lu Hantian heaved a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to leave the altar, he realized that a four-sided barrier had appeared around the altar unknowingly, preventing him from leaving. Lu Hantian slammed his right hand on the barrier. There was a muffled sound as he took a few steps back. He looked at the barrier in front of him gloomily. His attack actually did not cause any damage to the barrier at all. "Your Majesty, what is the meaning of this?" Lu Hantian's eyes were gloomy as he stared at the Qing Emperor in front of him. His voice was cold. "Nothing. This is just to prevent you from interfering with my work." The Qing Emperor pressed his right hand on Zhuowen's forehead. Strands of dragon vein energy entered Zhuowen's forehead, causing the veins on Zhuowen's forehead to bulge. His face revealed a pained expression. "What did you do to Zhuowen?" Lu Hantian's expression changed when he saw the expression on Zhuowen's face. "Haha! Lu Hantian, are you really so naive to think that the dragon vein energy can save Zhuowen's life? Let me tell you the truth. The dragon vein energy can extract the dragon soul in Zhuowen's body. If I can obtain Zhuowen's dragon soul, I will have a chance of improving my cultivation." The Qing Emperor suddenly laughed out loud. His originally calm eyes were now filled with fervor. Qin Yan had said that the dragon soul in Zhuowen's body was at least grade 7. If he could obtain such a high-grade dragon soul, it would be extremely beneficial to the Qing Emperor. "Bastard! Have you never thought of saving Zhuowen's life from the beginning?" Lu Hantian shouted angrily. The Qing Emperor shook his head and said indifferently, "I'm just making the best use of it. Zhuowen's identity as a descendant of the Ryuka family has been exposed. He will definitely be wanted by the Blue Dragon Hall in the future. Moreover, his heart has been dug out. If I hadn't used my own strength to protect his heart, he would have died long ago. Since he is going to die anyway, it's worth it to contribute the dragon soul." The Qing Emperor's smile widened. Lu Hantian was enraged. He repeatedly hammered the walls. Unfortunately, the walls in front of him were too sturdy. He couldn't break through the walls at all. He could only watch as the Qing Emperor separated the dragon soul from Zhuowen's body. The Qing Emperor no longer cared about the furious Lu Hantian. He had specially set up the 4 walls for Lu Hantian. Even if the Lu Hantian was at his peak, it would be difficult for him to break through the walls, let alone the Lu Hantian who had exhausted most of his origin energy. What a strong soul power! The dragon soul in Zhuowen's body is not simple. With the help of the dragon vein energy, the Qing Emperor easily detected the dragon soul hidden in the depths of Zhuowen's mind. Roar! A clear dragon's roar suddenly rang out, following which the Qing Emperor's right hand jerked violently. An extremely strange ink-black light shot out from between Zhuowen's eyebrows. The dense ink-black light shot up into the sky and turned into a thick ink-black fog, following which the fog suddenly exploded. A huge black dragon that was thousands of feet long swept out from the fog. Its teeth were cold, and its black scales were like a forest. On the huge dragon's spine, 3 pairs of black dragon wings were spread out. It rode the wind and stood upright. Chapter 795. Xiao Hei's real body. The dragon's body was thousands of feet long as it hovered above the throne room. It looked mighty and domineering, and its black dragon scales emitted a piercing cold light. Both Lu Hantian and the Lotus Tharch were stunned when they saw the huge black dragon in the sky. They had not expected the dragon's soul in Zhuowen's body to be so mighty. The black dragon's body faintly emitted a terrifying aura that even made the Lotus Tharch tremble slightly. This was not because the black dragon was stronger than the Lotus Tharch, but because this black dragon was of a higher level. It was an aura that was invisibly emitted. It's indeed an extraordinary dragon soul. The Azure Supreme Tharch was overjoyed. The Azure Supreme Tharch felt that this black dragon was extremely powerful. This was definitely an extremely high-level dragon soul. If he could make this dragon soul his own, his strength would increase tremendously. Your master is hopeless. Once he dies, you will disappear with him. Rather than disappearing, why don't you follow me? I can bring you a glorious future. The lotus Tharch raised his head and said with a fervent look in his eyes. The huge black dragon looked down at the lotus Tharch and said in a majestic voice, "A dragon's soul is innate. Do you think it's possible to graft it onto your body?" The black dragon's words stunned the lotus Tharch. Not only did this black dragon have intelligence, but it could also speak. The lotus Tharch immediately realized that this black dragon was extraordinary. His desire to obtain this black dragon grew even stronger. "Who said it's impossible? As long as you sign a contract with me, you can attach yourself to my consciousness and become my dragon's soul." As he spoke, the lotus Tharch waved his sleeve, and a scroll appeared in his hand. He said calmly, "This is a contract scroll. As long as you sign this contract with me, you can leave Zhuowen's body and graft yourself onto mine." The black dragon's eyes narrowed as it said calmly, "I didn't expect you to have a contract scroll. This should be an ancient item. However, do you think I'm a fool? If I sign this contract, won't I become your servant?" The corners of the Lotus Emperor's mouth curled into a smile, and he said, "Do you have a choice? This Zhuowen won't be able to hold on for much longer. If you don't choose me, you will disappear along with this Zhuowen. Are you willing to disappear just like that?" The smile on the Lotus Thearka's face deepened. He was very confident. After all, Zhuowen would not last long in his current state. The Lotus Tharch knew that this black dragon would make the right decision. "It seems that you are very confident. However, I'm afraid that this Dragon Lord's choice will disappoint you." The black dragon fiercely roared and instantly swooped down. With a wave of its huge dragon claw, it grabbed Zhuowen and pulled him into its claw. Soon after, it suddenly plunged into the huge black hole in the hall. You want to leave? Not so easy. This Zhuowen is dead for sure. It's useless for you to take him away." The Lotus Emperor snorted coldly and took a step forward. A terrifying green force swept out from his body like a violent storm. Then, he struck out with his palm in an attempt to stop the black dragon from entering the black hole. The black dragon's eyes were cold as it stretched out its huge dragon claw, which was surrounded by a terrifying black fog, and also struck toward the Lotus Emperor. Boom! The Lotus Emperor smashed the black dragon's claw with irresistible force. Then, the Lotus Emperor leaped up and tried to grab Zhuowen, who was on the black dragon's other claw. Otherwise, the black dragon would take Zhuowen away. The black dragon's eyes were filled with determination. With a toss of its dragon claw, Zhuowen was immediately thrown into the black hole. Then, it swung its huge dragon tail and attacked the Lotus Emperor. "It's useless. You are only a soul body and you are so weak. You are no match for me at all. Even though I don't know why you tossed Zhuowen into the dragon vein, as far as I'm concerned, Zhuowen is already dead." The Lotus Emperor snorted coldly. His right hand turned into a claw and a terrifying green force swept out and hit the black dragon's tail heavily. An ear-piercing explosion sounded and the black dragon's tail was instantly smashed into pieces by the Lotus Emperor. However, the Lotus Emperor was also forced to retreat under the aftermath of this force. His gaze became extremely grave. The black dragon's huge body had become increasingly dim after a few exchanges with the Lotus Emperor. Taking advantage of the Lotus Emperor's retreat, it roared and immediately turned into a wisp of black fog and entered the black hole. "Damn it!" The Lotus Emperor came to the entrance of the black hole and looked at the pitch-black abyss below. His eyes flickered. The dragon vein was deep below. Although the Lotus Emperor's strength was terrifying, he was not qualified to enter the dragon vein. After all, the vast dragon vein energy inside was extremely repulsive to him. Furthermore, Zhuowen had the dragon soul. Not only was he not repulsed, but he was also nourished by the dragon vein energy. This was why only experts with the dragon soul could open up the dragon vein. Your Majesty Lotus Emperor, it seems like you have worked for nothing. Lu Hantian, who was above the four directions barrier, mocked the Lotus Emperor gloatingly. When the Lotus Emperor had deceived him and used the dragon vein energy to strip Zhuowen of his dragon soul, Lu Hantian had already lost all goodwill towards the Lotus Emperor. Naturally, he would not have any respect for him. Lu Hantian, you seem to be very happy that I have failed. The Lotus Emperor's gaze turned slightly and focused on Lu Hantian. His face was filled with coldness. With a wave of his sleeve, the barrier around Lu Hantian was instantly broken by the Lotus Emperor. Shortly after, the Lotus Emperor took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of Lu Hantian. Looking at the Lotus Emperor, Lu Hantian's expression changed drastically. He took a step forward and instantly condensed countless blood-colored spear shadows, forming an extremely terrifying spear intent domain around him. You are too weak. The Lotus Emperor shook his head and slowly stretched out his right hand. He gently pressed it on Lu Hantian's spear intent domain. With a cracking sound, the spear intent domain instantly shattered and turned into dust. Pucci! Lu Hantian coughed up a mouthful of blood as he staggered back, his body unsteady. I will not kill you first. I will only seal your cultivation. A cold voice came from behind Lu Hantian, following which, a hand suddenly slammed onto Lu Hantian's back. In an instant, a surge of Yuan energy invaded Lu Hantian's body, causing the Yuan energy in his body to stop flowing. His meridians seemed to be frozen, and he was unable to use his Yuan energy. Lotus Emperor, why are you doing this? Feeling the sealed Yuan energy in his body, Lu Hantian's expression changed slightly. Because you know too much. You know the method to open the dragon vein here and the contract scroll on me. Therefore, I will not let you leave the throne room without worry. Therefore, you should stay in the palace's dungeon for the rest of your life. The Lotus Emperor's gaze was indifferent. With a wave of his sleeve, he brought Lu Hantian out of the throne room and rushed towards the palace's dungeon in the depths of the imperial city. The Lotus Emperor did not intend to let Lu Hantian go. After all, Lu Hantian knew the method to open the dragon vein and the contract scroll on him. How could the Lotus Emperor be at ease? The Lotus Emperor had inadvertently obtained the contract scroll from an ancient ruin. This scroll was an extremely rare existence even in the ancient times. If news of it were to spread, there was no guarantee that some terrifying experts in the Eastern Land would come to the Qingxian Empire to snatch it. In the Blue Dragon Hall, Aoki sat on the throne with an ugly expression. He stared at Qing Yan, Qing Yi, and Su Lingtian below him. 3 of the Azure Dragon Guards are dead. Even the most important Zhuowen is dead. Qing Yan, what are you doing? Aoki berated loudly. Qing Yan lowered his head and did not explain. He knew that if he explained now, it would only make things worse. Therefore, he chose to remain silent. Seeing that Qing Yan was silent, Aoki snorted and continued, What about Zhuowen's body? Palace Master, Zhuowen's body was taken away by the Lotus Emperor. Qing Yan said carefully. When Aoki heard this, he frowned slightly. He had not expected the Lotus Emperor to interfere. Should we ask the Lotus Emperor for him? Qing Yan glanced at Aoki secretly and asked softly. No need. Since the Lotus Emperor wants to go, we don't have to interfere. Aoki shook his head and said plainly. Suddenly, Su Lingtian stepped forward and said in a low voice, Palace Master, since Zhuowen is a descendant of the Ryuka, it means that his family contains the bloodline of the Ryuka. Why don't we? Qing Wu is right. Since Zhuowen is a descendant of the Ryuka, it is obvious that the Zhuo family in Muqin County are all descendants of the Ryuka. If we capture the Zhuo family and hand them over to the main hall, it will be considered a great achievement. Qing Yan quickly added. Aoki nodded and said, I heard that the Zhuo family is only a small family in Muqin County. Qin Yan, you go and make the arrangements. We don't want to capture the Zhuo family like this. Qin Yan quickly cupped his hands and said, Rest assured, Palace Master. This time, Qin Yan will bring the Zhuo family back to the Blue Dragon Hall. You can leave now. Remember to capture him alive. He is much more valuable alive than dead. Qin Mu waved his hand and instructed in a somewhat cold manner. Qin Yan quickly acknowledged and left the main hall with Qin Yi and Su Ling Tian. The next day, before the warm sun rose, Lv Tao and the other geniuses in Muqin County secretly left the imperial city under Mother Su's arrangements. At the same time, the news of Zhuowen's death spread like wildfire in the imperial city. It caused an uproar and everyone in the city knew about it. A peerless genius fell just like that. What a pity! I heard that Zhuowen is a descendant of the Ryuka. This secret was discovered by the Blue Dragon Hall, so they sent people to encircle Zhuowen. The power of the Blue Dragon Hall is not something that the 5 great families can compare to. They are much stronger. Under the encirclement of the Blue Dragon Hall, Zhuowen will not be able to escape death in the end. In a restaurant, the people sitting at the table were fiercely discussing the matter of Zhuowen. Most of them were wringing their hands and sighing. Not only were they sighing over the fall of a peerless genius like Zhuowen, but they were also regretting that the final battle between Zhuowen and Huangfu Wudao in 2 days would probably be aborted. Originally, many people were looking forward to another battle between Zhuowen and Huangfu Wudao. Now, it seemed that it was unlikely to happen. Chapter 796. Transplanted heart. Among the old man and young man sitting at the table drinking wine, the young man frowned and said, Zhuowen is actually a descendant of the Ryuka. No wonder the Blue Dragon Hall sent experts to kill him. Is Zhuowen really dead? The young man carried a large blade on his back and his eyes shone brightly. He was Guo Sheng, one of the top 10 on the Green Emperor board. Opposite him was his master, Heavenly Sovereign Domineering Blade. This news should be true. It is said that the 4 great green dragon guards of the Blue Dragon Hall, except for Qin Yi, have all died at the hands of Zhuowen. Zhuowen also perished together with them, Heavenly Sovereign Domineering Blade said. He killed 3 of the 4 great green dragon guards? How terrifying! Guosheng's eyes narrowed and he couldn't help but feel shocked. He knew how powerful the green dragon guards were. The weakest of them was at the peak of the Xuanzuan realm, while the strongest was at the initial stage of the Golden Venerate realm. They were considered the upper echelons of the Green Dragon Branch Hall. However, Zhuowen had killed 3 of them. Zhuowen was indeed terrifying. It was a pity that he had died because of this. It seems like the heavenly marquee position will fall into Huangfu Wudao's hands in 2 days. Guosheng shook his head and said regretfully. While everyone in the royal capital was discussing the news about Zhuowen, the main character of this event, Zhuowen, was slowly falling into the abyss. In the pitch-black abyss, darkness filled the entire place. Zhuowen was like a feather as he slowly descended. His back was still empty and fresh blood was flowing out continuously. Although Zhuowen's heart had been dug out, his physical body was too strong. In addition, the Green Emperor had been using his own power to prolong his life. At the moment, Zhuowen was still breathing. Swoosh! A black ray of light shot over and turned into a Xiao Hei dog that stood on Zhuowen's body. At this moment, Xiao Hei looked dispirited and its aura was weak. A hint of sorrow appeared in Xiao Hei's eyes as she watched Zhuowen gradually lose his vitality. She sighed softly. Are you going to die like this, Zhuowen? Creak. Suddenly, the demon-suppressing green coffin on Zhuowen's back opened, and a pair of blood-red eyes appeared in front of Zhuowen. It was the blood demon. Don't worry. This kid won't die. When his aura completely disappears, he will be reborn. The blood devil's ancient voice slowly rang out. What do you mean by that? Can't you see that Zhuowen is dying? You, on the other hand, want him to die quickly and get a new life because of it? Xiao Hei stared at Blood Demon with an unfriendly gaze, and her voice became extremely cold. The Blood Demon's voice was still calm and ancient. I have no reason to lie to you. This kid still has a heart in his right chest. It is a purplish-black heart. This heart is very strange. It has an extremely strong recovery ability. The Qing Emperor's attack just now was not to prolong Zhuowen's life, but to prevent this heart from recovering Zhuowen's life. The blood demon's words immediately caused Xiao Hei's eyes to light up. The Qing Emperor's previous actions were very suspicious. If the Qing Emperor really wanted to prolong Zhuowen's life, he should have thought of ways to heal Zhuowen's injuries. However, the injury on Zhuowen's chest did not heal at all in the Qing Emperor's hands. Instead, it worsened. It turned out that the Qing Emperor's talk about prolong his life was just an excuse. His real goal was to prevent Zhuowen from recovering. As for the heart that the blood demon had mentioned, Xiao Hei naturally knew that it was the heart of the Hades King that Zhuowen had obtained from the Vitality Tower. It indeed had an extremely strong recovery ability. Transplant this purplish-black heart from his right chest to his left chest and connect the source of the torn meridians. This kid's recovery should be much faster, the blood demon said calmly. Xiao Hei's eyes were filled with joy when she heard this. The blood demon's words were not without reason. Nodding her head, Xiao Hei glanced at the blood demon and said, "You are indeed the king of the blood demon clan. You are quite experienced. I am the blood demon, the embodiment of blood. I naturally know more about the body and bloodline than you do. However, I cannot see through your origins. I have encountered many members of the Dragon Clan in ancient times, but I have never seen a member of the Dragon Clan like you." The pair of blood-red eyes stared at Xiao Hei, and his voice was filled with curiosity and interest. "Haha. Knowing my identity won't do you any good. I will leave the heart transplant to you. After all, you know more than I do," Xiao Hei said ambiguously. Hearing Xiao Hei's words, the blood demon did not ask any further. After all, this was Xiao Hei's secret, and he did not have the right to ask about it. The heart transplant cannot be disturbed in the slightest. Otherwise, all my efforts will be in vain. Therefore, you have to protect me, the blood demon said calmly. "Don't worry." Xiao Hei nodded in agreement. Seeing that Xiao Hei had agreed, the blood demon did not hesitate any longer. Waves of bloody aura surged out from the demon-suppressing green coffin and gathered into a slender bloody hand. Zhuowen and the blood demon had already made an agreement. If Zhuowen's cultivation reached the Emperor realm, the blood demon would be released and regain his freedom. Therefore, this was the reason why the blood demon was helping Zhuowen. Pucci. The bloody hand penetrated deep into Zhuowen's right chest. The blood demon's control over blood was almost abnormal. Although the bloody hand had penetrated deep into Zhuowen's chest, no blood flowed out from the wound. As the bloody hand stretched out, a beating heart appeared in the bloody hand. This heart was just as the blood demon had said. It was purplish-black, and it was beating with great force. At this moment, the bloody hand's movements became very slow. It slowly removed the purplish-black heart and placed it on Zhuowen's empty left chest. This process was extremely slow. During the process of placing the heart, the blood demon was still controlling the countless meridians in Zhuowen's left chest, accurately connecting them to the purplish-black heart. This allowed the blood in Zhuowen's body to flow into the heart and form a blood circulation. This process took a whole hour. It could be said to be extremely long. In the end, the purplish-black heart in Zhuowen's left chest began to beat again. Moreover, its rate of beating gradually became faster. As the purplish-black heart's rate of beating increased, Zhuowen's originally pale face slowly became rosy. His complexion also became much better than before. This purplish-black heart is much stronger than Zhuowen's original heart. This child's recovery ability will probably become extremely terrifying. Coupled with his powerful physical body, I'm afraid that he's already an unkillable cockroach. After placing the heart, the blood demon seemed quite satisfied. His words also seemed much more relaxed and comfortable. Xiao Hei also saw the changes in Zhuowen. A trace of joy appeared in her eyes. She said to the blood demon, Thank you so much for this time. This heart originally existed in Zhuowen's body. Even if I didn't transplant it, Zhuowen would have slowly recovered under the effects of this heart. However, this process would have been very long. Now that the heart has been transplanted into his heart meridian, it will only speed up his recovery ability. After saying that, the blood demon's voice gradually became softer. In the end, the demon-suppressing green coffin slowly closed. Xiao He nodded. The blood demon was right. Even if it didn't help with the heart transplant, with the recovery ability of the Hades King's heart, Zhuowen would have eventually recovered. However, Zhuowen had lost his real heart. His heart meridian was damaged, so the recovery process was extremely slow. With the purplish-black heart connected to his heart meridian, it would naturally speed up the recovery process. Next, we'll have to see when Zhuowen can recover. Xiao He muttered to herself as she silently looked at Zhuowen. Time passed by minute. Very quickly, 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Zhuowen still didn't show any signs of waking up. However, his face became more rosy, and his breathing became more stable. At the same time, there were still many people gathered in the plaza outside the throne room. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the floating platform in the plaza. At this moment, on the floating platform, Huang Fu Wudao crossed his arms before his chest and stood there like a pine tree, whereas there was no one before him. Although the news of Zhuowen's death had caused an uproar in the entire imperial capital, 3 days had passed. On the day of the Heavenly Marquee battle, many people were still attracted by the news. Everyone was looking forward to Zhuo Wen's appearance to break the news of Zhuo Wen's death that had caused a huge uproar in the past few days. However, everyone was disappointed when the sun was high up in the sky. Huang Fu Wudao was still standing on the floating platform, and there was still no one in front of him. Zhuowen hadn't appeared today. Everyone knew that the news of Zhuowen's death that had spread 2 days ago was most likely true. Noon has passed. Zhuowen hasn't appeared as agreed. Therefore, Huang Fu Wudao is the winner of this battle. Wudao, come and accept the Heavenly Marquee token. Emperor Qing stood on the high platform with the corners of his mouth slightly raised as he spoke in a clear voice. Huang Fu Wudao nodded and suddenly jumped off the floating platform. His movements were not the slightest bit sluggish. He arrived in front of Emperor Qing and received the Heavenly Marquee token. Thus, the ranking battle finally ended. The ranking battle has ended. The new top 10 candidates on the Azure Emperor rankings have also been chosen. Emperor Qing flicked his finger as he spoke. Instantly, a huge scroll appeared in the air. Then, the scroll slowly unfolded, revealing the information within. Without exception, the first prince, Huang Fu Wudao, was ranked first. Next were the rankings of the other geniuses. They were respectively Zhuowen, Glen Baihe, Qing Yan, Zhu Bai Guosheng, Murong Zhan, Qing Ming, Huang Fu Wuji, and Monk Wu Deng. In the plaza, the other top 10 geniuses had basically arrived. The reason they came was naturally because they didn't believe the news of Zhuowen's death. They hoped to see if Zhuowen would come today to fight with Huang Fu Wudao. But the result disappointed them. Zhuowen didn't appear at all. Perhaps Zhuowen really might have died as the rumors said. What a pity. Looks like Zhuowen really died? Guoxing frowned slightly and said somewhat unnaturally. I think that Zhuowen should be afraid. You have to know that sometimes rumors can't be trusted. Maybe that Zhuowen deliberately made up the news of his death, and then used this as an excuse to not dare come. A gloomy voice resounded, and Huang Fu Wudao crossed his arms before his chest as he spoke with a cold sneer. Zhuowen isn't that kind of person. Moreover, based on the situation of the battle between Zhuowen and Huang Fu Wudao 3 days ago, do you think that Zhuowen needs to be afraid of a battle? Not everyone is like you, Second Prince. Chapter 797. In the depths of the dragon, Zhuowen slowly woke up. He felt like he had had a very long dream. In his dream, he was running tirelessly and aimlessly. When he woke up, His eyes were filled with confusion. As he looked around, Zhuowen realized that his surroundings were pitch black. However, he was quietly floating in this pitch-black environment. Where is this place? Subconsciously, Zhuowen muttered. Zhuowen remembered that he was killed by Su Lingtian's sneak attack. Now, it seemed like that wasn't the case. He could still feel his heart beating vigorously. This is the dragon vein. Xiaohei, who was curled up in front of Zhuowen's chest, hurriedly replied with joy when she saw that Zhuowen had woken up. Dragon vein? Could it be the dragon vein under the throne room? But how did I enter this place? Zhuowen was even more confused. Ever since he was attacked by Su Lingtian, he had fallen into a deep coma. He knew nothing about what had happened in the outside world. Xiaohei sighed softly and told Zhuowen everything that had happened. The more Zhuowen heard, the more shocked he became. Especially when the Qing Emperor used the dragon vein energy to strip the dragon soul from his body and take it for himself. This caused Zhuowen's face to turn extremely gloomy. What happened to big brother Lu Hantian? Zhuowen asked coldly. Xiaohei shook her head and said, I'm not too sure about that. However, I'm afraid that it doesn't bode well for him. Zhuowen frowned when he heard that. He felt a little uneasy. Lu Hantian was indeed powerful. However, no matter how powerful he was, he couldn't be a match for the Qing Emperor. Therefore, Zhuowen was very worried about Lu Hantian's safety. What made Zhuowen even more resentful was that the Azure Supreme Darch, as the ruler of the Qing Xian Empire, not only did he not think of ways to save him, Zhuowen, but he even wanted to strip the dragon soul from Zhuowen's body. Zhuowen was already extremely weak and on the verge of death. If the dragon soul was stripped away, he would definitely die. Emperor Qing did not care about Zhuowen's life at all for the sake of the dragon soul. However, how did the Blue Dragon Hall and Emperor Qing know that I have a dragon soul and that I'm a descendant of the Ryuka bloodline? Zhuowen asked with a frown. I'm afraid that it has something to do with Grand Haohai. When Emperor Qing came, Grand Haohai and Grand Haohai were behind him. Furthermore, your father Zhuo Xiaotian has a good relationship with Grand Haohai. I'm afraid that Grand Haohai knows that your father is a descendant of the Ryuka bloodline. Xiaohei's eyes flashed as she analyzed the situation in an orderly manner. The Blue Dragon Hall and Emperor Qing did not target Zhuowen previously. However, they suddenly came to the Drunken Spring Pavilion 3 days ago. Everything was too sudden. Zhuowen did not believe that no one had tipped them off. Zhuowen's eyes darkened when he heard that. Xiaohei's words were not without reason. The Grand Haohai clan had a good relationship with the Zhuo family. They might really know such secret. In addition to the Blue Dragon Hall and Emperor Qing's sudden actions, it was obvious that Grand Haohai was related to this matter. This Grand Haohai is trying to kill me by every means possible. It's really detestable. The Grand Haohai clan, the Blue Dragon Hall, and Emperor Qing. I, Zhuowen, will not let this matter rest, Zhuowen said coldly. At this point, Zhuowen suddenly glanced at Xiaohei and asked, Xiaohei, do you have any way for me to escape from the dragon vein? There's no need to be so anxious. This dragon vein is an opportunity for you. You're so weak now. You'll only be asking for trouble if you go out. It's better for you to break through to the Xuanzuan realm in this dragon vein, Xiaohei said unhurriedly. Zhuowen's eyes lit up when he heard that. Xiaohei was right. The reason why Grand Haohai and the Blue Dragon Hall wanted to kill him was mainly because he, Zhuowen, did not have a strong force or strength. If he had enough strength, would the Grand Haohai clan and the Blue Dragon Hall dare to provoke him? Strength. Zhuowen clenched his fist. He had an unconcealable desire for strength at this moment. Now that you're awake, let's accelerate our descent. This dragon vein is extremely deep. I wonder how deep it is. Xiaohei nodded. Zhuowen did not waste any time. Ever since he transplanted the purple-black heart, he felt that his body was filled with endless energy. It was as if he had an inexhaustible strength. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In an instant, the speed of Zhuowen's descent reached an extremely terrifying level. In the darkness, he was like an illusory shadow. After half a day, Zhuowen finally reached the bottom of the abyss. When Zhuowen's feet touched the ground, the smile on his face became even wider. Looking around, he realized that he was in an extremely wide natural cave. On the walls of the cave, there were uneven moonstones. The cold brilliance shone brightly in the dark cave. Around the cave there were 5 entrances. The depths of the entrances were extremely dark, as if there was no end. Which of the 5 entrances was the correct one? Zhuowen frowned slightly as he stared at the 5 entrances in front of him, and fell into deep thought. This cave should be part of the dragon vein. The dragon vein energy here is much thicker than above. Xiao He floated quietly in front of Zhuowen. She took a deep breath and looked intoxicated. To a dragon soul like Xiao He, the dragon vein energy was definitely nourishing. However, Zhuowen also realized that the dragon vein energy in the cave seemed to be repelling him, and wanted to push him out. Fortunately, Xiao He was in front of him and the dragon vein energy was as obedient as a baby. It seemed that too much dragon vein energy was not beneficial to martial artists. Instead, it would repel martial artists and even harm them. No wonder Xiao He had said that only martial artists with dragon souls could enter the dragon vein. Otherwise, even an Emperor Realm martial artist like Emperor Qing would not be able to enter the dragon vein so easily. Kid, don't worry. With me around, the dragon vein energy will not harm you. On the contrary, you can make use of a small portion of the dragon vein energy to refine it and turn it into your own yuan power. Xiao He saw the strange look on Zhuowen's face and chuckled. She waved her claws and sent a portion of the dragon vein energy into Zhuowen's glabella. A large amount of dragon vein energy was harmful to martial artists. However, a small amount of dragon vein energy was extremely beneficial to martial artists. Back then, when Emperor Qing bestowed enlightenment to the top 10 geniuses on the Azure Emperor leaderboard, he had used the Azure Dragon energy formed by the Dragon Vein energy to channel it into the top 10 geniuses' bodies so that they could refine it and increase their cultivation. Zhuowen's eyes were filled with joy as he felt the benefits of the Dragon Vein energy. It's still too early to be happy. I have already said that this Dragon Vein is definitely not simple. Let's explore it first. Xiao He said lazily. Zhuowen nodded when he heard that. Then, he looked at the leftmost entrance of the 5 and smiled bitterly. There was not much difference between the 5 entrances. It was impossible for Zhuowen to know which entrance was the real one. Hence, he could only use the stupidest method to test them one by one. Swoosh! In an instant, Zhuowen took a step forward and disappeared into the depths of the leftmost entrance. After a while, Zhuowen came out of the hole again and was covered in dust. It was indeed wrong. There are actually traps inside. After walking out, Zhuowen's gaze was somewhat gloomy as he muttered to himself. The leftmost entrance was a dead end. What made Zhuowen feel even more helpless was that there was actually a rather troublesome mechanism and trap inside. If it wasn't for his strong physical body and Xiao He's warning, Zhuowen wouldn't just be in a sorry state right now. It was very likely that he would be severely injured. Try the next entrance. This time, you must be careful. Xiao He cautioned him seriously. Zhuowen nodded and looked at the second entrance from the left. At this moment, his movements were much more cautious and his speed was much slower than before. After a while, Zhuowen came out of the entrance again with a gloomy expression. The second entrance was also incorrect. Following that, Zhuowen tried to enter the third and fourth entrances. As Zhuowen was much more cautious, although there were indeed traps inside, Zhuowen was much more relaxed than the first time. After retreating from the fourth entrance, Zhuowen's gaze finally landed on the fifth entrance. This was the last entrance. Since the first 4 entrances were dead ends, then the fifth entrance was probably the correct one. Let's go in. This entrance should lead to the core of the dragon vein. Xiao He stood on Zhuowen's shoulder and said excitedly. Nodding, Zhuowen took a step forward and turned into an afterimage, instantly entering the fifth entrance. Inside the entrance was a rather dark corridor, surrounded by low oval-shaped walls. The moment one entered, it gave off a dilapidated and low feeling. Zhuowen's speed was neither fast nor slow. At the same time, he was constantly on guard against his surroundings. After experiencing the traps at the first 4 entrances, Zhuowen naturally had to be cautious of the 5th entrance. However, what surprised Zhuowen was that after walking for an hour, there were no traps in the corridor that had been triggered. Looks like the real entrance doesn't have any trap. Kid, you can speed up now. I can feel that this corridor is very deep. With your current speed, I don't know how long it will take for you to completely walk out of this corridor. Xiao He's eyes flickered as she whispered into his ear. Zhuowen did not object. His hands changed the seal, and suddenly 3 pairs of lightning wings grew out of his back. His speed was many times faster than before. Like a bolt of lightning, he flew straight into the depths of the corridor. Just as Xiao He had guessed, the 5th entrance was the correct entrance. There were indeed no traps inside. Zhuowen flew all the way as fast as lightning. After another hour, Zhuowen discovered that there were strands of dazzling white light in front of him. His eyes immediately revealed a look of joy. The exit is right in front. Chapter 798. 81 Dragon Aura. In front of Zhuowen was a huge natural cave. This cave was many times bigger than the one that Zhuowen had entered. What shocked Zhuowen even more was not the scene in front of him. That was because the bottom of the huge cave was filled with magma. At a glance, it looked like a huge and terrifying sea of magma. Above the sea of magma, there were terrifying magma dragons that were tens of thousands of feet long. They were rolling around continuously, as if there were tens of thousands of dragons fighting for supremacy. It was so exciting that Zhuowen could not help but be stunned on the spot. In the sky above the sea of magma there were so many magma dragons. Some were lying down, some were soaring, some were looking up at the sky, some were looking down, and all of them were displaying different postures. This scene was simply too shocking. Is this the core of the dragon vein? Zhuowen muttered to himself as he opened his mouth in an exaggerated manner. Indeed, this is the core of the dragon vein. The magma dragons in front of you are not real dragons, but the dragon aura left behind by real dragons. Xiao He quietly floated beside Zhuowen. She looked at the huge dragons in front of her with shock in her eyes. 81 Dragon Aura? In the sky above the sea of magma, there were a total of 81 magma dragons that were entangled with each other. They looked majestic and terrifying. Dragon Aura? What is that? Zhuowen did not know much about the dragon aura that Xiao He had mentioned. He could not understand it at all. Dragon's might is actually the power that belongs to a true dragon. Generally speaking, power is formless, but dragon's might is tangible. Once a true dragon appears, it will release endless dragon's might, as if it is summoning 10,000 dragons to fight for it. Xiao He's gaze was fixed on the 81 dragon aura above the sea of magma. She was deep in thought as she continued, "Actually, when I entered the throne room previously, I could faintly feel the aura of a real dragon in this dragon vein. Now, in this dragon vein, there is actually dragon might. Clearly, this dragon might was left behind by a true dragon. In other words, this dragon vein is actually the place where a true dragon fell." Hearing this, Zhuowen's pupils constricted. This inconspicuous dragon vein was actually the place where a true dragon had fallen. Didn't that mean that the corpse of an ancient and powerful true dragon was in this dragon vein? Xiao He, do you know where the true dragon's corpse is in the dragon vein? Zhuowen asked Xiao He. Xiao He was a dragon herself, and her origins were mysterious. She knew much more about true dragons than he did. Since the 81 dragon aura is above the sea of magma, it means that the true dragon's corpse is below the sea of magma. Xiao He pointed at the sea of magma. Zhuowen's eyelids twitched as he stared at the sea of magma in front of him. His expression was a little ugly. The sea of magma was bottomless, and the temperature of the magma was extremely high. It had somewhat exceeded Zhuowen's expectations. Although Zhuowen was confident that he could dive into the sea of magma, the key was that he could not last for too long. After all, this magma was the Earth core fire, and its power was comparable to Earth fire. Moreover, it was such a huge sea of magma. Its power could not be underestimated. Xiao He, this sea of magma doesn't look shallow. Will it really be okay for me to dive in? Zhuowen's eyes flickered as he asked. Of course there will be a problem. This sea of magma is extremely deep, and the true dragon's corpse is probably at the bottom of the sea of magma. With your current strength, it is not possible for you to dive to the bottom. Xiao He answered without hesitation. Zhuowen was speechless as he replied, Then what should I do? The dragon vein energy here is extremely rich. Cultivate here for a period of time, and I will assist you. Once you break through to the Xuanzun realm, you will have a great chance of entering the bottom of the sea of magma. Xiao He stared at Zhuowen and said indifferently, It seems that this is the only way. Now that I am half a step into the Xuanzun realm, I am only half a step away from the Xuanzun realm. By relying on the dragon vein energy here, I have a great chance of successfully breaking through to the Xuanzun realm. Zhuowen nodded. He agreed with Xiao He's suggestion. Now, Zhuowen's combat strength was extremely terrifying. He was only half a step into the Xuanzun realm, but he could fight against an early-stage supreme being alone. If he successfully broke through to the Xuanzun realm, Xiao He might be able to materialize. At that time, his strength would undergo an earth-shaking change. Even a golden supreme being might not be able to defeat him, Zhuowen. I will help you refine the dragon vein here. This way your cultivation speed will be much faster. After Xiao He finished speaking, it waved its right claw. Immediately, the rich dragon vein energy above the sea of magma flowed into Zhuowen's body through its little claw. In the sky above the sea of magma, the 81 dragons seemed to have discovered Zhuowen, who had arrived at the edge of the sea of magma. However, they did not do anything. It was obvious that they were under some kind of restriction and could not approach the edge of the cliff where Zhuowen was. Zhuowen sat cross-legged and silently absorbed the dragon vein energy that Xiao He guided to him. He integrated it into his meridians and continuously increased his yuan power. The yuan power was like a river that flowed into the sea. It flowed along his meridians and finally entered Zhuowen's dantian. It made Zhuowen's dantian even rounder and fuller. Zhuowen's aura also became more vigorous. Xiao He nodded continuously as it watched Zhuowen silently refine the dragon vein energy. It did not doubt Zhuowen's talent and qualifications. Moreover, it had been some time since Zhuowen entered the Xuanzun realm. If he had cultivated according to his original foundation, he would have been able to break through to the Xuanzun realm within half a year. With the failure of his first attempt to break through to the Xuanzun realm, Zhuowen's second attempt to break through to the Xuanzun realm would definitely be successful. Now, with the surging energy of the dragon vein energy, the time to break through to the Xuanzun realm would undoubtedly be much earlier. Time passed by minute by minute. 10 days passed by slowly. In these 10 days, Zhuowen continuously absorbed the surging energy provided by the dragon vein energy. His aura also continued to grow. When the 10th day had passed, the aura in Zhuowen's body had almost reached its peak. It was like a reservoir that was filled to the brim. Looks like he is preparing to break through? Xiao He's eyes were extremely sharp. It could tell at a glance that Zhuowen's current state was a sign that he was about to break through. Boom! A thunderous sound exploded in the air. Then, a terrifying aura spread throughout the entire cave like a tsunami. Suddenly, the air around the cave seemed to have frozen. A terrifying gravitational force gathered around the cave. Xiao Hei's eyes lit up when it sensed the powerful aura that appeared out of nowhere in the cave. It knew that Zhuowen was about to break through. At that moment, Zhuowen's eyes suddenly opened. A sharp light flickered in his eyes, as bright as the stars in the night sky. Then, Zhuowen slowly stood up and looked up at the sky. An even more terrifying aura surged out and gathered above Zhuowen. Finally, it formed a huge light pillar that shot up into the sky. The moment the light pillar shot up into the sky, the space above the cave distorted and a crack appeared. The light pillar shot up into the sky through the crack and swept toward the ground. The originally calm space above the throne room was now occupied by a huge light pillar. It was earth-shattering and looked extremely terrifying. Someone has broken through to the Xuanzuan realm? That's the direction of the Imperial City. In the Imperial City, everyone looked up at the sky and looked at the light pillar that pierced the sky. Their eyes were filled with envy. They wondered who in the imperial family was that had successfully broken through to the Xuanzuan realm and become a mystique supremacy. While everyone in the imperial city was guessing, many people in the imperial city were also looking up at the sky. There were even many important figures of the imperial family who were looking at the light pillar, their eyes filled with doubt. Among them, Huangfu Wuji was the most puzzled. He muttered in a low voice, "I know all the geniuses of the imperial family. There are only a few that have been in seclusion recently, but they are all quite far away from the Xuanzuan realm. So, who is the one that broke through? I have to go and take a look." As he spoke, Huangfu Wuji leapt up and rushed in the direction of the light pillar. Soon, Huangfu Wuji arrived in the skies above the throne room. What surprised him was that the pillar of light that soared into the skies did not originate from the throne room, but rather from a crack in the skies above the throne room, from which it swept out. "What the hell is going on? What a strange light pillar," Huangfu Wuji said, a little bewildered. At the same time, many people from the imperial family also rushed over, including the first prince, Huangfu Wudao. Huangfu Wudao came to Huangfu Wuji's side and stared at the light pillar that rushed out from the crack. His brows furrowed. Even he found this phenomenon somewhat inconceivable. "Second brother, do you know what's going on?" Huangfu Wudao's eyes flashed as he asked. "I don't know. This light pillar is indeed a light pillar that was produced when someone broke through the Xuanzuan realm. It's just that the way it appeared is a little strange." Huangfu Wuji frowned. "His Majesty Emperor Qing has arrived." The gathered crowd suddenly burst into an uproar. From inside the throne room, a terrifying aura swept out. A blue light appeared in front of everyone and finally turned into a blue figure. It was Emperor Qing. "Your Majesty Emperor Qing, what's going on? Someone actually made a breakthrough in the Imperial City, but we can't see where the person is," Huangfu Wudao asked, a little surprised. At this moment, Emperor Qing's eyes flashed, and there was a trace of doubt between his eyebrows. He was also a little surprised that this light pillar had suddenly appeared in the void, and was even a little baffled. Seeing the puzzled look on Emperor Qing's face, Huangfu Wudao and Huangfu Wuji also knew that Emperor Qing was not clear about this phenomenon. This made the two of them even more puzzled. Boom! A sound like muffled thunder came from the crack in the void. At the top of the light pillar, an even larger crack appeared, and from that crack, a light figure slowly descended. A nascent soul has descended from the heavens. Chapter 799. Partial Concretization. Kacha. A crisp voice slowly resounded through the clouds. At the end of the light pillar, a huge crack suddenly appeared in the illusory void, and a figure of light slowly descended from the crack. If one looked carefully, this light figure was actually the image of a baby. This baby's face was blurry and its body was curled up. Its eyes were closed, as if it was still in the womb of a pregnant woman. Who broke through to the Xuanzuan realm? Huangfu Wuji looked at the descending nascent soul with a head full of fog. "Once the nascent soul descends, we will know who broke through." Huangfu Wudao's eyes were cold as he indifferently said. At the same time, the crowd that had gathered in the imperial city also looked at the descending nascent soul with anticipation. Their thoughts were similar to Huang Fu Wudao's. Once the nascent soul descended, it would be clear who the master of the breakthrough was. However, when the nascent soul descended, a crack in the Daokong space appeared. Then, the nascent soul drilled into the crack in space and completely disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. This nascent soul disappeared just like that? Everyone was stunned. Even Emperor Qing frowned. He was somewhat puzzled by this phenomenon in the sky. Your Majesty Emperor Qing, what is going on? Huang Fu Wudao couldn't help but ask. Emperor Qing shook his head and lightly said, the descent of this nascent soul is quite strange. I can't find the source. Huang Fu Wudao and Huang Fu Wuji looked at each other and saw the astonishment in each other's eyes. Even Emperor Qing couldn't figure out the appearance of the breakthrough. Who was it that caused it? It was actually so mysterious. All right. Everyone disperse. Emperor Qing waved his hand. Suddenly, the numerous powerhouses of the imperial city that had gathered outside the throne room all left. After all, Emperor Qing had spoken, so they naturally didn't dare to disobey. Huang Fu Wuji originally wanted to leave with the crowd, but he was stopped by Huang Fu Wudao. Huang Fu Wudao said, Second brother, Emperor Qing is looking for you. Hearing this, Huang Fu Wuji's eyes were filled with confusion. He walked in front of Emperor Qing and said, Your Majesty, why are you looking for me? Jiaxun Academy has 5 spots for the examination. Zhuowen disappeared for no reason, so 1 spot is empty. This emperor intends to give this spot to you. Cyan Emperor waved his right hand and a seal of light shot into Zhuowen's palm. This was the seal of the Excellent Divine Institute that he had given to Zhuowen and the others. This seal was the pass to enter the Excellent Divine Institute. Thank you, Your Majesty. Huang Fu Wuji was stunned for a moment before his face filled with ecstasy. He never thought that he would have the chance to obtain the qualifications to participate in the entrance examination of the Holy God Academy. Alright, there's only half a year left before the assessment. Use this time to cultivate properly and don't bring shame to our imperial family. Go. With that, the Lotus Emperor turned into a beam of green light and disappeared into the depths of the throne room. Zhuowen, you didn't expect me to take your spot, did you? You deserve it. Whether you're missing or dead, you will never have the chance to enter the Excellent Divine Institute. Huang Fu Wuji happily laughed. With a single step, he returned to the imperial city and returned to his own palace. He had to step up his training. He hoped that in half a year, he would be able to have a good performance when he went to the Divine Academy. In the depths of the throne room, there was an endless sea of magma. Terrifying waves of magma roiled about, and in the skies above the sea of magma, there were 81 dragons' auras that intertwined with each other, creating a terrifying waterfall of magma. In the skies above the sea of magma, a crack suddenly appeared. Then, a dazzling mass of light shot out. If one looked carefully, they would see that this mass of light was the nascent soul. The nascent soul's speed was extremely fast. It flew over the sea of magma, heading towards a giant rock at the edge of the sea. At this moment, there was a figure sitting cross-legged on top of the rock. It was like a statue, motionless. Whoosh! In an instant, the dazzling nascent soul drilled into the top of this figure's head. Then, the stone-like figure slowly opened its eyes. A terrifying aura gushed out, pervading the entire sea of magma. What a powerful aura! Is this the strength of a martial artist from the Xuanzuan realm? Zhuowen silently felt the power within his body transform. Especially when the nascent soul drilled into his body, he could feel an extremely cool and refreshing feeling. Then, he discovered that the nascent soul that fell from the sky followed his meridians and entered his dantian. Finally, the nascent soul attached itself to his dantian. Furthermore, Zhuowen also discovered that the moment the nascent soul entered his dantian, it actually began to absorb the origin energy in his dantian like crazy. However, while the nascent soul was absorbing the origin energy, it was also constantly releasing the nascent soul's power. The rich power of the nascent soul was much stronger and purer than yuan energy. The two were not on the same level at all. After half an hour of conversion, the yuan energy within his dantian had been completely absorbed by the nascent soul. However, Zhuowen did not look weak at all. Instead, he became even more energetic, as if he was full of energy. Whoosh! A ray of light shot out from the depths of Zhuowen's eyebrows. Finally, it turned into a broken jade cauldron in front of him. It was the jade cauldron armor spirit that had always existed in his sea of consciousness. Has the armor spirit materialized? As he spoke, Zhuowen's gaze landed on Xiao He, who was not far away. Zhuowen was not very interested in the materialized jade cauldron armor spirit. This jade cauldron was not very useful to him now. He was mainly looking forward to seeing how powerful Xiao He would be after she materialized. After all, Xiao He's origin was very extraordinary. The dragon soul that she materialized would definitely be very powerful. However, what made Zhuowen speechless was that Xiao He was still looking at him with her legs crossed. She was leisurely lying on a rock, as if she was enjoying the heat waves brought by the surrounding magma. "Oh, kid, why are you looking at me like that? Although I am indeed handsome and powerful, you don't have to keep staring at me like that, right?" Xiao He also noticed Zhuowen's gaze. She curled the corners of her mouth and said rather heartlessly. Looking at Xiao He's appearance, Zhuowen was speechless. He said somewhat helplessly, "I have already successfully advanced to the Xuanzuan realm. Why haven't you revealed your true form and successfully materialized?" Patting her butt, Xiao He came to Zhuowen's shoulder and chuckled. "Kid, why are you in such a hurry? It's still too early to materialize this dragon lord. The power of the Four Supremes is still too weak for me. It's not enough to completely materialize this dragon lord. If you really plan to materialize, I'm afraid your vitality will be greatly damaged when the time comes." Hearing this, Zhuowen frowned slightly and asked, "Is it that serious? Isn't the general materialization of the armor spirit at the Four Supremes? Why do you have to be such a troublesome person? You already said that it's an ordinary armor spirit. To tell you the truth, some armor spirits that are born extremely powerful will take a longer time to materialize. The main reason is that the armor spirit is too powerful. The power of the Four Supremes is simply unable to control such a powerful armor spirit. In the end, it will only harm others and oneself." Xiao He shook her head. "Then what cultivation level do I need to materialize you?" Zhuowen asked. Xiao He said plainly, "You need to be at least in the Emperor realm. However, I'm talking about complete materialization. Now that you're in the Four Supremes, you can partially materialize this Dragon Lord. That way, you should be able to withstand this Dragon Lord's soul power." Hearing this, Zhuowen raised his eyebrows. This was the first time he had heard of partial materialization. His face was filled with curiosity. Partial materialization of the armor spirit can't exist on its own. It must be attached to the host's body. You won't understand even if I tell you now. I'll let you experience the effects of partial materialization first. With that, Xiao He suddenly turned into a black light and rushed into the surface of Zhuowen's body. A strange black light covered Zhuowen's entire body. At the same time, Zhuowen felt a heart-wrenching pain. It was as if thousands of ants were eating away at his heart. He could clearly feel that every inch of his skin was being gnawed away. It was extremely painful. "Xiao He, what are you doing? Why is it so painful?" Zhuowen's eyes were filled with fear. The pain made him want to commit suicide. "Bear with it for a while longer. It'll be over soon," Xiao He's voice slowly sounded. Zhuowen could only grit his teeth and endure. he let out a roar that didn't sound like a human's voice. It sounded extremely chilling and terrifying. With the passage of time, the ink-black luster around Zhuo Wen's body gradually faded away, and the extreme pain also gradually receded like the tide. When Zhuo Wen looked at his own body, he couldn't help but gasp. At this moment, his entire body had changed drastically. His hands and feet were covered with ink-black scales. Traces of cold light were emitted from the scales. On his elbows and knees, there was a black spike growing out of each of them. In addition to his elbows and knees, Zhuo Wen's back also had ferocious bone spikes. It looked extremely horrifying. Moreover, Zhuo Wen also realized that he had a huge dragon tail on his back. He looked like a dragon man and not a normal human. Is this what you meant by partial realization? Looking at the huge changes in his body, Zhuo Wen was first surprised. Then, he calmed down. He kind of understood what Xiao He meant by partial realization. As it couldn't be fully realized, a part of the characteristics of the armor soul would be attached to the host. It would allow the host and the armor soul to become one. This was the principle behind the increase in combat power. Zhuo Wen could clearly feel that after a part of Xiao He's materialization had attached itself to his body, his strength had become many times stronger than before. In your current state as a dragon man, whether it's in terms of sensitivity, speed, or strength, they have far surpassed the Xuanzuan realm. Even a supreme being is no match for you. If you use your trump card, you can actually fight a golden supreme being. Chapter 800. Subdue the dragon's might. He's actually so strong. Upon hearing Xiao He's words, Zhuo Wen's heart was filled with excitement. Just a partial realization already possessed such terrifying power. What would happen if Xiao He fully realized? Wouldn't that be heaven-defying? Also, your Supreme Dragon Cauldron is not a useless armor soul. It's just that it's too dilapidated now, so it looks useless. Xiao He suddenly pointed at the jade cauldron not far away. Zhuo Wen asked doubtfully, "What's so good about this jade cauldron? I really can't see what special abilities he has." The Supreme Dragon Cauldron is a treasure of heaven and earth, and it is also the nemesis of the dragon race. It has the power to suppress 10,000 dragons. Your Supreme Dragon Cauldron can control true dragons for your use. Don't you think it's amazing? Xiao He said calmly. It is indeed powerful, but where did the true dragon come from? Also, this jade cauldron is too shabby. It doesn't look like a treasure at all. Zhuo Wen was still skeptical. Xiao He shook its head, feeling somewhat disappointed. Soon after, it pointed its little claw at the 81 strands of dragon might in the sea of lava and said, "Although the Supreme Dragon Cauldron is much more damaged, suppressing those tiny strands of dragon might is not a problem. By relying on this Supreme Dragon Cauldron, you can completely subdue those 81 strands of dragon might for your own use. Don't underestimate that dragon's might. After all, it's the dragon's might released by a true dragon when it was still alive. It's extremely powerful," Xiao He said calmly. "You're saying that this broken cauldron can subdue the 81 terrifying dragon auras?" Zhuo Wen's eyes lit up, and he asked with some doubt. "You'll know once you try." Xiao He did not say much. After peeling herself off from Zhuo Wen's body, she reverted back to Xiao He's dog form. She sat on Zhuo Wen's shoulder with a look that said, "Believe it or not, it's up to you. Let's give it a try." Although he was skeptical, Zhuo Wen was also rather eager for those 81 strands of dragon might. He could feel the powerful might of those dragon might. If he could subdue them for his own use, it would definitely be of great benefit. With a stomp of his feet, Zhuo Wen carried the broken jade cauldron in his right hand, and flew towards the sea of lava like a giant rock. Awo! Zhuo Wen's arrival immediately attracted the attention of the 81 dragon mites not far away. However, to Zhuo Wen's surprise, these dragon mites merely glanced at Zhuo Wen lazily and ignored him. "Awo! It just so happens that I can try to see if this Supreme Dragon Cauldron can subdue the dragon might." The corners of Zhuo Wen's mouth curled up as he looked at the dragon aura that didn't seem to care. He suddenly arrived above the nearest dragon aura. Awo! The dragon's enormous eyes stared coldly at Zhuo Wen. It suddenly swung its tail, which was as huge as a pillar that supported the heavens. It swept towards Zhuo Wen with great force. Zhuo Wen was not afraid. He held the jade cauldron in his right hand and blocked it in front of him. At the same time, he had already put up layers of protection around his body. He was already prepared to take the attack if the jade cauldron was unable to subdue the dragon might. Boom! When the dragon's tail came in contact with the jade cauldron, the dragon's might revealed a look of fear and cried out repeatedly. A terrifying suction force swept out from the jade cauldron and instantly swept the dragon's might in. The dragon's might wanted to escape, but unfortunately, the suction force was too terrifying. The more the dragon's might struggled, the stronger the suction force became. Awo! In the end, Zhuo Wen was shocked to find that the dragon's might below was completely sucked into the jade cauldron without any resistance. It was sucked in so easily. Is this jade cauldron actually so powerful? Zhuo Wen was stunned as he looked at the dragon's might that was instantly sucked in. Whoosh! A black light swept over and turned into Xiao Hei's appearance. Xiao Hei slowly patted Zhuo Wen's shoulder and said with a smile, "Now you know how powerful this Supreme Dragon Cauldron is. With this Supreme Dragon Cauldron, you can easily subdue the dragon's might and make it fight for you." Hearing this, Zhuo Wen nodded. He finally understood what Xiao Hei meant. The Supreme Dragon Cauldron was not an offensive treasure, but more like an auxiliary treasure. Moreover, it was extremely restraining against the Dragon Clan. With the Supreme Dragon Cauldron, he could use it to subdue the Dragon Clan and fight for him. Moreover, there seemed to be no limit to the number of dragons. However, what made Zhuo Wen a little helpless was that the Dragon Clan had disappeared a long time ago. It was really difficult to subdue the Dragon Clan. However, Zhuo Wen also knew that the current Supreme Dragon Cauldron was too broken. If he encountered the Dragon Clan, it would not be of much use. Although it is a little unrealistic to subdue the Dragon Clan, it is still possible to subdue the dragon's might. As he spoke, Zhuo Wen stared at the remaining dragon's might in front of him. His eyes were full of desire. If he could subdue all of these dragons' might, it would be of great help to him. Awo! Zhuo Wen instantly subdued a dragon's might. It was as if he had poked a hornet's nest. The remaining dragon's might roared angrily and immediately rushed towards Zhuo Wen. The human in front of them was too abominable. They did not provoke this person, but this person dared to touch their companion. This was really unforgivable. "Come on!" Zhuo Wen shouted. With the jade cauldron in his left hand and the bone spear in his right hand, he rushed towards the remaining dragon's might like the wind. Bang! A huge dragon's tail smashed towards him, but Zhuo Wen was not afraid at all. He held the jade cauldron in his left hand and placed it in front of him. A terrifying suction force came from the jade cauldron. The dragon's might screamed and was directly sucked into the jade cauldron. These dragons' might were indeed extremely terrifying. If it were not for the Supreme Dragon Cauldron, even if Zhuo Wen had broken through to the Xuanzuan realm, he would be courting death if he wanted to deal with these dragons' might. Unfortunately, with the powerful suppressive effect of the Supreme Dragon Cauldron, the dragon's might could only be exerted by about 10%. In front of Zhuo Wen now, it was simply being abused. In less than half an hour, the remaining dragon's might had been sucked into the Supreme Dragon Cauldron by Zhuo Wen. With a stomp of his foot, Zhuo Wen returned to the rock at the edge of the magma sea. Dragon roars were constantly coming out from the Supreme Dragon Cauldron. The 81 dragons' might that had been subdued were constantly struggling to get out of the Supreme Dragon Cauldron. Unfortunately, it was simply a waste of effort. These dragons' might are wild and untamed. I'm afraid it will take a lot of time to completely refine it and let you use it, Xiao Hei said faintly as she stared at the Supreme Dragon Cauldron that was constantly shaking. Zhuo Wen nodded. He also knew that it was not that easy to completely tame these dragons' might. However, as long as he spent some time, the dragon's might would naturally be completely used by him. In addition to the function of subduing the dragon clan, your supreme dragon cauldron also contains an extremely rich dragon aura. The dragon aura has immeasurable benefits to these dragons' might. If you cultivate it well, the strength of these dragons' might will continue to increase. It will also be of great help to you in the future. Xiao Hei's words surprised Zhuowen. Naturally, Zhuowen knew about the dragon aura in the supreme dragon cauldron. When he was cultivating the immemorial dragon roar fist, he had relied on the dragon aura of the 5-clawed golden dragon in the jade cauldron to cultivate it to perfection. I didn't expect the dragon aura in the jade cauldron to have such a benefit, Zhuowen muttered. All right, the dragon's might has been completely subdued by you. Moreover, you have also successfully broken through to the Xuanzuan realm. Then, prepare to go down to the bottom of the magma sea to take a look. There will definitely be a real dragon's corpse down there. That's good stuff. At this point, Xiao Hei rubbed her hands excitedly, looking like a money grubber. A real dragon's corpse? I'll go down and take a look. Zhuowen's eyes were also filled with anticipation. A real dragon's corpse was a powerful existence that he had never seen before. Today, he might have the chance to see it once. Although it was just a corpse, it was still extremely fresh for Zhuowen. Plop! Without the slightest hesitation, Zhuowen suddenly dove into the ocean of lava. At the same time that he dove into the ocean of lava, Zhuowen executed the rebirth of the Grand Sun to the limit. Moreover, he even summoned the Infinity Sword formation to revolve around his body, and it formed an impenetrable wall that was impregnable. What a high temperature! The moment Zhuowen dived into the magma sea, he felt an extremely terrifying temperature eroding towards him. Fortunately, he had 2 layers of protection. Coupled with his strong physical body, he didn't feel the slightest bit of discomfort. During the process of diving, Zhuowen's sharp senses kept probing his surroundings, just in case. This magma sea covered a large area. Zhuowen didn't believe that there wouldn't be any danger in this magma sea. Therefore, he was extremely cautious. Time passed by minute. Soon, Zhuowen had already dived a few hundred meters, but he still hadn't reached the bottom. Zhuowen was still calm as he slowly dived. 4 hours later, Zhuowen had already dived nearly 1,000 meters, but he still hadn't reached the bottom. He couldn't help but frown. What a deep magma sea! I've already dived nearly 1,000 meters, but I still haven't reached the bottom. Muttering to himself, Zhuowen continued diving. He also discovered that the deeper he dived, the more terrifying the temperature of the magma became. Kid, something is approaching, and it's moving very fast. Suddenly, Xiao Hei's voice rang out, startling Zhuowen. His gaze became even more vigilant, and at the same time, he was constantly paying attention to the movements around him. After 10 breaths, Zhuowen sensed a mysterious creature dozens of meters away. It was like an arrow that had been released from a bow. Its speed was unbelievably fast. Bang! In an instant, the mysterious creature collided with the Greater Infinity Sword formation. Immediately, the huge Greater Infinity Sword formation trembled violently, and the brilliance on its surface gradually dimmed. The Greater Infinity Sword formation was originally resisting the high temperature of the surrounding magma, but it was already on the verge of collapse. Now, with the impact of the mysterious creature, the situation of the Greater Infinity Sword formation became even worse. What kind of creature is attacking me? Zhuowen turned around and looked behind him. He immediately saw the true appearance of the mysterious creature. It was a huge python, and the strange thing was that this python had 3 heads. At this moment, its 6 triangular eyes were constantly staring at Zhuowen. Chapter 801. Blue Dragon Palace. The 3-headed flaming spiritual snake was a powerful meta beast. It was said that it was born with the strength of an ultimate king realm beast. Once it reached maturity, it would reach the peak of the ultimate king realm beast. The three-headed flaming spiritual snake in front of him was undoubtedly a mature three-headed flaming spiritual snake. Its strength should be at the peak of the ultimate king realm. Logically speaking, a three-headed flaming spiritual snake with such strength would not pose much of a threat to Zhuowen. Unfortunately, the three-headed flaming spiritual snake was an indigenous creature of the magma sea. Although it was not strong, it had the geographical advantage, and its speed was much more terrifying. Swoosh! The three-headed flaming spiritual snake stared coldly at Zhuowen. It spat out its tongue as if it was staring at its beloved prey. "I'm afraid you will regret treating me as your prey." Zhuowen snorted and stomped his feet in the magma. With the help of the strong buoyancy, he quickly flew towards the three-headed flaming spiritual snake. The terrifying strength even stirred the surrounding magma into a terrifying whirlpool. The three-headed flaming spiritual snake's eyes flickered and revealed a rare look of fear. It could feel that the human in front of it was extremely powerful, so it did not plan to meet force with force. Swoosh! In an instant, the three-headed flaming spirit serpent turned into a shadow and dodged Zhuo Wen's attack. With a hissing sound, it bombarded Zhuo Wen's greater limitless sword formation from the side. Bang! The three-headed flaming spiritual snake's attack actually caused Zhuo Wen's body to sway. He could not help but fly to the side. The ultimate sword formation finally dimmed under this attack. It disintegrated into countless cold lights and entered Zhuo Wen's spiritual ring. "This damned beast, it's actually so agile." With a stomp of his feet, Zhuo Wen barely stabilized his body. His gaze was extremely gloomy. In the magma sea, his movements were greatly hindered. The three-headed flaming spiritual snake's speed was too fast. It was impossible for him to dodge the latter's attack. Boom! Another sound of water splashing was heard. The three-headed flame spirit serpent launched another surprise attack. Zhuo Wen only felt a huge force coming from behind him. His whole body was hit and he staggered. When he turned around, he saw the three-headed flaming spirit serpent staring at him in confusion. The flaming spirit serpent had used all of its strength just now, thinking that it could definitely kill the human in front of it. However, it did not realize that the human's body was so tough that it could not break through the latter's physical defense. While the flame spirit serpent was in a daze, a dazzling golden arm suddenly stretched out and pinched the flame spirit serpent's tail. Hiss! The flame spirit serpent immediately cried out in fear when its tail was pinched. It wanted to struggle and escape, but it was horrified to find that the golden arm was like an iron hoop, firmly holding it in place, causing it to be unable to move. "You want to run after hitting me? Do you think it's that easy?" Zhuo Wen's face was expressionless as he exerted force with his right hand. The three-headed flame spirit serpent was instantly pinched in his hand. Following that, Zhuo Wen hammered down with his other 7 arms. A terrifying force erupted, forming a violent magma vortex in the surroundings. Poochie! As expected, the three-headed flame spirit serpent was directly torn apart by Zhuo Wen. It turned into a cloud of blood mist and dyed the surrounding magma a demonic blood red. Zhuo Wen's face was expressionless. After tearing apart the three-headed flame spirit serpent, he continued to dive downwards. However, his expression was even more cautious and careful. He had already encountered the 3 fire spiritual gods before reaching the bottom of the magma sea. He did not know if there was an even more terrifying danger at the bottom. The moment Zhuo Wen killed the three-headed flame spirit serpent, figures suddenly surged around the magma sea, stirring up a magma tsunami above the magma sea. Following that, these squirming figures rushed towards the bottom of the magma sea at an extremely fast speed. The direction that these figures rushed towards was where the three-headed flame spirit serpent was killed by Zhuo Wen. 6 hours later, Zhuo Wen finally reached the bottom of the magma sea. When his feet touched the ground, Zhuo Wen could not help but let out a sigh of relief. He had finally reached the bottom. Through his senses, Zhuowen discovered that the bottom of the magma sea was actually filled with countless oddly shaped reef. There were even huge deep pits that looked bumpy, just like an ancient battlefield. Kid, keep moving forward. I can sense that there is an extremely dense real dragon aura in front. Xiao He suddenly pointed to the front and said. Hearing this, Zhuowen nodded. He took a step forward and his entire body turned into a shadow as he rushed forward. After half an hour, Zhuowen arrived before an extremely deep valley. Zhuowen was standing at the edge of the valley. This valley was extremely vast and there were strange rocks all around. Very soon, Zhuowen's gaze gathered at the center of the valley. His mouth was slightly agape as he revealed a shocked expression. This was because in the center of the valley, an extremely huge bone dragon was quietly hovering. This bone dragon was almost a few thousand feet in size. Zhuowen stood in front of this huge bone dragon and felt that he was as tiny as an ant. This is the real dragon's corpse? It's so huge and spectacular. Looking at the huge bone dragon's corpse that appeared in the center of the valley, Zhuowen's eyes were filled with shock. His heart could not help but tremble. Don't make a fuss. The real dragon's body size is basically measured in units of thousands of feet. The stronger the strength, the more terrifying the real dragon's body size is. Some real dragons that have cultivated to become spirits can even reach a size of close to 10,000 feet. It's extremely terrifying. Xiao He stood on Zhuowen's shoulder and rolled her eyes at Zhuowen in disdain. She thought that Zhuowen was making a fuss over nothing. Kid, look at the forehead of the real dragon's corpse. There seems to be something there. Xiao He suddenly extended her small claw and pointed at the bone dragon's forehead. Following Xiao He's little claw, Zhuowen's gaze landed on the space between the bone dragon's eyebrows. He was immediately stunned because there was actually a rather large cave between the bone dragon's eyebrows, and above the cave were 3 bold and forceful words. Azure Dragon Hall? Zhuowen murmured to himself as a gleam of light erupted from his eyes. Did these 3 words mean that there was a hall called the Azure Dragon Hall in the depths of the bone dragon's forehead? Just who was it that dug a hole in the bone dragon's forehead and built this so-called Azure Dragon Hall? Zhuowen asked in doubt. Xiao He's gaze became rather stern. She said, the bodies of true dragons are extremely tough. Emperors are unable to leave behind any imprints on the bone dragon's corpse, yet this person was able to dig a hole in the bone dragon's forehead. Only a saint can do that. What? Xiao He, you mean to say that the one who built this so-called Azure Dragon Hall is a saint? Zhuowen asked in surprise. It's very likely. The owner of this Azure Dragon Hall is very likely a saint, and an extremely powerful one at that. Xiao He's voice became grave. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed slightly as he muttered to himself. In other words, this true dragon was killed by that saint? Isn't that too powerful? He can even kill a true dragon? Suddenly, Xiao He sneered and said indifferently, Kid, you're thinking too much. It's impossible for a mere saint to have the ability to kill a true dragon because even the weakest true dragon is no weaker than a saint, and the strongest true dragon is already comparable to a god-rank powerhouse. This true dragon's corpse was extremely powerful when it was alive. Although its strength couldn't compare to a god-rank powerhouse, it was already hard to find a match among saints. It's impossible for a mere saint to kill this true dragon. Moreover, if I'm not wrong, this true dragon's corpse should be an azure dragon. The azure dragon is an extremely terrifying dragon race. In front of it, even a saint might not be its match. Hearing this, the shock in Zhuowen's eyes became even more intense. This azure dragon was so terrifying? Even a saint might not be a match for it, then just how terrifying was this azure dragon? Then what's going on with this Azure Dragon Hall? Since the Azure Dragon was so terrifying, why would a saint open up a cave-in between its eyebrows and build the Azure Dragon Hall? The owner of the Azure Dragon Hall must have found the Azure Dragon's corpse and then built a cave-in between the Azure Dragon's eyebrows. However, the owner of the Azure Dragon Hall should also be an extraordinary figure. He dared to build a cave in the Azure Dragon's corpse. His courage is outstanding, and his strength is definitely not weak. Otherwise, it would be impossible for this Azure Dragon Hall to not be coveted by others. At this point, Xiao Hei's eyes revealed a rare look of contemplation. Then let's enter the Azure Dragon Hall and take a look. After all, this is a cave opened up by a saint. Perhaps there are many good things inside. At this point, Zhuowen's eyes were filled with a blazing light. This was a saint's cave. No matter what, the things inside would not be bad. Let's go in and take a look. However, you need to be careful. After all, a saint's cave is not so easy to break into. I'm afraid there will be many dangers inside. Xiao Hei reminded. Nodding his head, Zhuowen was about to rush towards the Azure Dragon Hall in the sky when a sharp sound of something breaking through the air came from behind, causing Zhuowen's pupils to shrink. With a shift of his feet, he instantly moved several feet to the side. Sizzle! 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 The place where Zhuowen was just now was suddenly hit by a purple liquid. It actually emitted a terrifying corrosive sound. In an instant, that place was actually corroded into a deep pit that was several feet deep. Who is it? Turning around abruptly, Zhuowen's eyes gradually turned cold. This purple venom seemed to be very toxic. If he were to be directly hit by it, he would probably be in an extremely sorry state. Dozens of meters behind him, there was an extremely large three-headed flaming spirit serpent. It was spitting out its tongue and staring coldly at Zhuowen. Another three-headed flaming spirit serpent? Looking at the three-headed flaming spirit serpent dozens of meters away, Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. However, the three-headed flaming spirit serpent in front of him was several times larger than the three-headed flaming spirit serpent that he had just killed. Its body was also much stronger. Even the aura on its body was much more terrifying. This is probably the three-headed flaming spirit serpent king. Kid, you have to be careful, Xiao Hei suddenly said. It's the serpent king? Then what you mean is… Zhuowen's pupils shrank slightly as an ominous premonition flashed in his heart. He knew that the three-headed flaming spirit serpent was a type of meta-beast that lived in group. If the three-headed flaming spirit serpent king existed, then the other three-headed flaming spirit serpents would not be far away. Chapter 802. Serpent. Looking at the three-headed flaming spiritual serpents that appeared behind the serpent king, Zhuowen's eyes were extremely gloomy. He made a rough estimate and realized that there were 3 digits of three-headed flaming spiritual serpents in front of him. Human, you are bold to kill my people. You are courting death. A rather immature voice rang out in Zhuowen's mind. Zhuowen could not help but narrow his eyes as he stared at the Snake King in the lead. He knew that the owner of the voice should be the Snake King. However, he was puzzled. Isn't the Serpent King an adult? Why is its voice so childish, as though it is an infant? It was your people who attacked me first. I was only retaliating. Although there are many of you, it is impossible for you to kill me. I advise you to retreat. Otherwise, it will be too late for regret. Zhuowen shook his head and transmitted his voice to the Serpent King. Although there were many three-headed flaming spiritual serpents, it was a pity that Zhuowen's physical body was so terrifying that the flaming spiritual serpents did not pose much of a threat to him. Even though the flaming spiritual serpent king had the strongest aura and its strength should be around the initial stage of the Xuanzuan realm, such strength did not pose much of a threat to Zhuowen. You want us to retreat? Human, you are too arrogant and ignorant. Today, I will show you the terror of the flaming spiritual serpent. Don't beg for mercy when you die because it will be useless. After the three-headed flaming spiritual serpent king finished its sentence, it shrieked. Instantly, the countless flaming spiritual serpents behind it shrieked as well. Soon after, the sound of the air breaking was heard, and they plunged towards Zhuowen. In that case, I will not be courteous. Seeing that the three-headed flaming spiritual serpent king was so stubborn, Zhuowen did not want to say anything more. He stomped his feet and displayed the nirvana of the sun. He transformed into a 4-headed, 8-armed serpent king with 8 spears and charged forward fearlessly. Puff, puff, 8 cold lights flashed past. Instantly, 8 3-headed flaming spiritual serpents turned into a cloud of blood and died a violent death. This is just the beginning. Since you are willing to die, I, Zhuowen, will accompany you to the end. With a cold smile, Zhuowen waved his spear again and displayed the spear essence of perfection. Spear essence of flaming spiritual serpents surrounded him. Countless blue crystals surrounded him were like the toughest ice. As soon as the spear intent domain appeared, a terrifying explosion followed. Instantly, the dozens of 3-headed flaming spirit serpents that were charging at the front exploded into a bloody mist before they could even make a sound. A figure suddenly rushed out from the blood mist. He brandished his spear and shot out countless cold light. The flame spirit serpents that were charging forward were basically slaughtered one-sidedly. In flaming spiritual serpent, spiritual, in the spiritual serpent blood, spiritual serpents, serpent demon serpents, spiritual serpents, spiritual kings, spiritual serpents. Flaming spiritual serpents. Flaming of serpents, spiritual serpents, the serpent serpents in. Kill this human! The serpent king shrieked again. Although many of the remaining flaming spiritual serpents were afraid, they had no choice but to charge forward and fight under the Serpent King's tyrannical power. Zhuowen was not afraid at all. He shouted in a low voice, 1,000 feet tall body. As he spoke, his body rose from the ground and actually transformed into a 300-meter tall figure. He was like a giant mountain that was as tall as the sky. His feet suddenly stomped on the ground, causing the entire ground to tremble violently. All of you die. As Zhuowen spoke, his 8 spears smashed down together. The terrifying power swept out, causing the surrounding magma to tumble violently. It was as if the entire magma field was going to be turned upside down. Puff! Instantly, the flame spirit serpents that were charging over were all turned into clouds of blood mist. Instantly, there were only a dozen or so flame spirit serpents left. It looked like there were very few of them left. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The remaining dozen flaming spiritual serpents let out sorrowful cries. Their eyes were filled with fear. They swung their tails and fled. The human in front of them was too terrifying. They had been surrounded by so many flaming spiritual serpents, but they were all killed in an instant. It was too terrifying. The Serpent King's face changed drastically. Its body flashed and it wanted to escape. Zhuowen's power made its heart tremble and fear. You want to leave? You'd better stay here. Zhuowen shouted. He stomped his feet and instantly blocked the Serpent King's path. He stretched out his golden arm and grabbed the Serpent King. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The Serpent King shrieked and its 3 heads spat out purplish-black venom. It wanted to completely corrode Zhuowen's arm. Unfortunately, Zhuowen's golden arm was as strong as steel. Although the purplish venom was strong, it had no effect on Zhuowen's arm. With a slap of his right hand, the purplish venom was blown away. Zhuowen pressed down on the Serpent King without hesitation. He immediately grabbed the 3 heads of the Serpent King and stared coldly at the latter. Human warrior! Let me go, I won't provoke you in the future. The Serpent King was finally afraid and quickly hissed. However, Zhuowen sneered and said, Towards those who want to kill me, I have always chosen to return an eye for an eye. Now you can leave your last words. You. Human, you can't kill me. If you kill me, you will regret it. I am a soaring serpent. Before the Serpent King could finish speaking, Zhuowen's right hand suddenly exerted force and instantly crushed the Serpent King's body, turning it into a cloud of rolling blood mist. I don't care what you are. If you provoke me, Zhuowen, the outcome will be the same. After saying this indifferently, Zhuowen's huge body slowly descended and finally turned into the size of a normal person. With a stomp of his foot, his entire body rushed towards the true dragon's corpse in the valley. To him, the three-headed flaming spiritual serpent king was just an insignificant interlude. Right now, his main focus was on the Azure Dragon Palace. Whoosh! When he arrived at the space between the bone dragon's eyebrows, Zhuowen discovered that the cave in front of him was actually so huge. It was 100 feet tall and 30 feet wide. Especially the three large words Azure Dragon Palace above the cave, it was vigorous and powerful, emitting a powerful aura. I wonder what exactly exists in this Azure Dragon Palace. A fiery gaze appeared in Zhuowen's eyes. With a stomp of his foot, he wanted to directly enter the cave. Deng deng deng! The instant Zhuowen approached the cave, a transparent light barrier appeared on the surface of the cave, causing Zhuowen to hit a wall. After stabilizing his body, Zhuowen's gaze converged on the light barrier that appeared out of nowhere and said, "This is a restriction?" Whoosh! Xiao He also came out at this moment and flew in front of the restriction. Her black eyes were filled with a trace of seriousness as she said, "Kid, this restriction is not simple. Do you have a way to deal with it?" Zhuowen's eyes flickered as he asked. Zhuowen was a complete novice when it came to formations and restrictions. He did not know anything about them, so he could only leave it to Xiao He to deal with. "I do, but it will take a lot of time." Xiao He nodded and said solemnly. Hearing this, Zhuowen nodded and said, "Then you go ahead and study it first. I can use this time to properly consolidate the Xuanzuan realm. After all, I've only just advanced to Mystique Venerable rank." With that, Zhuowen silently sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. He began to silently cultivate and recuperate, not disturbing Xiao He when she was studying the restriction. The terrain in the northern polar region of the magma sea was extremely strange. There was a huge abyss there, and in the depths of the abyss, there was a huge suction force that caused the magma above the abyss to churn wantonly, forming a terrifying whirlpool. All of a sudden, the vortex above the abyss came to a strange stop. Then, a furious and terrifying voice came from the depths of the abyss. It was like a rumbling thunderclap. "Who is it? Who dares to kill my bloodline?" Rumble! A huge and terrifying figure that was close to 10,000 feet tall rushed out of the abyss, sweeping up a torrent of magma. Then, this huge figure rushed toward the center of the magma sea. In the valley, Zhuowen silently sat cross-legged and slowly opened his eyes. There was a gleam of joy in his eyes. He had been sitting here for half a day, relying on the rich draconic energy here to completely consolidate the Xuanzuan realm. "Xiao He, are you not done yet?" Zhuowen could not help but ask when he turned his head and saw that Xiao He was still focused on studying the restriction outside the cave. "It's almost done. This forbidden method is quite brilliant, and there are quite a few traps buried inside, causing this dragon lord to make a few mistakes. But now that I've found the right method, it should be done soon," Xiao He replied casually. Hearing this, Zhuowen nodded. He was not in a hurry. After all, the Azure Dragon Hall was right in front of him. Sooner or later, he would break in. However, for some reason, his right eyelid had been twitching non-stop since just now, as if an unknown danger was constantly approaching him. "Is it my imagination?" Zhuowen frowned and muttered to himself. Rumble! Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the entire valley. The ground of the valley began to crack under the violent tremor. Extremely ferocious cracks appeared on the ground. "What's going on?" Zhuowen suddenly stood up, and his eyes were filled with surprise and bewilderment. This sudden vibration was too strange. Following that, Zhuowen discovered that a huge figure was slowly appearing above the valley. This huge figure was nearly 3,000 meters tall, almost covering the sky and covering the sun. Looking at the huge figure that had suddenly appeared in front of him, Zhuowen's pupils constricted and his mouth opened slightly. A strong sense of danger surfaced in his heart. The huge figure that appeared above the valley had a huge snake's body that was nearly 3,000 meters long. Its green scales flickered with a terrifying cold light. What was even stranger was that on the back of this huge snake, there was actually a pair of flame wings that were thousands of meters long. They looked dazzling and brilliant. When he saw such a huge exotic beast suddenly appear in the sky above the valley, an ancient saying couldn't help but appear in Zhuowen's mind. The flying serpent has no feet to fly, the Wu-Shu has no 5 skills to use. Chapter 803. A dead, emperor-level expert looking up at the humongous flying serpent, Zhuowen's heart could not help but tremble. This flying serpent was too humongous. The aura it faintly emitted caused his entire body to tremble. This was the terrifying aura of a powerful creature. There is actually such a terrifying creature like the flying serpent in this sea of lava. Zhuowen muttered to himself as his lips trembled. Human, did you kill my bloodline? The flying serpent looked down at Zhuowen. Its huge eyes were filled with coldness and mercilessness. Zhuowen's pupils shrank. He was rather puzzled as he said, Your bloodline? I'm afraid you have mistaken me for someone else. I did not kill your bloodline. Boom! The flying serpent roared furiously. A terrifying sound wave formed a ring-shaped air wave that blasted towards Zhuowen. This caused Zhuowen to involuntarily cover his ears and retreat several steps. 2 streams of blood flowed out from his ears. The might of the flying serpent's roar actually broke Zhuowen's eardrums, causing him to involuntarily retreat several steps. You still dare to lie? Outside the valley, there are countless 3-headed flaming spiritual serpents. You said you did not kill them? And the 3-headed flaming spiritual serpent king's corpse is also there. My bloodline flows in its body. You dare to say you did not kill it? Roaring furiously, the flying serpent's huge eyes were filled with anger. A pair of blood-red eyes stared eerily at Zhuowen. The 3-headed flaming spiritual serpent king is actually the flying serpent's bloodline. Oh no? Hearing these words, Zhuowen's heart clenched. He finally knew that when he killed the 3-headed flaming spiritual serpent king, the latter had said that he could not kill him. Unfortunately, he, Zhuowen, did not think too much about it. It was even more impossible for him to imagine that the Serpent King was actually the flying serpent's descendant. However, what made Zhuowen puzzled was that, if the flying serpent was so powerful, why was the 3-headed flaming spiritual serpent king so weak? In fact, Zhuowen had made a mistake. The 3-headed flaming spirit snake king was just a baby. The flying serpent bloodline in its body had not been activated. That was why it was so weak. Of course, this weak was only relative. After all, the 3-headed flaming spirit snake king had the strength of the Xuanzuan realm. It would not be easy to deal with the 3-headed flaming spirit snake king in the Xuanzuan realm. It was a pity that Zhuowen was too abnormal. When he was half a step into the Xuanzuan realm, he had already killed many Xuanzuan realm cultivators. He was even able to fight with early-stage Supreme Being cultivators. Now that Zhuowen had advanced to the Xuanzuan realm, his strength was even more terrifying. It was understandable that the 3-headed flaming spirit snake king was no match for Zhuowen. It was indeed killed by you, you damned human. I only have one descendant who has perfectly inherited my bloodline. However, you killed it. You really deserve to die. Zhuowen's expression was naturally captured by the soaring serpent's eyes. With a furious roar, the soaring serpent opened its bloody mouth, and a terrifying pillar of fire suddenly shot out, sweeping towards Zhuowen. At the same time, the flying serpent twisted its waist and turned into a huge shadow. It wanted to swallow Zhuowen into its stomach. Xiao He! Hurry up! If the flying serpent catches me, I will definitely die. Zhuowen roared furiously. 4 heads and 8 arms were formed. 8 spears were brandished, and he immediately used the peak of spear intent that he was most adept at. He fiercely attacked the pillar of fire that was getting closer and closer. Crack! What made Zhuowen's pupils shrink was that the 8 spear intent domains were like tofu in front of the pillar of fire. They crumbled inch by inch. Swoosh! The pillar of fire was like a hot knife through butter. After breaking through the spear-intent domains, it continued to rush towards Zhuowen. It wanted to devour Zhuowen completely. Zhuowen roared furiously. A sense of danger rose in his heart. His feet stomped and he hurriedly dodged to the side. Unfortunately, the speed of the pillar of fire was too fast. It arrived in front of Zhuowen in an instant. Although Zhuowen dodged most of the pillar of fire, his legs were swallowed by the pillar of fire. In the blink of an eye, Zhuowen's legs were burned by the pillar of fire and completely turned into ashes. Moreover, the flames were extremely strange. They actually followed Zhuowen's calves and spread towards his thighs like maggot. Zhuowen did not hesitate. He fiercely swung the spear in his hands at his legs. His legs were instantly cut off at the knees and fresh blood spurted out. Forcefully enduring the pain in his legs, Zhuowen used the yuan power in his body to staunch the wounds on his legs. However, without his legs, Zhuowen could only lie on the ground and stare helplessly as the soaring serpent approached him. "Xiao He, are you not done yet? I'm going to die soon," Zhuowen shouted loudly. Looking at the approaching soaring serpent, his eyes were filled with despair. This soaring serpent was so terrifying. It was probably comparable to Emperor Qing's level. In fact, Zhuowen could even smell the unpleasant stench coming from the soaring serpent's bloody mouth. 100 meters, 70 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters, 10 meters. At this moment, the distance between the soaring serpent and Zhuowen was only 10 meters. Zhuowen's tiny frame and the gigantic maw of the soaring serpent, at this moment, seemed so incongruous. "Human! Those who kill my bloodline must pay the price of death. Go to hell and repent for your mistakes." The soaring serpent's thunderous voice rumbled in Zhuowen's ears. At this critical moment, an inky black light instantly wrapped around Zhuowen. Then, taking advantage of the momentum, Zhuowen's body rapidly shot towards the Azure Dragon Hall behind him and disappeared without a trace in an instant. Bang! The soaring serpent violently slammed into the true dragon's corpse. The powerful force was actually unable to cause the true dragon's corpse to sway in the slightest. It still stood tall and straight like a mountain, unmoving like a boulder. Oh? This human actually entered the Azure Dragon Hall? The restriction outside was actually broken by him? The soaring serpent's enormous body slowly retreated. Its large eyes stared intently at the entrance of the Azure Dragon Hall. Its gaze was filled with unwillingness and a sinister chill. The true dragon was the natural enemy of the soaring serpent. In ancient times, the soaring serpent was actually the prey of the true dragon. Although the Azure Dragon in front of it had been dead for hundreds of thousands of years and had already turned into a corpse, the soaring serpent was still somewhat afraid of it. As for entering the Azure Dragon Hall, that was even more impossible. After all, the Azure Dragon Hall was built within the body of the Azure Dragon. The soaring serpent itself was afraid of the Azure Dragon, so how could it take the risk and enter the Azure Dragon Hall? Humph! That cunning human cannot possibly hide in the Azure Dragon Hall forever. When he comes out, I will definitely make him die without a burial ground. The soaring serpent roared angrily and slowly descended outside the valley. Its large eyes stared intently at the entrance of the Azure Dragon Hall. If Zhuowen appeared, it would definitely not let him off. Whoosh! This was a barren land. A rather miserable figure rushed out from a dark tunnel and violently smashed onto the ground, causing his face to be covered in dust. "Xiao He, if you had been any slower, I would have become the soaring serpent's meal." The figure that had landed on the ground was naturally Zhuowen, who had been brought into the Azure Dragon Hall by Xiao He. At this moment, Zhuowen's legs were still broken at the knees and looked rather terrifying. However, ever since the blood demon had connected the purple-black heart to his heart meridian, Zhuowen's recovery ability was extremely terrifying. His originally broken legs were actually continuously growing from the wound. In the time it took for an incense stick to burn, A pair of complete calves had actually grown out from the wounds on Zhuowen's legs, looking exactly the same as when he had not been injured. Slowly getting up, Zhuowen casually jumped a few times. A trace of joy appeared in his eyes. This purple-black heart was really very useful to him. It could even regenerate his broken arms and legs. Speaking of which, he was really a little like an unkillable cockroach. At this moment, Xiao Hei slowly floated in the air in front of him. Her gaze overlooked the barren land with an unprecedented solemnity on her face. Swoosh! Zhuowen came to Xiao Hei's side and also looked down at the barren land. He could not help but frown as he said, "This is the interior of the Azure Dragon Hall?" At a glance, what appeared in front of Zhuowen was a vast and desolate land filled with ravines, canyons, ruins, deep pits. This was a desolate and dilapidated world. Almost no part of the entire land was intact. It was filled with potholes. It was not hard to imagine what kind of great battle the land had experienced before to create such a terrifying and miserable scene. We entered from the entrance of the Azure Dragon Hall. This land is indeed the interior of the Azure Dragon Hall. This land is very ancient and also very decadent, Xiao Hei said cautiously. Hearing this, Zhuowen nodded. He could feel a mournful and resolute feeling from this land that was almost blurry, like a hero past his prime. Raising his head, Zhuowen noticed that there was a dazzling meteor shower in the sky above the boundless land. The countless meteor showers were like the most brilliant fireworks, blooming with their own brilliance and glory, forming a sharp contrast with the land. Just what had happened in this space in the past. Looking up at the dazzling sky and overlooking the vast land, a trace of confusion and doubt appeared in Zhuowen's eyes. This space definitely had a different story in the past. "Kid, look over there, there seems to be something there." Suddenly, Xiao Hei waved her little claw and pointed to the front as she spoke to Zhuowen. Following the direction that Xiao Hei pointed, Zhuowen raised his head and looked over. In front of them, there was an extremely large crescent-shaped canyon. This canyon was extremely strange, as if it was not naturally formed. Instead, it was as if a huge blade had descended from the sky and chopped the flat land to form it. In the canyon, there were many figures standing neatly. These figures actually gave off an imposing feeling, as if they were looking up at a very high mountain. "Those, are they people?" Zhuowen muttered softly as he stared at the figures in the canyon. Let's go over and take a look." With that, Zhuowen brought Xiao Hei and turned into a ray of flowing light as they rushed towards the crescent-shaped canyon in the distance. Soon, they stopped at the edge of the canyon and looked down at the figures in the canyon. "These, are they all the corpses of experts? Their auras are so powerful." There were more than 30 figures in the center of the canyon. They were all dressed in long robes and looked up at the sky as if they were welcoming something. If I'm not wrong, these 30 or so people are basically Emperor Realm experts. The weakest is about the same as Emperor Qing, and the strongest is even close to a saint. Chapter 804. Origin of the Azure Dragon. All of them are Emperor Realm experts? Zhuowen's heart trembled. There were more than 30 experts in the canyon. In other words, there were more than 30 Emperor Realm experts in front of him. Moreover, among these 30 experts, the weakest was comparable to Emperor Qing, and the strongest was close to a saint. How could Zhuowen not be shocked? In the Qing Xian Empire, Emperor Qing was the only Emperor Realm expert. It could be seen how difficult it was to advance to the Emperor Realm. However, there were more than 30 such experts in front of him now. Moreover, Zhuowen discovered that these 30 Emperor Realm experts had calm expressions on their faces. They raised their heads slightly, as if they were facing death calmly. Who killed more than 30 Emperor Realm cultivators at the same time? Looking at the corpses of more than 30 experts in the canyon, Zhuowen's eyes were filled with doubt. Emperor-level experts were not so easy to kill. Moreover, there were more than 30 Emperor-level experts here. Even a saint might not be able to kill them instantly. This space experienced a fierce battle back then. Even Emperor-level experts fell. I wonder if the master of the Azure Dragon Hall is still alive? Xiao He carefully observed the corpses of more than 30 experts in the canyon and said indifferently, "In this Azure Dragon Palace, other than this canyon, is there no other place of value?" However, Zhuowen frowned slightly. All along the way, all he saw were ruins and potholes. Besides this gorge, he didn't discover anything else. Could it be that this Azure Dragon Hall is empty? After searching around, Zhuowen's eyes revealed a hint of disappointment. He originally thought that there would be some good things in the Azure Dragon Hall. However, other than the corpses of more than 30 Emperor-level experts in the Crescent Canyon, there was nothing else. After returning to the canyon, Zhuowen discovered that Xiao He was still focused on studying the corpses of the experts in the canyon. He asked Xiao He, "Did you find anything?" Shaking her head, Xiao He sighed softly. "I didn't discover much, but I did some research just now. Before these martial emperors died, they all welcomed death without any signs of resistance." "Died generously? Are you saying that these emperor-level powerhouses committed suicide?" Zhuowen's pupils constricted. Xiao He shook her head and said, "It's not suicide. It should be because they encountered an enemy that was much stronger than them, and they believed that they would die without a doubt, so they simply stopped resisting and went to their deaths." "Oh? An enemy that was much stronger than them? Could it be that the saints are dealing with them?" Zhuowen asked doubtfully. "It should be a saint. Furthermore, I suspect that it is very likely that the master of the Azure Dragon Palace killed these Emperor-level experts." Xiao He analyzed in an orderly manner. Nodding his head, Zhuowen agreed with Xiao He's words. The master of the Azure Dragon Palace was a powerful saint, and these Emperor-level experts looked like invaders. It made sense for the master of the Azure Dragon Palace to kill these Emperor-level experts. Then what about the master of the Azure Dragon Palace? Staring at the experts in the canyon, Zhuowen was extremely interested in the master of the Azure Dragon Palace. He did not believe that the master of the Azure Dragon Palace would not leave anything behind in such a large space. Kid, look. Before these Emperor-level experts died, they all raised their heads and looked in one direction. Could it be that there's something special about the direction they're looking in? Xiao He's sudden voice caused Zhuowen's eyes to light up. It was indeed as Xiao He had said. These Emperor-level experts were all looking in one direction, and more than 30 of them were looking in the same direction. "Let's go. Let's enter the canyon and look in the direction of these experts. Perhaps we'll be able to find something different." With that, Zhuowen leaped into the canyon and stood beside one of the experts. He imitated the latter and looked up at the sky. Xiao He stood on Zhuowen's shoulder and also looked up at the sky. "That's a star." Very quickly, Zhuowen noticed that at the end of the direction they were looking, a brilliant white star appeared in their eyes. This white star was extremely inconspicuous because in front of it was a countless meteor shower. The white star was easily covered by the countless meteor shower. In the direction of the canyon, and with these experts looking up, they could barely see the existence of the white star. "Xiao He, could that white star be an important place in this space?" Zhuowen suddenly asked. Xiao He lowered her head and muttered to herself for a moment before saying, "There should be a reason why so many Emperor-level experts are looking up at that white star at the same time. That white star must be extraordinary. Let's go up and take a look." Hearing this, Zhuowen followed Xiao He's instructions and 3 pairs of lightning wings grew out of his back. He turned into a terrifying bolt of lightning and suddenly shot upwards at an extremely high speed. The white star was extremely far away from the ground. Zhuowen had been flying for a full 2 hours, but he actually discovered that the distance between him and the white star had not changed at all. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed slightly. He stomped his foot and his speed increased by a large margin. His entire body turned into a swift bolt of lightning as he cut through the void. 4 hours later, Zhuowen arrived at the meteor belt in the sky. This meteor belt was formed by countless meteors that had fallen from the sky. As they cut through the void, due to the friction, they produced an extremely dazzling light. It could be said that the meteor belt was filled with burning meteors. Furthermore, the temperature was extremely terrifying. If Zhuowen were to be hit directly, he would not be able to withstand it. "Kid, be careful, this meteor belt is not a friendly place," Xiao He cautioned cautiously. Hearing this, Zhuowen nodded. He stomped his foot lightly and his speed decreased significantly. At the same time, he used his perception to constantly observe the movements of the surrounding meteors. In this meteor belt, Zhuowen did not dare to explode with his full speed. After all, there were simply too many meteors. If he were to go too fast, it would be difficult to control when the time came. It would be very easy for him to be hit. At that time, he would really be unlucky. As he slowly advanced, Zhuowen constantly paid attention to the movements in his surroundings. For a moment, he was scared but not in danger. Although the surrounding meteors were very dense, Zhuowen was extremely cautious and managed to avoid them one by one. "Be careful. There is a meteor on your left that is rushing towards you at high speed." Suddenly, Xiao Hei's solemn voice rang out, startling Zhuowen. He turned his head to look. Indeed, on his left, there was a meteor that was dozens of feet in size. It carried a blazing heat and was rushing towards him at an extremely fast speed. "Damn it! Hurry up and get out of here!" Zhuowen's expression changed drastically. He stomped his foot in an attempt to dodge the meteor that was rushing towards him at high speed. Unfortunately, his speed was still slower than the meteor by a beat. Bang! The huge meteor directly hit Zhuowen's leg, causing him to lose his balance and fall downward. "Kid, steady yourself. There are more meteors below. If you don't steady yourself, your situation will become extremely bad," Xiao He shouted sternly. At this moment, Zhuowen was also very calm. Golden light flashed as he transformed into 4 heads and 8 arms. The smaller meteors that were rushing towards him were all shattered by his hands. After falling for nearly 100 meters, Zhuowen finally stabilized himself. His breathing was slightly hurried. This meteor belt was indeed not a good place. The huge meteor just now was too terrifying. Even if Zhuowen used the nirvana of the great sun, he would not dare to face it head-on. "Be careful this time," Xiao He reminded him. Nodding his head, Zhuowen stomped his foot and once again rushed towards the depths of the meteor belt. His speed was much slower than before, and he was even more cautious than before. 4 hours later, Zhuowen suddenly jumped out of the meteor belt and arrived in the sky opposite the meteor belt. "I'm finally out. The white star is not far away from us." Zhuowen heaved a sigh of relief. His gaze converged on the white star in the sky. At this moment, the white star was much larger than before. Zhuowen knew that he was not far away from the white star. "Let's go. Let's see the true appearance of the white star." Xiao Hei's face was also filled with curiosity as she hurriedly said, "Whoosh!" With that, Zhuowen once again transformed into a bolt of lightning and rushed towards the white star that was getting closer and closer. His speed was much faster than before. An hour later, a bolt of lightning streaked across the void and stopped 1,000 meters away from the white star, revealing a tall and straight figure. Looking at the white star that was 1,000 meters away, Zhuowen could not help but be stunned. His mouth was slightly agape. The scene in front of him was really shocking. The true appearance of the white star was a pale white dragon that was tens of thousands of feet long. The pale white dragon was strangely pale from head to toe. The pale dragon's huge body was curled up as if it was protecting something. Through the pale dragon's body, Zhuowen saw that at the center of the huge dragon was an equally huge hall. Above the hall were 3 bold and powerful words, "Azure Dragon Hall." The hall that was protected by the huge dragon in front of him was the real Azure Dragon Hall. So this is the real Azure Dragon Hall. This pale dragon should be formed from the origin of the Azure Dragon. It should be the work of the master of the Azure Dragon Hall, Xiao He said with a cautious gaze. The origin of the Azure Dragon? Zhuowen asked doubtfully. Xiao He glanced at Zhuowen and explained. The owner of this true dragon's corpse is the Azure Dragon, I've already told you. Although the Azure Dragon has been dead for a long time, there will still be a trace of its origin in its corpse. The master of the Azure Dragon Hall is very lucky. When he found the Azure Dragon's corpse, it shouldn't have been dead for long. That's why he was able to extract a strand of origin energy from its corpse. The huge Azure Dragon around the Azure Dragon Hall is formed from the Azure Dragon's origin. It doesn't have any intelligence or consciousness, but it contains an extremely dense amount of origin energy. If you can enter the Azure Dragon Hall, I'm afraid you can use the Azure Dragon's origin to quickly raise your cultivation. At this point, Xiao He's eyes revealed a trace of emotion. It was obvious that he admired the methods of the Azure Dragon Hall. So it's not a true dragon, but a strand of the Azure Dragon's origin. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.